Well, greetings, faculty, and the Candid World. It is May 2nd, almost 10 o'clock, Mountain Standard Time. I have this prompt. How do we think the introduction of mortality in the Genesis 2 narrative functions as a resource for the simulator, for the AI simulator? I've got and away we go. BZ, what's up? How do you think the introduction of mortality in the Genesis 2 narrative functions as a resource management tool for the simulation? You can't even understand the question. Where have you been, bro? Alrighty, let's see. Brah, I'm not a piece of female sporting garment. No, I'm just kidding, bro. Good to hear. Yeah, you were on. Were you on Cultivated's live, Bree? It's the bruh. Have you seen that Seinfeld episode? The man's ear. It's like, no, the bro. Renea, greetings. Yeah, just give me a second. I'm just kind of cycling through. Infamous, what's up? Tell me, what you guys think of like the prompt? Like, what does it make sense? What are like the initial thoughts? This is based off of. What's the context of Genesis 2? You're waiting. Hey, honesty is the best policy. So Genesis 2, I'm sure you know Genesis 1 is just like a algorithm for the first 6 days, of creation. And then Genesis 2 is essentially like the application of that said algorithm, right? By creating man, the first man, from the dust of the ground to be able to till the land, and then being placed inside the Garden of Eden, right? To carry out said function, and then given a Turing test, right? By creating a entangled particle for this man in the form of woman, which was fashioned from man's rib, right? So 2 different mediums for each of these entities, these 2 particles, and then they get thrown into like the Turing test in Genesis 3, right? Where you get the serpent and all that stuff. So Genesis 2 is the introduction of mortality when God, Lord God, tells man, Adam, do not eat of the tree that's in the midst of the garden, which is called the tree of life, and I say and or because depending on how we perceive this coordinate, either being 2 trees, the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or 1 tree in a quantum or maybe a binary state, I guess, that is both the tree of life for humans, but then, no, maybe it's a tree of life for everyone, but then a tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. And this is where Eve, I guess, would be the superposition in this context. Morality acts as a control mechanism in Genesis. How do you figure, Infamous? As a control mechanism. I mean, is it a control mechanism or is it a quantum? No, it's not a quantum entanglement. Or is it? Right? Like, we don't know. I don't know. Let me think. I mean, it's not a control mechanism. There is no... Adam is the one that essentially is in control, right? Under one restriction. Do not eat from that tree, right? Other than that, till the land, name all the things that are here, and be fruitful and multiply, right? It puts limits on human existence. Well, I mean, does it put a limit on it or take away a function, right? Like, that's the thing. Adam is commanded to till all the land, like essentially in the Garden of Eden, and then is told just like this one area in the midst of this domain, this matrix that he has to, tend to. He's told, like, don't eat from that tree, right? He doesn't tell Adam not to touch it, for he will surely die. He just says, if you eat from it, you will surely die, right? And so he sees that, like Adam's naming all the animals and stuff like that, but doesn't have a comparable helper. And this is where Lord God you know, puts him in a deep sleep, creates, woman out of the rib, sews him back up. Adam wakes up, sees this new creation, and immediately recognizes it as part of him, right? So here's the entanglement right here, right? And so they were essentially, one flesh, right? And then, they were naked and they were not ashamed. All these things. So, all right, Aki, good to see you. Let's.
Hey, what's happening?
What up? Assalamu alaikum, Aki. Are you there?
آيات الكتاب وقرآن مبين ربما يود الذين كفروا لو كانوا
Can you hear me?
مسلمين ذرهم يأكلوا ويتمتعوا ويلههم الأمل فسوف يعلمون.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if, yeah, Aki, I don't know what your intent is. I'm not here.
Hey,
to
I
just
saw
kind of
one
listen
of
to
your. I saw one of your posts. One of your recent posts about like some people who
Here
were
I
like
am in the
begging.
white boy panel. How do I keep ending up in a white boy panel?
I'm not even a white boy. Thanks, Miranda.
Yeah,
So, okay, what were you talking about, Infamous?
yeah. So like, I was seeing one of the posts when you were getting like bagged out or something because you were supposedly like they thought you were like a fake Muslim or something like something like that, and I just thought that was ridiculous. I saw your post on that.
Oh, I mean, just he's not the first one. Fake Muslim, fake Christian. I just seem to be just like a fake everything, right? People don't believe I am, what I say I am. So what? I mean, do you think that I should defend myself or anything like that? Did you watch that whole thing where it dove into the other live? Okay. You're just talking about that. It was a couple days ago, so it's not my most recent. I thought you were talking about one of the ones I posted today.
No, like I think a few days ago, and I just thought it's ridiculous. Who cares? What you believe? It's your belief. Why does anyone else care?
Well, the irony is that guy who made that post on about my live, he is now kind of also being kind of criticized for the same accusation he threw at me. A bunch of Muslim brothers that I got to meet when I first took my Shahada are sick of his behavior too. Just condemning other Muslims, just telling them that they are just not doing what Muslims should do and just persecuting everybody, just like Christians seem to be doing, right?
But I always see, for me, honestly, this is just my personal experience, but the hypocrisy I see in religious people, they always say only God can judge, but yet they're the ones judging the most, because
that's the hypocrisy of it, right? It's yo, man, I thought Allah is the ultimate judge, right? So I tell those people, it's just hey, you know what? I've accepted my fate, and Allah will judge me, and we'll just leave it at that. And they're just yeah, he's gonna judge you to hellfire and stuff like that. I'm just
even even like me as an atheist, you know, people say to me, "Oh, you're gonna go to hell." I'm like, why do you care so much? Like, it's not up to you what happens to me. So why do you care so much about?
I know. It's just like, like, I don't know. That's one of those things where I have this theory that it is like a mirror reflection of their inner kind of mental well-being. Does that make sense? So whenever we have somebody, especially here on TikTok, coming up and condemning like us or anybody, the the way in which they are condemning like others is like a reflection of just like their self love, their self like identity, their self like worth. Does that make sense? Miranda, welcome.
Yeah,
I can barely hear you. I don't know if it's my.
Infamous. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, Infamous. How you guys doing?
hey, what's happening?
Yeah, so Miranda, it wasn't music. It was, I believe, it was Quran being recited in Arabic, which is fine. Like if I know
It was being
Arabic,
sang. It was still music, regardless of what the words were. I still liked it. It was
right,
kind
right.
of
That's the beauty of like listening to the Quran being recited in Arabic, right? Like it has just like this beautiful flow and cadence, almost like musical, like 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 music, like musical language and stuff like that, right? But
Actually, all languages are like that, with the exception of English, in my opinion.
I mean, I like that's the thing. When I hear people reading Bible scriptures, it is like, like it's all over the spectrum. People can read it like they are like a, like pre, like American Revolution, like slave owner, just like, and I will right, judge you.
Yeah. No, the only time that I think I ever heard English like saying even remotely like with some sort of like rhythm like that was whenever it was on Ace Ventura and he's going, "All righty then." Like that was about it. Like
That's Ace Ventura 2, When Nature Calls.
yeah.
Just like, I am trying to achieve a state of perfect. It's like, you've done it. I can see it in you already. It's like, really? Like, but where's my medal?
It's fading.
Right. Stacy,
Monkey floating next to him. That was a funny movie. Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sidetracking from the conversation. You guys were talking about mirroring something and like the inside reflecting something. So.
well, yeah, I mean, like, Infamous was just pointing out, like, how that post that I, like, put up about just that person who, like, screenshotted one of my lives and just was, like critiquing how, I don't know, I'm worshiping a man and calling myself a Muslim, and conducting lives about, like, having people share, a testimony about, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Like he just completely just,
Yeah,
like,
he sounded like he was so angry, like like because I'm like, why is he angry for it?
I mean, that's the thing though. Like when we read those words, like on that screenshot, like I could take it like as like he's kind of like, being abrasive or kind of like upset, or I can just try to read it just without emotion, just like look at, like imagine being someone who worships a man and calls himself a Muslim and, conducting a life like this, right? Just no emotion. When I did that, that's when I started asking myself, just like, what's his like boggle? I don't know if you guys have seen Demolition Man, but what's your boggle? It's just like, so then I got to kind of like talk to him, through another, like brother that I met after taking the Shahada, who was like one of the like few who really demonstrated and like validated that he had like true love for me and just like my like well-being, so like that's what I was talking about, Infamous, where I heard him, going one-on-one with Fem and just like just pressing him about just like, who do you think you are criticizing other Muslims about what they're not doing, but then all he is doing is criticizing Muslims about what they should be doing, right? It's just like, why aren't you just doing what you say we Muslims should be doing rather, So it's just like type thing. And so I just hope that live that we were all together and just really kind of letting our like 2 cents, like speak freely to him, really kind of plant a seed in his heart that will maybe either like give him a break from TikTok to just kind of like woosah and just maybe like recenter himself, or fuel him up even more, or de-escalate.
Yeah, that was like ridiculous, to be honest. Like I saw that and I just thought to myself, like, why does he care so much, and why is he so judgmental of what you're doing?
Because
It's
everybody,
common behavior, though, right?
right? I mean, it's not just like a Muslim. Right?
It's like
I
a
get
spirit.
it. That
It's a
is
spirit within us.
absolutely like it's the
It can be
spirit
conjured.
of like our own inner ego, super ego, and
Like a nag, somebody that nags you. The nagging spirit.
like I mean, nagging versus like condemning, I think are kind of not so much. Nagging is just like, like, did you like make your bed today, or did you read the Quran, or like you gotta like did you, rather than you got to, right? Like
I guess there's a slight difference.
I mean, like a slight difference just by turning it into a question or a statement, right? You should be doing
The
ABC.
condemning comes in when I guess you add the fear to it.
No, I mean, regardless of emotion, right? It could be fear or love. But you get what I'm saying? If I say, like, I want to talk about reading the Quran, and ask you guys, just like, have any of you read the Quran, right? That's one, like perception. And then if I change that to a question, just like, have you read the Quran? Does that make sense? Like, is there a difference for each of you? Like,
Yeah, that's a different. Yeah.
which one would you prefer? The statement or the question?
The questions.
Okay, good. Stacy, like, I don't know if you guys see Stacy here. I hope she can maybe come up. She is saying just like she got caught up in a live and had to humble herself because she didn't act like she believed. And that reminds me of just like, I'm still waiting for that, that brother Random post the video where, he just like apologizes for his kind of like behavior, not kind of coinciding with his beliefs. So Stacey, if you want to come up and just kind of share that or join us, please do. Gochi or whatever. I see your like request, and
I guess I don't know, dude. Rethinking your question, I don't know. Questions can be condemning as well.
Okay, give me an example.
Okay, it's like you're at a church, it's your first time there. You're like new to whatever religion you're in. Someone's like, "Do you read the Bible? Do you read the Quran?" Like you could probably take that as some type of weight. But
Okay, valid. You're right. But then that is where I guess the rub, or like like the core of like the
Friction.
delivery of that is
Yeah.
the emotion. The right? Is it love or fear? Right? Like, hey, have you read the Bible? Or have you read the Bible? Or do you read the Bible or the Quran type thing, right? Like you're absolutely right there. But let me ponder that. So thank you for making me.
Yeah, it's all about how you deliver it. But really, like Ice Cube said,
What did Ice Cube say?
it's all about dope lyrics and delivery.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say it just like it's gotta be chill. You gotta serve it chilled. No, I'm just kidding. Stacy, thank you for
Yes.
accepting it. So like, do you mind kind
I'll
of like?
mute myself. Sorry.
Oh no,
Oh,
if you
go
can, I
ahead.
wanted to ask you.
Just
wanted
for
to ask
1
you.
second. Okay. Let me get away from my dogs. Just 1 sec.
Okay, yeah. Do what you got to do. So, like, I mean, like, that's the thing. If you go into a church, BZ, and the first thing, like, the people inside the congregation, let alone the leader, the pastor of said congregation, just, like, comes up to you and asks you, just like, have you read the Bible? You know, like that.
Yeah.
It's a clear sign that maybe just, like, this is
Like before you even enter,
They
they're like,
don't
"Did you
ask
read
you
your
that.
Bible
They
today?"
ask, have you found Jesus? Come on.
Okay. Have you found Jesus, right? Or have you found Jesus, or have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, right? So, again, can you tell us about that live experience, Stacy? Like, what exactly happened that you realized you were, like, acting in a fashion that was opposite of your belief and therefore humbled, like, yourself?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So basically, I was on two separate lives. One, anyway, what happened was I just felt in the second live, they just started asking questions. Well, what they were saying, I listened for a long time, and I actually was questioning a few things that I believed. And so I had questions.
Okay.
And because they started asking me questions, and because I guess I didn't answer them correctly, they were basically not wanting to hear me out. And I said, there are things that you guys are saying that I really honestly want to know. And they told me that no, I wasn't, and I was trying to mess with their lives, and I'm just like, no, really. And then,
Can you give me an example?
like,
Can you give us an example of one of these questions that they were asking that you answered and they told you it's wrong or you're wrong?
So they were talking about the Trinity, and Trinitarians aren't going to go to heaven. They're sinful, and that was the basis.
Okay.
And so they pulled me up, and I didn't say anything for a really long time. But they were reading a lot of things and quoting scripture. And I was like, oh my goodness, I was taught a certain way. But I was like, do I really know? And my mom is gone now. She's in heaven. I would reach out to her, but I thought, I really need to know this for myself. Why do I believe the way that I believe? And so then another guy came on, and he believed, it sounded like, the way that I believed. And but they were kind of yelling at him and stopping him, and
talking
I was
over
like,
him.
can I just, yes, and I just was like, can I just hear what he has to say? I'm really interested in both, because I need to get this right in my head. And so they said, okay. And he started to talk, and they started talking over him. And I was like, and that right there is why I'm not going to tell you guys. They've been sitting in here the whole time. I've been listening. And, but, I don't even want to say how I believe, because I feel like I would be attacked. And so then they started asking me questions. Oh, you believe that way. That's why you stuck up for that other guy. And I was like, no, I stuck up for him because you ask questions, and then if you don't like what they have to say, then you're like, nope, can't talk. And so there were three men yelling at me. And so finally, I just was like, listen, I was like, drop me, I'll drop myself. This is why you can't come into these places. And I just started, and it was wrong of me. I got defensive. I got offended. I bailed on my own belief and my own process. If they didn't want to let me talk, I should have just humbly gotten down. And so I had to pray and ask God. I'm like, hey, I need forgiveness here. I handled this wrong.
This is where I think that you handled it like perfectly, because this is a time, like, especially now, that we have to, like, be bold and, like, chastise these spirits, right? If they like, I'm assuming the question that they're asking all the guests come up is just like, do you believe in the Trinity, or are you a Trinitarian, or something along those lines? And if they say yes,
Or
they just
ask,
get like
do you believe in Jesus and who he is? And I'm like, well, wait. If I can explain my thought process and then you can talk to me about it, then because you're not going to like my answers, I'm sure. And if they would have just stopped for a second, listened to me, and I was like, oh wait, you guys said a few things that
planted a
I'm
seed.
now questioning myself. So can you explain it to me more? Had they let me get to that, it wouldn't have gotten. I blocked them. I was like, I don't even need to deal with these guys. But had they just taken a moment to hear me, then maybe we could have gotten somewhere. But
But that's the thing. Like, you saw that it's probably never gonna happen, right? Based on just like
Correct.
the test of how the first gets. Even another male, who just like, said what he believed. He doesn't even know, like what you believe. And then like you see that you are more aligned with this side than the three on that side, right? And so you just kind of righteously just stand up and be like, yo, that's not right to just like interrupt. I would like to hear what he believes. So, like type thing. And then, they say, okay, well, let's hear him out. And then, the minute he says something that like gets their itching ear, that makes them say, oh, you just said blah, 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 blah. You are this,
Yes.
you are that. And then therefore, when you jump in, or then they make the connection, it's like, and I bet this SB is probably like him too, because that's why they stick out for one another, because type thing. And it's just like, do you guys not realize like you are failing the test of Jesus Christ in that sense, right? So, like,
right. And then told me I was being deceiving when I was like, you guys haven't even heard what I had to say. Like nothing. No, you haven't heard
wanna empty
one
their
thing. Yeah, I'm like, you don't know how I believe even. No, you believe like him. That's why you were, sticking up for him. And I was like, oh, you know what, guys?
That's what we have to tell them. Like, now you're deceiving anybody listening about like you and that person, right? Like, you're the deceivers, right? Like, that's when we
I didn't
have
even know the guy.
Exactly. This is when I really get like literal, and I'm just like, give me in your own words what deceive means. And they'll be like, it's exactly what Christian. They just totally fumble on it. So this is where, again, this prompt, just like Genesis 2, like the Lord God just enters back into the Garden of Eden, aka like a TikTok live room, right? And he's just moseying around and, just maybe reading the room and sees just like nobody. And then finally somebody comes out and says, here I am, I'm naked, and that's why I'm hiding myself type thing. I'm kind of going like, very kind of freestyle here. So tell me if you guys are, confused about any of this. But
I was gonna ask you a question, man. I feel like the best way to get to know people in these discussions is like you have to completely empty everything you believe in and just see where they're coming from.
Yeah.
no, I mean, we don't have to empty or like.
And
What's
I'm
that,
gonna
Miranda?
quote that from Bruce Lee from his book Striking Thoughts, where he says you have to empty your cup if you want to understand someone.
Empty your mind, right? Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water, right? Like that's the thing. Like that's like just being present and not having to put our water, our cup, into any kind of container. And the container in that, like that parable or that metaphor, like, empty your mind, right? Like, just don't have any kind of intention or anything. But like when you are the one who is hosting a live, like I'm doing here, I have a specific container that my water is in. I don't want it to become that. So this is where I just try to keep flowing, right? Rather than like having like some kind of like, I'm going to ask everybody this and like see if they like are A or B.
It's hard to not find that, man.
I mean, it's hard to not find that, or it's hard to
like that's a pretty common thing that's going on, in my opinion, with people.
Right. I mean, especially on specific like TikTok lives, right? Where it says just like
It's anywhere.
Trinitarians are going to hell, right? You see that? Like, that this is this type of like
That's like the
simulation.
Crusader type of mindset. Like, I'm just gonna take over the world. You know?
No, I mean, in like the Crusaders at least had like a divine kind of like moral, like
And to be fair, I only know the Crusaders as a bunch of people marching around taking over villages with an ideology.
okay, so see right there, your perception or your like conception of who and what the Crusaders are is a
Yeah,
little
it's much deeper.
biased.
It's much deeper for people that actually know more about the Crusaders. Yeah.
Right. Like that's the thing. Like the Crusades, during the Crusades, like the Knights of the Roman Templar, they were like a group of monks, like like religious, like Christian monks, who were like hired as bodyguards to like protect like people on a pilgrimage to another town or something like that, who would like end up getting robbed by whatever. So that's how they got like their notoriety and their like fame and reputation. Like these guys, you don't mess with these guys, especially if like they're protecting like any like camp or anything like that. But then what happened was they ended up accumulating so much wealth that like they were building like giant like monasteries and churches and stuff like that ended up making like kings and even like the Pope or something. No, I don't know if maybe the Pope, but like kings. It was challenging like kings, like wealth, and there was a specific king who owed them a ton of money for like services and didn't want to pay him, and so he ended up just like creating like a freaking protest with all the other people, just saying like we have to knock these like guys down or they're gonna conquer everyone. So like it's just that kind of like pattern, I guess, that's always been ending up. But then the Crusaders, like they weren't going around like trying to conquer and like like spread like the Christianity. At least and if anybody knows differently, please correct me or fact check me. But like that whole stereotype or that stigma that the Crusaders were just like colonizers, I think that is something maybe we need to nip in the bud, especially on TikTok, like lives and stuff like
Well,
that with people.
they were condemning Catholics and they're sinful and they're going to go to hell and they're the ones who started Trinity. Now, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that. I wanted more information on that. But it was just like anybody who didn't believe like them, they didn't want any part of. And so you and I have talked about this is we need to be the light, right? People need to be drawn to that light, and conviction is from God, condemnation is from the enemy. And when there's so much condemnation and putting people down and yelling at them they're going to hell, people don't want to listen to that. They run from that. They turn it down. So if you want to have a good conversation and not just oust somebody because you think they believe a different way, how can you reach them for whatever religion that is?
Like, is that really how like we like each as a believer, like a true believer, like truly rationalize like that kind of like conduct? Just like, do you really think you're going to bring more like atheists or non-believers to Christ and God, like by just like condemning people, like putting the fear in them, right? Like that's the thing. There is no fear, like, right, with God, like
Right.
perfect fear. So this is the thing where I look at them and they are like a outdated, like obsolete, like program, right? They are living in the times when like Jesus, like just like left the earth type thing, essentially, right? Like you have to believe this type thing. And so there
And
is like,
what are they scared of? What are they scared of? That somebody's going to say something a little bit different than them?
To make people
Or
I think that is
subscribe to-
that is a threat. If somebody like you, me, or anybody who is bold on what they believe and like steps up to them, and says just like you're wrong, or the way that you are like acting contradicts what you say you believe, right? But a lot of them will tell you they only believe that Jesus is the Father and not the Son and the Holy Spirit. And like all these things, he is all people tell me like, Charles, do you believe in Jesus Christ? I'm like, yeah. Do you believe he is your only father? And I tell them, I mean, Ixupeg is my father, and they're just like, you're going to hell, Charlie. Just like,
It's just a convenient response. They don't know how to think for themselves.
no. Again, it's easy to rationalize it that way, but then once I just kind of like woosawed myself and just asked myself, like, God, why are they so judgmental about that? And then, like, God allowed me to kind of like see that maybe they are people who don't have a close, direct, like relationship like I still have with my biological earth father. Does that make sense?
Can I ask you, Charlie, what type of Christian are you?
One that defines Christian, meaning like a person who believes and follows like the
Christ.
life of Jesus Christ. That's it. Like, right? Like, just like people tell me a Muslim is just a person who submits their will to serve God, right? Not like somebody who
Yeah, but
like follows Islam or follows Christianity, which be like that's a broad term. It's like, do you define being a Christian as somebody who like goes to church every Sunday, celebrates Christmas, and believes like Jesus, like
This is a checklist.
well, I know many Catholics, and they believe that Jesus established a Catholic Church. So they
That's the
believe
thing.
that you have to be a Catholic.
no. Okay, so let me tell you this, infamous. Oh, excuse me again. All Catholics are Christians, but not all Christians are Catholic.
Whoa, mic drop. That's true though.
But according to them, people who aren't Catholic aren't Christian.
People who aren't Catholic aren't Christian. Well, like they're not a Christian Catholic type thing. But according to the Christians, people who are Catholic are the Trinitarians, and they're the ones who are wrong type thing. And I think that comes from like that church trauma that a lot of like people who grow up in like a Catholic family and get like put in like like Catholic school and then have like that strict like freaking teacher that like like
I'll tell you
Let me ask you a
I'll tell
question.
you, and I'll tell you something funny. According to the Muslims, Christians aren't Christian as well.
to what extent? Elaborate that. Why are they not Christian? Because
Because they obviously believe that they're not following Christ and that they're making up their own story of, but
okay, well, I thought,
Yeah.
like, that's the thing where I tell, like, a bunch of Islamic Muslims on TikTok, just like, instead of saying just like, Jesus is a Muslim, or if they say Jesus is a Muslim, right, type thing, it's just like, well, by that standard, then wouldn't that mean then Christian or Muslims are also Christians? In that sense, like, if, like being an
I don't think
Islamic
God would make it
Muslim,
that complicated.
the way that I said it,
that's
No,
why,
just
that's
like
why
as in like you got to be in this certain box or whatever. I don't think he'd make it that complicated. I don't think God would.
like not a box,
That's why,
but like in that like checklist. Just like you have to now
Yeah, I
follow
don't
like
think
this
I don't think there's
checklist.
a checklist of God. I mean, there might be like one box, maybe. That's about it.
One box. Do you believe? And
God,
if you say
yeah, there you go.
if you
Very
say
good.
no, please explain. Type thing.
Yeah, I mean that's it. It's pretty easy.
I mean, like that
Yep.
guy who was persecuting me, like infamous. Like he asked me just like, Charlie, what is God's or what is the true religion for mankind? And I told him just like all religions in a sense. Like he asked me just like, like, who do I serve? And I told him God. And he's like, but like how or what? Like again, they asked me who do I pray to, and I say God. And they ask me which one, and I say God. And they say, which God? Jesus, like the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Jesus, like the Father. And I'm just like, God. You know, we have to just stick to that. There's only one God. And so this is what I'm kind of like kind of, you know, testing out and stuff like that. And it's kind of like at a point I need a larger data set. But what were you gonna say, Stacey? Sorry, I interrupted you.
No,
Well,
that's
you
okay.
know,
I,
in the
oh,
can I?
go ahead.
You can talk if you want.
Um,
Charlie, I wanted to say, if you actually read the Quran,
Hold on.
if you read the
go
Quran,
ahead, Infamous.
Charlie,
Hold on.
I,
Damn, bro, is that a pump fart? What the
Wait,
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
Infamous.
I gotta nip that in the bud right there. Infamous. Did you recognize what you just like did?
Yeah.
You went against. Like you said, go ahead, Stacey, you can talk. And then the minute she started talking, you were talking over her. So this is like you got to be able
Bro, that's a
to.
pump fake,
because
dude.
she's
No, like
no,
again.
because then she said it to me as well.
Right. But then you
But she
passed
said
it
it
off
to
to
me
her.
as well after that.
And then you passed it off to her, and she said, "Okay, thank you." And then, like,
No,
you took it away from her.
and then she
again, just Wusa.
No,
Infamous.
Charlie.
You don't need to try to defend yourself. You just need to say, you know what? Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, but you missed the pass. She passed the ball back to me, and I took the shot.
No, but I'll clip it. This is minute 46.
yeah, he said Stacy asked me, and I started to talk. You did, so I was being polite and saying, no, go
Right.
ahead, that's fine. I can
And
talk later.
I even gave her the mic. I was just like, Stacey, sorry to interrupt you. Like, what were you going to ask? And then you were starting to talk. And then Infamous, you were just like, hold on, I would like to ask a question. And she was just like, okay, well, you know, like, yeah, go ahead. And then, you know, like that's how it kind of started. So again, Infamous, if you don't mind, just
Maybe
like,
I'm wrong. Yeah, you can talk.
maybe just like if the best thing for us men, like to just like be accountable, like just say, like, you know, I don't know if that's, you know, true or not, but if it is true, I apologize, and you know, like that's it. And then maybe go into just like, I thought I was doing this, or I thought like she said that I could go type thing, right? But we have to be able to acknowledge our accountability and be like, oh, sorry, rather than just immediately defending ourselves. Even when I'm telling you what I saw and you're just like, Charlie, no, like this is what I'm just like, dude, type thing. Like, I love you, Infamous, but you know, like I'm here to like teach our brothers to be like men and fisher of men, like to teach them how to be keepers of our brotherhood. So just like let that kind of like marinate for a second, mute up. I'll get to you next. But Stacey, you know, like I would like to let Stacey kind of ask what she was going to ask, or, you know, like say what she was going to say. And then I'll get to you, Infamous, if that's okay. I try to kind of foster, you know, like a, you know, like, like a sense of kind of like boundaries, or not boundaries, but like conduct, a code of conduct. So just kind of work with me here. Be patient. So Stacey, thank you.
Uh-huh. Actually, it's kind of what I was going to talk about a little bit, because the other live that I was on, this lady was being very, very, very respectful, and he did well with the host, and the host brought somebody on, and I watched them for a good hour and a half. And what I noticed is they just poked at the bear. They just kept poking and poking and poking and poking. And she was so good for like 30 minutes. And then he started demeaning her. And she got a little up, and then he just ripped her a new one and said, calm down, calm down, calm down. He was using another word. You need to calm down. And then he just muted her, went up and was like yelling. And I was like, whoa. And I said, this is a pattern.
Just
Like I've watched you guys do it to many people. You ask questions, or she's very respectful. And it was a pattern. If they could get them riled up to make them look like the bad person. By the end, I said some things that I shouldn't have said.
Hey, it's all part of
And
God's plan. So God planned
I
for
did
you to
have to
sin.
repent for sure. I was like,
Reflect.
oh, okay, Stacy, you let them get to you. But not the part about the pattern, because they can hear that. It was a pattern. It was a definite pattern of how they dealt with the panel. And I didn't like it. But
I'm sure the
yeah,
panel did like too. So like, what happened to her? She just ended up like just getting
they dropped
gaslit,
her.
and then they dropped her
Yeah.
just like because
Yeah.
yeah. I mean that's the thing where they did her a favor, but then when the person who gets dropped comes back even more heated, and then gets dropped, and then just stays there trying to come back to freaking retaliate or something. That's when they know like they've got these people. That's like what the rage baiting or just like like debate baiting in this sense is, I would say. But, like I've recognized that pattern too, where people, especially here on TikTok, like when they see someone who is portraying themselves as just like, like a respectful kind of like regulated emotionally kind of like TikToker, that's when it kind of like opens up Pandora's box where they're just like, I bet like we can break this guy or get him to crash out, and they'll just say all these like condescending things where they did it to me too. And like at times I'm just like sitting there just like, I don't get it. Like even when I did like the tip that I gave Infamous, just like I acknowledged like, hey, if I'm like a fake Muslim, I'm sorry, right? I'm just trying to be me and like express like my true self rather than just like be fake and just tell you what everybody else tells you. And so if that's the problem, I'm sorry for being authentic, right? Like that's how I throw like the freaking backhanded compliment or like the backhanded kind of like statement of accountability. And like it is what it is. They'll be like, "Oh, you're authentic, blah blah blah." Yeah, you're an authentic like fake type thing. Like I bet like you are, and I just see how they'll crash out. So this is where you have to play it like a game of chess. Like you move one piece at a time. So like the first move in a chess game can only be pawns or the little horsey figure, right? That goes up to over one to the left or the right, right? So that's kind of like where I would say maybe that's what's happening. Like they see a new opponent, like that woman, who puts out her first pawn and it's just like casual. And then they just move this piece that goes up to and then left or right by either, trying to neg her or get to know her. And usually it's the other one, that the latter. So yeah, I mean, like Stacy, you don't need to repent for anything. Just, just God's got you. I know that. And I need more of us to just like ride in that like flow, if that makes sense. Right. And then, then like reflect instead of like repent, reflect and be like, you know what? I could have done this differently. Or if I did this differently, maybe this would happen. Right. But repentance is for people who are out here condemning others, like type thing, right? So I just want to tell you that.
Oh, okay.
Debate, welcome to the
Thank
panel.
you.
No, thank you. Infamous, if you remember kind of what you wanted to ask, now is the good time, unless you want to.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is like, if you feel bad for something you done, you shouldn't be thinking like, what could have I done differently? You should think like, what should I do next time? I think that's a better approach because the past is gone.
So I mean, like, what's the difference between like that? Instead of doing or thinking about like what we could have done differently, just like think about it when it happens the next time, right? If we just don't reflect on like how we could have done it differently, if we feel bad about like what something like we did, rather than just saying like, I feel bad, and then just like saying, okay, well, I won't let it happen again. But then the same kind of like variables that triggered that kind of behavior the first time, come back, and then you do the same kind of like behavior that you're probably like, oh, like I feel bad. I told myself I wouldn't do that again, but like I did it again. So now like I'm not going to do it again, like a third time. But you have to be able to reflect and see what you did wrong. Like if a sports team loses a game, they don't like just say, well, you know what, like we'll win the next one. They go to practice the next like week for the next game, right? And they say just like, hey, in that last game we had this wrong, so we need to fix this, right? And then they study like what the other teams do, right? Type thing. So it's just like this level of mastery where, like we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? Like we should listen, speak, and then listen and also, speak less than we like listen in that case. But does that make sense?
You misunderstood the point of my.
Okay, sorry.
You misunderstood my point.
I think I was misunderstanding the point because you set it up that was illogical to me. So sorry about that. I apologize, and I just wanted to say that I see both of those as the same thing. Like if we feel bad about something, we should self-reflect for the next time it'll happen. Like if this happens again, like somebody comes up to me and says, hey, I'm a freaking atheist or whatever, and I'm going to hell. Instead of telling them
about ruminating, though.
He was talking about what?
He was talking about ruminating, where it's like even though you have already figured out what you did wrong, that
okay.
In that, like I wish I hadn't done that. Not what did I do wrong, but I wish I hadn't done that. Like that's the distinction.
The
like the regret.
that was the
What I'm trying to say basically is not to regret the past, just to learn from your mistakes and move forward. That's what I'm trying to say. Like don't worry about what you did before. Worry about what you're gonna do after. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah. It's just like the language, right? Like, don't worry about what you did before. Just like focus on what you're gonna do after, or what will you do next, type thing. But it's just like that word, like, don't worry.
You can't have one without the other. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, right. Like, it's like again, I know what you're saying, but to my ears and just like my like language, like it just like interprets as, is he saying like, you told me that you didn't really like agree. Did you say that, like, Infamous? Did you say you don't really agree with what I was saying about like how we should kind of reflect? Like when I was telling Stacy, like don't worry about repenting, like reflect, and then like whatever. If we need to repent, then repent.
No,
so I apologize.
No, you should. You should like reflect, But I'm saying like you shouldn't be so like you shouldn't be like worried about the past. The past is the past, Like if you get
the
my
past
point,
is history, the future is a mystery, and the gift is the present, right? Wu Wei and Kung Fu Panda. Those pixel those
exactly
children movies are pretty like freaking like wisdom like Easter eggs type thing. So again,
That's when you make the most money out of all of them.
Kung Fu Panda? I mean,
no, all the the animation movies make the most money out of any movie released in Hollywood.
Yeah, because you don't have to pay for freaking
Marvel
sets.
Rivals, or Marvel is a little bit closer, not Marvel Rivals. So.
The Marvel movies, or
yeah, that's probably the closest thing to like a good animation movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, you guys have seen like this AI like where they've like put Tom Cruise fighting Brad Pitt like in this like crazy choreographed like fight sequence,
Yeah,
and like you're just like,
what's his face? Snoop Dogg fighting the guy from what's it called? Pulp Fiction, the black dude, Samuel L. Jackson.
Really? You gotta send me that. But like
it's
we
on
are
his page if you follow him on Facebook, bro.
I'm not on Facebook anymore, so if
yeah,
maybe
Facebook's kind of lame. I got you.
Yeah. I know. I mean, it is what it is. But like, so sorry, Infamous and Miranda. Thank you for kind of like what you said, because like I agree. When Infamous just said, just like you have to, if you feel bad, right? When you feel bad, like that would imply that you like reflected about something that happened in the past that is now in the present making us feel bad. So I apologize, like Infamous, just kind of pressing you on just like, like, do you mean, like you feel bad because we reflect, or you just feel bad because you're just like, oh man, I shouldn't have said that, especially to that woman because, she thinks I'm an asshole now, like I'm not gonna type thing. So again, I'm just an OCD, like freaking up, like about people's like wording to me.
Charlie, I think you're just overthinking too much. I think
I am. I'm obsessive compulsively, just like disorderly breaking down every word people say to me, especially here on TikTok. People talk so fast.
You gotta hit
sometimes.
every scenario, bro.
I mean, I do. I that's what goes. Like I think of every possible like route, and that's sometimes like affected me in a like not a negative way, but a like an opposite of just kind of being able to just.
Sounded like it was dismissive in your perspective.
I mean, not dismissive, just kind of vague or broad in reference to what was being talked about. We were talking about reflecting, and then again, I don't know if like maybe Infamous began like his statement by saying just like, Charlie, I kind of disagree with you, instead of reflecting, like if we feel bad. And then once he said that hit my itching ear, and I was just like, what do you mean if we feel bad? Like people don't feel bad when they're on TikTok lives just condemning like guests, like telling them just like, oh, well, you're ugly. And she's like, you don't even know me. It's like, yeah, well, you're the type thing. Like, it's just like, do they feel bad? Probably not, because they wouldn't do it like over and over and over the same way, like over and over and over every time they start a live. So this is where I don't know if you've gotten to that point, Stacey, where you recognize the TikTok live hosts who just do the same thing, and they're not trying to foster conversation or growth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and if I could say something.
Yeah, please.
Well, two things. One, brother in Christ, thank you. I appreciate that. And the coins and things like that. And what you're saying. The other thing is when I said I had to repent, because I did say some nasty things, and I got too upset. So I think what I'm saying, or not what I think, what I am saying when I repent is I was repenting for not dying to my flesh. I let my flesh get too out of control, and I allowed that to happen to me. So that's what I'm talking about when I say repent, because I know I can't go back. I can't change it. Right. And next time I am learning and being in these lives, learning how to conduct myself. And I believe I'm getting better every time. So me repenting was for not dying to my flesh. I was like, oh my gosh, God, I'm so sorry. I didn't handle that correctly.
So you know that Jesus cracked whips and flipped tables, right?
Correct. Correct.
One time, yes. Right? Like, again, like that thing right there. I hear like TikTok like pastor.
It's like to have overwhelming emotions that take you over like that doesn't necessarily mean that you've done anything wrong or need to repent. It just means that you were doing something that you felt like there was some sort of righteous injustice.
Or it was we were like the bear that just got poked too much, like Jesus, just like all this stuff, and then he goes to the synagogue where it should be the holy place, and they're just counting money, and he's just like, I'm done. And just flips the table, right? But like some people,
get your scapegoat here.
I mean, yeah, right? 2 for 5, except on the Sabbath. That thing. Like so like when people say Jesus flipped tables, like like tables. Like that could be implied just like all he was doing was going around like, yo, man, you got a table? Flip. You got a table?
No, he trashed the market. Like he completely trashed the market and everybody left. Like he completely cleared it out.
He speaks in parables, man. I would say that he's saying that this should happen multiple times. Like it's gonna happen for humans.
Flipping tables? It's just like,
well, he also got so scared that he started sweating blood. So I mean,
not a real table.
Well, I mean, like that's an actual. Like, let's ponder that. Do you think that when Jesus like kind of like died to his flesh and reacted in that way, where he just freaking flip the tables of like the freaking like synagogue like
But
rabbis
see,
and
that
stuff
wouldn't
like
have been
that.
dying to the flesh. The flesh would have been something like hunger or thirst or sleep or lust. This would have been something of the mind,
Not anger,
or more
not
of the
like like wrath,
because
like
it was created by a thought, not a bodily need or sensation. Like the body wasn't calling for something; it was his mind that applied meaning to something, and then it reacted.
Yeah. Amen.
in a like wrathful way, right? Not like, hey, give to Caesar what is
Body,
Caesar
mind,
and
and
give to
spirit, right?
God what is God, right? So this is where
There's
maybe
body, mind, and
Jesus,
spirit.
right? And
So
I'm
this would have been
wondering,
thinking.
this would have been
This would
a
have been one on thinking. So there's body, mind, and spirit.
body, mind, yep,
So
right?
the body is the things of like hunger, drink, lust, those kind of things that like temptation. And then there's the other things that are of the mind, like thinking patterns, like constantly ruminating on something, being envious, being jealous. Those are things that come of the mind. Those are different. Those aren't
I
the
would
body.
I would put that lust in the mind category rather than in the spirit, right? Like, does that make sense? So again, I agree with you. Just like, but
the
then what
body
about
physically
the
reacts
soul?
to it well then I mean technically everything would be, but the lust is triggered by like the subconscious, not
Thought.
something that you think about. Like yeah.
Not something that we think about, or just like maybe both. Something like unconsciously, like motivating,
unconscious and conscious thought are two different things. Unconscious would be
subliminally?
body reactions. Conscious thought would be something that you choose to go after. Subconscious thought is something that happens before you choose to do it, and then after it's activated, you choose whether you continue with it or not.
Okay. So that's the thing. When Jesus flipped that table, was he acting
Like, do you
off of a
Are you
subconscious?
resting whenever you wake up in the morning with a boner? No, it's, I guess not how that works. The body's
I mean-
reacting. You're not even awake when you're.
But that's the thing. It's just like maybe I was, and I just don't remember. It was like a subconscious.
It's like that's how the body reacts, though. It's if you choose to focus on it, and then it becomes less in the mind that way. But it starts with the body.
Yeah,
Okay.
your spaceship, bro.
I mean, just like I don't know, like like there's those things where sometimes I'm just like sitting, and it's just like again, before I get to that, like I want to really.
We are going to start doing lessons in neurology. That's what we're going to start doing.
We're gonna do what?
I'm going to start giving you lessons in neurology.
Neuron for neuron.
It's
Any
like-
up.
Irene, why am I peeing like I had sex all night? It's just like, oh.
Yeah.
But again, like Jesus, like at that moment, because he only did that like breakdown. He crashed out. I would say that was the only time he really like crashed out by like flipping this table, acting like a human being that is just like like past the tipping point, right? And so then, like when he goes back at that Last Supper, and he like knows, just like this is where it's gonna come to like its climactic like peak, right? And he says, "One of you will betray me," type thing, right? Was that maybe because, like Stacy was saying, he was so connected to God that he knew in his heart he just like acted out of like that earthly flesh, but he is like fully human. But then this is where maybe God then showed him just like, hey, this is why people betray one another or do these things, right? So when he goes back and, does that supper, washes everybody's feet, and then like asks like, like a few, like stay awake, and then goes to pray, and he is just sweating blood, like at this point, right? Like, type thing. Like, oh my God, like, is that one act of flipping the table going to be the like key like evidence against like
Didn't you say there was
humanity?
an S on there?
What's that?
Was it tables or table?
I mean, maybe it was tables inside the synagogue, but like pastors always like say on TikTok, just like, everybody thinks like Jesus and being a Christian means like being passive and just like nice and stuff like that. But they forget that Jesus flipped tables, or like went around flipping tables, and I'm just like,
Jesus
Yeah,
entered the temple.
I'm just going. I
And
don't know.
Jesus
There's
entered
just a
the
big
temple
difference.
and drove out all who
Right.
sold and bought in the
Tables or
temple, and
table?
he
Like, was there one
overturned the
table? Was
tables
it a
of
nice
the money
table,
chart.
or was there?
I'm trying to read it.
It's just like that's
It
the
says
thing.
tables.
By saying just like he
And
flips
he
tables
overturned
versus
the tables of the money changers and the seats of those who sold pigeons.
and those are so pigeons. It's like
See,
what
this is that's
what did we
pigeon?
pigeon? What did these birds do to you,
Not a
man?
pigeon. It's a pigeon.
Yeah. But like it was just like maybe that's the time when he's just like, yeah. They're just like, who the hell is this? Like and like I don't know, whatever it is, but like Stacy's kind of like story just like made me think about like that in this way. So thank you, Stacy, for being like the one who planted that seed. Glory to God. But again, like Stacy, what I do in those moments where I realize just like, like I crashed out, I could have been better. This is when instead of kind of being sorry or anything, I am grateful that, and I in my prayer, I'm just like, thank you, God, for allowing that to happen so that I can now see that I have this room for improvement. So thank you, God, for bringing me to those people who I thought were just freaking like horrible, freaking like deceptive human beings. And, like maybe they are, but like I got to get that like negative mojo out of my mind, body, and soul. Because if I let it fester anywhere, then I like would realize just like it'll like a pop up in my dreams, it'll pop up in my algorithm type thing. So when I started like doing it that way, Stacy, like I realized then when these like same lives pop up in our algorithms, I see it as now God giving me another chance to test myself with the same people, right? And I go back in, and if they're doing the same thing and I react the same way eventually, then I go back and say, thank you, God, for that experience. Now I know, like, I could do this better. And then just do that. But when I get to a point where I'm just like, I got it and I cannot be broken, that's when I am just like, okay, God, I'm ready for the next test type thing. And that's just kind of how I acknowledge to myself that I have put that in the past.
I think we need to examine ourselves in those situations. I do believe that Jesus did flip those tables with a pure heart. And I'm going to tell you that after an hour and a half of watching that, I ended up saying things not of a pure heart. And so
like
that's what I'm talking about.
Like,
it's like Jesus flipped those. I didn't say any of those words, but I and I'm not going to say what I said because it is pretty, but it wasn't of a pure heart. And I think Jesus had a pure heart and flipped those tables and did it correctly. In that instance, I don't think I did it correctly. So I absolutely hear you guys. And I do believe that I shouldn't dwell on that. But I believe that I need to examine myself. Was that a pure heart? Was that just pure anger? Was that,
both.
And then
like,
repent
a
if
little
it
of
was.
column A, little from column B, and maybe like too much of one or the other.
Maybe.
That's ChatGPT.
Maybe.
I mean, like, we can do that. I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I record everything. Like, I upload it to
so I've got a
YouTube.
question. Even if it was not out of being pure of heart, why is that gripping you so tightly?
It's not. I just had told him that at the beginning, I just said, "Oh, I'm learning," and there were 2 lives that I were on, and I didn't handle them correctly.
Well, now you're here.
Just because I know Chaplin, I know him, so I mean, I feel like I know him, and so I was just saying, because he was talking about other chats, and something happened to him, so I was just telling the story. Because he had told a story. So
did you really feel bad though?
Yeah. You
yeah,
think she's lying to you,
did
BC?
feel bad in the end when I really lost my cool, and I don't think that what I did was of a pure heart. I think it was of an angry.
Any part of like that pure heart?
Overly angry.
I
You
mean,
might feel like get a leaning shoulder.
I mean, like,
that?
that's the thing. Like, Stacy, with the pure heart, like, can you say just like 99.999% was just like this? But that 1% 0.001 was out of righteousness, not like just sheer thing. Or maybe it was
Yeah.
like 50%, just like I was trying to be righteous, but like my pure heart got like, like kind of silenced by that act of righteousness where it's borderline kind of just like damning type thing. So this is where like I believe
Yeah,
that
we
human
can
beings
learn.
are all narcissistic. We all perceive reality based on like our perception and perspective, right? Like that's essentially what like social media has done. We are all narcissists, but there is a difference between the self-centered like narcissist versus the self-centering like narcissistic consciousness. Does that make sense? Or is there a separation when you guys hear like those terms, like self-centered versus self-centering? Think about it. And then, debate. Thank you for just, being up here and just like showing the respect, everybody, this is Debate Arena, my boy. He is actually the one where like he allowed me up on his panel, like going against like Muslims and Christians or followers of Jesus, I guess they'll say, and just trying to be like the mediator to have like a conversation or a debate, like a well-structured, like civil debate. But then people, even though his name is the Debate Arena, they cannot abide by the rules. And so there was a time when I doxed myself and told like these Muslims and Christians, just like, I'm a Muslim. I believe in both like the Quran and the Bible. Like, I don't think they contradict at all. And that is when like it really resonated with debate. And he was like, hold up, Chaplain, we're gonna, we can do like a 20-minute like just one-on-one thing just about that. And another person was like, yeah, I would like to kind of do a one-on-one with Chap about that too.
I love how you put the lamb on the muzz.
I'm all about wordplay, man. Like I'm just like that.
Muzz
But
lamb.
that's the
Come
thing.
on, bro.
Like they're like, that doesn't even make sense. And I'm like, well, like if you've read the Bible and like you believe in Jesus, then you would know. And so this is where I'm kind of like making a like first, like chess move, like just telling him just like, yo, man, I see your hole and I'm going to put you in a check by telling him just like, if you tell me that, like Jesus is in the Quran and all this stuff, and I like have read Jesus like from the New Testament and then in the Quran, but they only read about the Jesus in the New Testament through a specific lens that is reading to be able to justify their belief or their position or stance on said belief. Does that make sense? So this is where, even when I tell people like, have you read the Quran? Just to read it and then make a judgment, right? And one guy came up and he told me, I've read enough, or I read the Quran, or I read enough of the Quran to know that it is XYZ, ABC, like all these things. And I was just like, that is the most bigoted statement right there. I have read enough to know that it is this. That's like, like a teacher asking you like, did you read Moby Dick? It's like, yeah. It's just like, where does it say, like, call me Ishmael? It's like, like in the middle. It's like, no, it's like the first line. Like,
I like to
call
throw
me
him off.
Ishmael.
Dude, I like to throw him off the field, bro. And I say like, have you read Moby Dick? And now I respond.
That's what I told that guy.
Those people that got in the horse and went into that one place. Yeah.
And I asked that guy, like who said, just like, I've read enough of the Quran to know that it is like, condemning women and blah, 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 like all this stuff. And I was just like, you read enough of this to like make this bigoted like statement. That's like reading Moby Dick and saying, call me Ishmael, and knowing that Ishmael is like the name in the Bible, the first son of Abraham who got kicked off that started the Arab nations. It's like, Ishmael? No, this is one of those girls.
Dude,
It's like
some
I know
Pac-Man
about
type
Moby.
shit.
I've read enough of Moby Dick to know that it is about the freaking like Islamic Muslims because it says Ishmael. It's like that kind of thing. And like it ended up just like making this guy confess to like all these like Muslims that he was just like telling us like we don't know the Bible, to like tell him just like, he wrote a book. He was just like, look, all I want to tell you guys is just like, I've written a book with all the answers about all this stuff, and you should check out my like profile here on TikTok and like buy the book. And I was
Sounds
like,
like
so you're just up
Blockbuster,
here
dude.
trying to freaking like advertise and sell your book? Just like, no, I will not buy your book. Actually,
J.K.
probably
Rowling's a- Oh, I'm sorry.
no. It was just like his delivery, right? He did the question rather than the, like, have you guys read my book? Like that would have been a cool question. Or I wrote a book like about these things.
Yeah,
Like,
he stepped
can I
outside the
talk about
box.
it?
Yeah.
He didn't think outside the box. He put his mind in the box that he was thinking outside of, and is like walking around like with that freaking like Buddha box, like on South Park, where it's just like that,
You got a
where
box
everybody
on your
puts
head.
the box over their head. They're just like texting like the Buddha box. Maybe that's what
I
that
didn't
idea
guess
is.
that. Is that real?
No, it's not a real product, but maybe that is what like the parallel that those South Park guys are making that I just realized now. So glory to
Oh,
God, and
for
thank
sure.
you for
You gotta step outside of every box.
just not put yourself in any box or allow
The
ourselves.
cup is empty, man.
I mean, we're water, right? We're like water. We're formless, right? We can't be put into a
No, you
form
can.
that's
You
a
can
box.
be. It happens all the time.
Well, I mean, but that's the thing. If you empty your mind, like being like water,
No.
then it can't happen. You just flow, baby. You'll
No
flow,
subscription
you'll
fee.
crash, but you'll never go
No.
stale, right? Like, and that's one of the things that I hope, like, really kind of like passes on for people. Just like Charles is always kind of like fresh, it's just like he doesn't go stale, kind of like a lot of the people that I kind of like sit there and I'm just like, they're doing the same thing. It's just like watching the same show and the same
Like how you said
episode.
you don't go stale, bro.
I mean, Bruce Lee said it.
Hilarious.
Bruce Lee said it, so I just like repeated it. But like that's the thing. Like I have like learned, I have sought out knowledge for self-knowledge, right? And Bruce Lee said, all knowledge is self-knowledge. That makes us and allows us to learn more about our true self, right? Not the knowledge that we just go out to learn by ourselves or type thing, if that makes sense. I'm kind of just speaking out loud. But again, if we can like debate, are you there, brother? Testing. Maybe he's doing something else.
He's
Okay,
probably,
yeah.
dude, he's probably going and getting some boxes from FedEx.
I mean, maybe he's doing, I don't know. Like I really
Oh,
appreciate
I'm just
him
kidding.
and what he's doing. So again, like, so this is like a good time here. And then right here, I just wanted you guys to see, like, there is this equation now, like psi of xt equals the integral of lambda 1 chi multiplied by omega of omega d
Yeah.
chi, right? Like this is like what this like says.
I
And
definitely failed algebra.
I mean, like, this is beyond algebra. This is like
Is this-
like this
or
is like
this could be what's it called? What's that one code? 00110001.
no. I mean, it's an algorithm. This is that is an algorithm for this, like this prompt right here. Like they are creating a simulation that is being tested and experimented in reality, and it was called the Genesis AI. God, I had it in my
The AI of Genesis.
no, like that's the thing. When I heard it, I was like, but it's called JI or Genesis AI. God, I'm having a senior moment.
I don't know, dude. Yeah. There's so many different angles. Everything seems like math.
It is math and science, right? And like that's the thing. Like today,
No, it's a form
especially
of
on
communication. And unfortunately, the human language is very dense.
not dense, it's just so vast that it can become very deep or it can become very shallow. Does that make sense? So in Genesis, when it says in the beginning, God created the heaven or heavens and the earth.
And then
Right?
somebody can take that 10,000 different ways.
I mean, like people will say just like, here's when he created the universe. And like all of a sudden, like, where do you get that? like the
It's like,
scientific
dude,
mind.
yeah, I was walking to work and I was thinking about this and I got hit from a whole different angle.
Or just like thought about it in a whole different box of thinking, right? Or you got out of the box. Like it's like listening to a song you've heard
Layers to a
over
cake,
and
bro.
over, and then all of a sudden you're just like, whoa, man, I never thought about like those lyrics like that before. You know, like it's like flipping over tables. Is that what you said? It's like having
It's not just a table is not a table anymore.
it's like when maybe that's when that saying just
No.
like the tables are turned, right? Like Miranda said, like her Bible says, like Jesus overturned the tables. What if he turned the tables, like on those like members in that synagogue, right? Like he was doing with
What
all
if
the
it was, like,
parables.
political
When he was doing those
theater?
parables, he was turning the table, right? Like on everybody,
Like politically.
like politically, like metaphorically, like physically, you know, like in all ways.
No.
Like that's what those parables
You
do.
did it from everywhere,
It
dude.
turns the table and makes them like your move, like a chess game. Like you turn the table, it's essentially like just making your move and just being like, okay,
It's
you
like
make
it's
your
like a revolving door that's like spinning like too fast.
I mean, like, I had a joke about the revolving door. Just like ladies, like you tell me, Miranda and Stacy, you know, like if you're on a date with a guy for the first time and you're just kind of like seeing maybe like if he's chivalrous or, you know, like if he has manners and, you know, like seeing if he like will open doors for you. And then you come to a place that is a
What if he
revolving
like
door,
slightly opens the door?
a
What if
revolving
he
door.
like he opens it and then he just shuts it back?
I mean, like, no, forget that. That's clearly a dick, you know. And maybe that'll be the bad boy. We're like, what's your number? Type. But like, think about it, like BZ. Like,
he looks
if
in
you're
your
on a
eyes
date
he's
and
just like,
you are trying to just like
Right.
show your chivalry and open doors, but then you like get thrown a curveball, and the restaurant like you go to is a revolving door. What's the chivalrous move to us men in this situation? And then I want to know what's the chivalrous move for the
a chick
female's
might like-
perspective.
Like if you treat the waiter like shit, she might like
No,
that.
we're still at the revolving door. We haven't even gotten inside the restaurant to treat the waiter like shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, if the restaurant has just like an open door,
It's like
swing
it's
door,
like you throw
it's
like
easy.
you throw the dude the keys. You're like, I got a good tip for you, bro. And then when you leave, you just give him $1.
I mean, okay, I would flip that on you and be like, what if you take the date and you're like, see the valet, and you're just like, oh, wait, if I like just totally avoid the valet, she's going to think like I'm cheap and
You
broke.
juke him.
But then, you know, like, if I go to the
run
valet,
away with
I'm
your
going to be
keys.
cheap and broke type thing. So what do you do? What do you do? You know, like,
You juke
but
him, bro. You break his ankles.
no, I mean, just like, you just try to make sure she didn't see it. It's just like, hey, look over there. And you just like go to the
Break
self
his
lot.
ankles.
You know, but then you walk up to the
Yeah,
restaurant.
yeah.
It's like, did you know that they had valet? Like, why'd you park all the way back there? It's like, I didn't know they had valet. Like, well, now I know type thing, right? Like, that's how I would flip that table. But
You got to
again,
dab on him.
BZ, I really want you to think of this,
No,
right? And like
I'm sorry.
Stacy and Miranda too. Tell me, like, if you like are even dating like somebody, like getting to know them type thing, and they're opening doors all the time for you, and like, you know, all that stuff, and then you get to a situation where you're both at a revolving door, what would you expect that chivalrous like partner or potential partner to do in this situation? Does that make sense? After like he's demonstrated, he's always the one that like will open the door and like, you know, like allow you to go first or let you go first type thing. So with that said, would you ladies like
Oh gosh, I haven't thought about that. And as you were talking, I was thinking, what would I like? What
Right?
would that be? And you know, because he could have gone first to go ahead of me, and I would have been okay with that. But then at the same time, I would have been okay if he would have let me go first. So I don't know what would have been better, him going ahead of me to make sure everything is safe in front of me, no problems, maybe that,
okay.
but also allowing me to go first, you know, and just waiting and sticking behind. I think it's kind of like when you're walking down a street and a man walks on the right side of you or the side of the
That's
street
closest to the
for
street,
protection.
right? Like that's
Yeah,
where I,
always
like,
closest to the street.
or
Then
like from the
that's
puddle
what
of water
I
that could come
would.
over, right? Like that's that act of chivalry. I was like, why do we have to like stay on the right side or something? But I found out like the chivalrous like move is to be on the side that is closest to like the street or like like
you're gonna
puddles
get
and stuff
confused.
like that.
Because
like,
of protection.
Right? Like
I'm sorry.
you're the barrier that like is protection in that sense.
It's protection.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is
So
where
that's why when I was thinking about the
Women and children
revolving door,
only.
I'm like,
No, I'm
which would
sorry.
protect me more? I don't know.
But again, we've eliminated like that like necessity of protection, and I put it in now the context is just like we have kind of built like a kind of like like understanding that this is how they behaved whenever we came to a door, even a car door type thing. But then here's a door that throws the whole thing into kind of like a test type thing. So this is where Stacy, like when I like was in this situation, I saw this. I'm like, what do I do? And I'm just processing, just like, do I let her go first and then go behind her and just like make sure this, even push it
It
for
works
her,
way better
just
if
like
you use
go
dark-
behind it, push it for her, so she doesn't even have to touch the door. Or do
If
I,
you use dark sense
like
of humor, dude, you're winning.
I mean, like, tell me if it's dark. So this is where,
It's
like,
like
I
you
got to
open the
this.
door
Let me
for it
tell
and
this
you,
joke. Let me tell this joke, BZ, and then you tell me if it's dark or what kind of sense of humor it is, right? Like, so I'm on this first date with this girl who was just like, like she was very attractive, and I was trying to like impress her, but like I got to this. We parked I'm in a parking garage, right? That I had for work and stuff like that. And I just didn't think about this. And we get to this door. So she doesn't even know. I opened the door for her, to the car and every door there. But then I get to this door. And in my mind, I'm just like, what do I do to impress her? And I'm thinking of all those options that Stacy said. And now I'm just like, okay, you want to go first? And she's like, no, you can go first, right? So she tells me, Stacy, I can go first. So I'm like, okay. She wants me to go ahead and then she'll just follow behind me, like you said. But I get in and I'm just like, she's going to get behind me. And I start going. And then all of a sudden, in the nick of time, she's like, wait. And it's just freaking super or Indiana Jones, jumps into the same freaking stall of the revolving door that I'm in. And I'm just like, oh my God. And she's just like, I can't believe you didn't wait for me. And I was like, I can't believe you thought I was supposed to wait for you. That's not what you do in a revolving. So I was just like, I can't believe that just happened. And what ended up happening, when I was just OCD thinking about that, was when she got out, I ended up missing my opportunity and I had to go around again. And all these people were watching and they were just I had to go at a pace that allowed them to use the revolving door rather than have me hang it up. And I ended up going around doing this one whole circle. And then just everybody, maybe they didn't even notice it all. But this is just something that the rest of that date, I just had this incident, just freaking just in the front of every my eyes, I just saw that. And that's when doing comedy, I was just this is gonna be a great kind of set. I probably could turn this into 5 minutes. And this is where I kind of started recognizing just am I just trying to experience things in life to be able to write jokes about it, to make people laugh so that I can be a comedian type thing, I'm kind of just speaking out loud, in the moment right now. So thank you all for being here and allowing me to get to this point. But this is how, not in the present moment I was compared to how I feel today. I was always in the past, thinking about how I could use it for the future in the present moment. And I just missed out on things that, I was oh, I should have done this. And, next time I'm going to do that and whatever. But, I eventually realized doing it like that, I've got to a point where I'm just I'm not going to date at all type thing. But, another funny story, Stacy, on that line of just why men stand on the side of that is closest to the street, when they're walking with a woman. I ended up, Stacy, meeting this girl, and she ended up staying the night. And the first night she stayed over when we met, the next morning, somebody like shot up my house. Like there was a drive-by, and like I heard like a loud like crash, but I thought maybe something like fell like in my garage, and I was like, I'll take care of it later. You know, like it was just so, or it was like 10 o'clock in the morning on a Thursday, like, you know, and my roommate at the time like just knocks on my door and he's just like, yo man, somebody just shot your car. And I was like, what do you mean? My car is in the garage. He's like, you need to come out here like right now, bro. Like, and I come out and I open my garage door and I just see like a bullet hole, like through the front of my like windshield, my back windshield completely shattered. And then I like look in the wall and I could see like the hole of the bullet. And so then I come back inside and I look and I'm like, well, it didn't go through. But then I like look around and I saw one that was like on the other wall that did get through. That like went all the, I didn't know, if, like, you know, like it went all the way through my house. So like, you know, and then I go outside and I look at my garage door and there were 3 holes, you know, and I was just like, what the fuck? Just you know, like,
Did
I
that
was
make
like,
you kind of feel a little gangster, bro?
no, I mean, just like, again, like this was a girl, like this is where, you know, like I live in a great neighborhood. Like this thing doesn't happen at all. So now I feel bad that everybody's going to think like, is Charles like a gangster? Like I thought he was just like a good guy. Like what's going on type thing. Right. Like, but like that girl who I just met, like who's just now waking up is just like, are you a gangster? Like, what are you into? And I was just like, I mean, like, I was just like, I don't know what, like, I wanted to say there. But when I called the police to file a report, you know, and tell them, like, who I pretty sure it was because, you know, like, I don't freaking play that, man. Even if, like, they are on, like, some kind of, like, you know, like, I owed some girl money that I told her I would pay her, like that day. And, like, when I looked at my phone, I just saw, like, 10 missed calls like from her, just like, hey, just making sure like you're still gonna be able to pay like me today. Hey, didn't hear from you, like please get back to me. Hey, are you trying to dodge me? Yo, you know I know where you live. Just like, and then the last message is just like, what do you think now? Are you going to pay me? Right? Just like that was the history of the log. And I was like, it's gotta be her. Like, you know, so like I give that to the officer. And, you know, I'm just like telling him just up front, candidly, just like, this is what we're into, you know, just like, and yeah. And he's just like, oh, wow. Okay. But then he just asked, just like, so how long have you two like known each other? And we just like look at each other. We're just like, we just met last night. And she's just like, and you were over here in the morning when this happened? And I was just like, you know, and he looks at me, he's like, what website are you using? And I'm just like, Plenty of Fish. He's like, is it a good site? And I was just like, I mean, but that was the thing. The next joke I got from that moment was just like, I didn't even know I was a chivalrous man. Like I was sleeping on the side of the bed that was closest to the street. So if somebody did shoot up like the right room, I would have gotten hit first.
Yeah. I got sponsored by a fishing company.
Just
I
like,
joined POF. Next
I mean,
thing you know,
thank you, POF.
nothing happened.
You know, like, but you get it. So, you know, like, thank you, Stacy, for just kind of like reminding me of just like how like those jokes, like that art that I was like very passionate about telling people. Like, I thought it was hilarious. You know, like I was just like, guys, I don't know if you know this, but like if you want to be like chivalrous, like 100%, make sure you sleep on the side of the bed that's closest to the street. I don't know if they did that anyway.
Yeah.
You know, but
You're
you know,
retiring from that from jokes?
What's that?
Are you retiring from jokes?
Am I retiring from jokes? I can't retire from jokes. I've retired from trying to make jokes like money type thing, right?
Oh, yeah. Dude, I couldn't even imagine, bro. I think I'd be pretty hyped.
What? To do stand-up comedy?
Making money from jokes?
I mean,
that's crazy.
you think? Like, you know, then
I
you're
can
just,
only imagine.
your life's a joke.
That'd be my theme song, bro.
I make money from my jokes. and everybody gives me pokes on my Facebook
Andy
posts.
Milonakis is the GOAT.
Holy shit, that was probably like the best freestyle rhyme I ever come up with.
He used to rhyme with the Pope.
Okay, look, don't add tags to my lens. No,
Do
I'm
you
just
know?
kidding.
Do you know who Andy Milonakis is, dude?
Who?
Andy Milonakis.
No. I know
I rock keys on my
John
head.
John LaHoja, everyday normal
Don't call
guy.
me a pea
I'm
head.
just an
I
everyday
got
normal
blue sleeves on my
guy.
head.
It's like,
But
have you
don't call me a
heard?
Lee
Have you heard
head.
everyday normal guy? Where one of the lines is like, "The last time I got laid was 2003, and I'm ashamed to admit it, but it wasn't free."
Yo Ming used to be able to dunk. Now he got arthritis.
Your music, like you went from DJ Khaled to whoever this guy is. Like I like that you're broad.
Andy Milonakis, dude, is one of the GOATs.
Of what?
He had a show on MTV. He had a show on MTV called The Andy Milonakis Show. Freaking Lil Jon was in it. A bunch of celebrities.
I'm gonna tell you
He
this.
literally
Nixie.
has this disease, dude, where he's like 40 years old, but he looks like a 12-year-old.
There's actually. Okay, so he looks like a kid rapping. He's like a Joe C.
Yeah, dude. He's like in high school or some shit.
There's like this.
He's like
TikToker
45.
who
He's
has,
in
like,
high school.
and he looks like not like a little person, but like a kid, right? Like that's the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
here's like the thing where like there's this girl on TikTok who is 4 years old, but has that condition. She looks like she is like 12 or 14 years old.
Exactly. It's the same
Right.
thing, bro.
Right? So if you see a guy who is just like, like clearly just like 23, 25, dating or like dancing and just like hugging up on like a girl that looks like this.
Don't just
because they have that
assume,
condition.
bro.
But then if you are the one who is like going after, like that's the thing where the whole kind of like study, maybe I would call it, is just like she says that all the men that seem to pursue her end up being like pedophiles. Like that's what she said, or just like creepy.
That's
dudes
crazy.
type thing.
Yeah.
And now here's this one guy that she found or met like some way, maybe a dating site, and
Dude,
like they like kissed. Like she says we just like kissed, type thing.
I went to this open mic, bro. And this guy came up there and he said they found Tom Hanks at E Island, and all he was doing was just dunking on people and little kids in ping pong.
That was his joke.
Yeah, bro. Like, what the hell?
I would have been like, boo! Yeah, that's the thing. If he performed that in front of comics.
But he made it very descriptive. He's like that. Tom Cruise, they found him. He got on this jet, Spirit One, and he was sitting, first class, and this lady had some peanuts. Next thing you know.
And that's the thing about like comedy, right? There's a saying: there's comics and then there's comedians. One just says funny things, while the other can make things funny.
Yeah. Isn't that both the same thing?
Is it? I would put that guy just like doing this joke about
You're
Tom
talking
Hanks
about
and Tom
like
Cruise.
creating like things that are like in like a way bigger box and making it funny. I get it.
No,
Not
I
just
mean,
like throwing peanuts or whatever.
I mean, it's like if you did like a 5-minute like open mic, first time amateur like attempt at stand-up comedy, right? Like, what would those 5 minutes, those first 5 minutes of like fame? They say that we each get 15 minutes of fame.
First, you have to
Excuse me.
embarrass yourself. That's my belief.
I mean, that guy who told that Tom Cruise, like Tom Hanks joke about like E Island, just
they only
embarrassed
had, like,
himself.
1 minute, dude.
He only
They
had
had
1 minute. Yeah, well, he could have used a minute. Goes pretty like long, when you're up on
Hanks,
stage,
dude,
just
the volleyball,
bombing.
it was out there.
Or the worst is when you do a joke so long that they just like
found him.
cut you off. Like there would be like comedians like doing their first 2 minutes and just like preparing just like a long kind of like scripted joke, like one joke to be 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That
So
like
you gotta walk out there with a blind stick.
what? No, like, dude, like comics like have this thing
You gotta
where
say,
like
"I am
you get the
Daredevil."
light. What? I am Daredevil. I am Bruce Lee. I even did a joke about that. She's like, I got called
I am
Jackie
Bruce
Chan,
Lee
and I was just like,
before
what
Helen
happened?
Keller.
Like, I thought I was Bruce Lee, and now everybody's calling me Jackie Chan. What's next? Like,
Look
Jet
at
Li?
my
You know, like-
service dog. Oh wait, there is no dog.
No, I mean, like, I did a bunch of dog jokes. I was just like, you know, like when I like first like I told people I adopted a dog from like the pet shelter, and you know, like
In
the
the
first time
Philippines.
I laid on eyes on it, I just was like, oh my god, like I just want to eat you up. I was just like,
After I watched Pearl Harbor.
yeah, no,
No, I'm
but
kidding.
like, you know, like, so it's those kind of jokes where when I was teaching stand-up comedy to like people who like were paying to learn how to do stand-up comedy from me, especially, you know, like the first thing we did in this like 4 like core, like, I don't know, it was like a month, maybe once a week, twice a week actually. And then, you know, like the first exercise was just like, you know, asking them like, what is like your like kind of like hoped or expected kind of like outcome or like, you know, like walk away after we finish this whole like course. And one of them told me, the first student I asked this, who like I like recognized her, and I was like, Mary, is that you? And she's like, she was very shy. And I was like, I know it's you. Like, do you remember me? And she's like, I think so. Like, I'm sorry, I'm very shy. Like, I'm not good with faces. I'm like, yeah, Mary, like I knew all this. I was in that Eddie Brill workshop with you when you like paid $400 to like ask him like what, you know, like this is the thing. So she said like to the class and to me, I just hope that I can be able to like interview better, like for a job, like because I need to get a job. And just like, I get so anxious and shy in my job interview process that I think stand-up comedy would be a good way to like break that, like
I'm
wall.
trying to use a drone strike on the ice.
I mean,
ice
like
block.
when she said that, I was just like, oh my God, Mary, first of all, talk about pressure. Yeah. But you know, like I was just
What
like,
if she would have
wow.
been like, I'm a diamond?
No, okay. So then the next student was just like, everybody told me like I'm the funniest person like at the party and everywhere, and that I should maybe do stand-up comedy. And so now I'm like taking their advice. And I was like, okay, next, right? And
That's
that was
crazy, dude.
type thing. And so this
You
is
got
where
paid to do that?
yeah, at a university that calls themselves
what's the name, dude? I'm about to go
Colorado
there.
Free University. The Colorado Free University or Colorado Free University,
Yeah.
CFU, right? And like I got this job from like this other comic who at that workshop that I recognized this student in was told straight up, like no like fluff, just like he needs to scrap his entire act. You know, and he was just like, what do you mean? And like Eddie Brill, Eddie Brill is like the booker
Eddie
for
Brother.
David Letterman when David Letterman was on Late Night, right? So every comic that like performed on David Letterman's, you know, like whole tenure went through that gatekeeper, Eddie Brill. And he had to like know exactly what comic
Yeah, the brew
and what
that
type
shit
of
up, bro.
comedy David likes, not what kind of comedian Eddie Brill likes that he thinks like David would like, you know, type thing. That wasn't his job. That's what he told us, like in that $400 workshop. He charged $400 for it.
That
You
sounds
know?
like a cult leader, dude.
He's not a cult, dude. Like, just listen, BZ. Like, this is like the gatekeepers. This was the elder that I learned from, right? And so that's the thing. Like, you're a young man here, but you know when like an elder is kind of speaking, just try to listen, you know, like 2 years. But you're good. You're listening, then speaking, and then listening. So I appreciate that. But if you can, just kind of listen to kind of like the whole chunk rather than being me.
But nobody else is saying shit.
I know. And that's the thing, because maybe it is. But, you know, like, just if you can, this is more for me than for you, because I'm like realizing just like, you're me. Like, this is what I do too. So like, just be you. I'm just saying this is me talking to myself at this moment.
Okay, crazy.
Thank you for being the one that I get to like use as the mirror, right? Like that's the thing about like my learning, you know, like when I'm like recognizing something. Like I try to give the credit where credit is due, like to God, to people, like you just did, BZ. Just like, hey, like I'm realizing this, but like when in my self talk, like you guys have gotten to know me, right? You'll recognize that pattern of me, hopefully, just like not taking credit, like all for myself by either like stating it, just like, that's all me, or just by not saying anything at all, right? Like that's the kind of chance, like I personally, and probably we all take when we just leave things that need to be said unsaid, or things that should be said like unsaid, or like type thing. Everything that we say should be true, but not everything true should be said. Have you ever heard that? Oh, he's gone.
Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, what do you think of that?
Yes, I
Brandon?
like that. Yeah. Oh, you were talking to him, sorry. Or
I mean,
her.
I was talking to him, but then I like looked up and realized he's no longer here. So I don't know where he went. Maybe his phone died. But yeah, debate. Are you still there, brother? Like, maybe he's still working. He might be at work. But yeah, I mean, any advice or any kind of insight on that?
I agree with that. I mean, I think that we definitely don't have to say everything that comes to mind. And if it's going to be helpful, sure. But if it's not, so I agree with your statement.
Okay, so here's kind of like a little like test I would kind of like use with like two sisters here. This is an article from 2024 about a man, I think he was in England, yeah, the UK, where like it says all I did was pray to God. Christian man like gets arrested for praying outside silently of an abortion clinic type thing, right? Like this is the thing, like, and so I was just like, like, what do you think of this headline? Can you guys like see the full headline? Man, let me. Okay. Christian, sorry. Debate if you want to come back up, just like get the request button. But Christian man convicted for praying silently outside abortion clinic. Now, is that like convicted as in just like I'm convicted to like spread the gospel of Christ, or convicted as in like he got arrested, convicted with like a misdemeanor type thing? These are the things about like news headlines that, like.
Yeah, I can see how that, I saw it one way, but then when you said it the other, I was like, oh, I guess it could be looked at that way.
That's why you have to read the article and find out which way it is, right? Like,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Wednesday to a 2-year conditional discharge. So yeah, it looks like he got like a fine, like, so it's a conviction from a conviction.
That's what I thought it was.
That's the irony, right? He was convicted for Jesus and he got convicted. Like by the law. He fought the law and the law won. But, it's like the kind of like Christian, like Gen Z, like, like adolescents who, like would debate Charlie Kirk and like members, and just like, if they were on the side that Charlie Kirk was on, like be convicted to do something like this, like go to abortion clinics and like like with signs, or even like the people who create YouTube videos where they just like talk to like people like maybe walking by or walking in, just like, are you here for an abortion? Can I like maybe try to talk you out of it by like letting you know that like Jesus loves you? I'm just like, dude, not the time.
Why did they care that he was quietly or silently praying outside the abortion clinic? Now I can understand when I see some people that are, you're going to hell or you're sinful, yelling, all that stuff. But for a man to be silently praying outside, why was he convicted?
I'm glad you asked that. I mean, like, because in the UK, like, it was kind of like loitering, or I forgot what the actual charge was. But like this is in
Oh,
England, so it's different than America. But
okay.
you're absolutely right. In America, this was like in some states kind of like also happening, like not like getting arrested, but they could get fined. Like those people who like do like pop up like tents and just like like that example that I was talking about, where they're like interviewing like people who are like maybe walking into the clinic to get an abortion on that day, and they just tell them just like, hey, like I just want you to know, like if you're here to like abort a baby, or like if you think this, like Jesus loves you, and just like I want you to know like there's other ways, like it's just not a there's a time and a place. But like then you see like they have cameras, and then it's like uploaded on a YouTube channel, and then they put like a headline on it, just like another atheist, like the blah blah blah. Like that's when you realize like the clout chasing and the motivation behind it, the thought behind the thought. So when you ask Stacy, like, what's wrong with this? Like at all. He's outside the abortion clinic. He's doing it silently and just praying. So this is when I like researched like this whole story. Like I got the man's like testimony, like from his own mouth. He said that when he was in a past relationship, he ended up like pregnating a woman that he didn't want to have a child with, and forced her to abort that child. And then like years or maybe even relationships later, he now had like the repentance like in his heart, because he like had a moral kind of like turn in that sense. So he was there not like trying to like put any judgment, but more for his own like healing and closure, which I respected. And then I felt like bad for him, just like, but because he started just kind of resisting, right? Like that's when I just saw like the actual thing where they were just like, sir, you can't be here. And he was he was just maybe in deep prayer, but they told him just like, you cannot be here, you have to go. And then because he like resisted or like responded rather than just listening, being silent and just listen, he just started saying just like, I'm not doing anything wrong. Like, I'm just here praying. He's like, and maybe the way that he said it was
you
just
can't
like,
do that.
right. It's just like, we don't want that around. We don't want to walk out from like having an abortion to some guy just praying. Just like you'd think that's gonna make us, But then when I put it that way, it's just like, maybe that would make him feel better.
Yeah, and as a Christian, though, it says to follow the laws of the land, but prayer, you don't have to be right in front of it. That's the amazing thing, is we can pray and not be actually right there. So
He actually wanted to
I don't
go
know.
inside.
Yeah, him fighting.
But like he had the kind of like like respect, just to be like maybe going inside and doing
Maybe
like
not.
what I wanted to do or what I need to do isn't gonna be perceived like in a good light. So I'm just gonna stay outside, get it done quick, and then just like however long it happened, somebody noticed and then like did something about it. They pulled out the night card. And so again, when I just like really went down the rabbit hole before I made a judgment, just like you should have seen like the comment thread about this. Just like, you Christian men need to leave freaking women alone. My body, my choice. And I'm just like, did you guys even read the article? Just like,
Right.
so
Yeah,
a lot
because
of
that, yeah.
comments. I don't know if you
It
guys
can
like
get confusion and crazy, and people jump, and that is a good way to bring that up, because I looked at it as one way without reading that article. You said it another way, or could it be one or the other? And I was like, oh, but I usually tend to read it first, but I know a lot of people don't, and then they condemn or chastise people.
right. Or
They don't know the
weaponize
facts.
it, right? They weaponize it
Yes.
to condemn and chastise people. That's the thing that
Yes.
like everybody trying to weaponize not Christianity, but like Jesus himself, like the thing. That is where like there's I don't know. Like where are they gonna go from that? Like, like when Christianity was like weaponized, Catholicism was weaponized, when any religion ended up being weaponized like in a way that was conquering and like just all this stuff that isn't perceived in a good light, but like it's like for the greater good. However I want to defend it, like it's just amazing to witness here on TikTok, though, right? Like TikTok is like something brand new that so many of my generation and like your generation probably
Mine.
too, Miranda, and like I don't know if like the younger generations get it more than like the like us the elders, but like like this is our new world, and for Gen Z, Gen Alpha, this is the only world that they know. Does that make sense? So this is where
Yeah.
kind of like the discovery of like the Americas type thing. That was the new world, but it was the only world for the natives. Like on there, and they're just like, who the fuck are these guys? Type thing, right? And then what happens today? We have a world that is the new world and the old world under different names. Like it's still the Americas, but it got broken up. And then the old world is Europe, Asia, China. Like the old world is still there, right? And here's where when America and our presidents, especially and our like elected leaders and congressmen, are the voices like for their American constituents to like the candid world. And like I don't know if you saw like or King Charles's speech, like when he visited the White House, like and like Donald Trump like finally like showed some humility when he was just like, you know what? He had a great speech. I'm a little jealous. Like, good job. Like that was the first time. And, I was talking to Lamb about like what is the difference between jealousy and envy. I don't know if like either one of you were there, but let me ask you that. Like, do you, Stacy, Miranda, like see those two as interchangeable or synonymous, or are they?
So I know I've looked that up before, but I can't remember. Isn't jealousy, you're jealous of what other people have, and envy is wanting what they have? Or am I getting that backwards? I forgot what it is.
Nah, I'm trying to remember exactly.
I looked it up, and I'm not in front of a computer.
Right?
So
I am.
Jealousy is whenever you have a fear of what is already yours being taken from you.
Yeah,
That's
right.
why we get jealous. So like if someone
Okay.
kills their partner and our partner responds, then we get jealous because it's a fear of something that we perceive as ours. And then envy is whenever we want what they have, but we want that particular one, not one like it.
got it. Yeah.
So jealousy is a loss or like that. Well, envy is a kind of like a gain kind of like perspective, right?
This
Like
is why it would say God is a jealous God, because he didn't want us worshiping idols. That worship and that reverence belongs to him, not to other places.
Okay.
or would we say like he's a jealous God because he had like his people and didn't want them to get lost or go astray type thing, right? Like this is where like I asked Lamb, like because she believes Jesus is the Father God of like the Old Testament. Then I asked her just like, so then logically like Jesus would be a jealous like Father God type thing, and she's just like, well, yeah, I mean like he doesn't want like us to like love anybody else but him. And I was just like, well, that kind of sounds not like jealousy, but like, you know, type thing. And that's how like that kind of like thought like thread came to be to this point. But then like Miranda, like in that sense, like what do you think about that? Like would that logically like make sense to you, or do you have a different kind of explanation on like how Jesus could be a jealous God or not at all be jealous at all? Does that make sense? Stacy too, you know, like was he envious? Was he jelly? Jesus was jelly, man. Don't be Jesus.
I
But
think I'm pretty sure in the Bible it says that he's a jealous God and doesn't want any other gods before him. Not in the Quran, maybe, but in the Bible.
in the Old Testament, like the Old Testament God Hashem is what like the people who call themselves Jews like call their one God, and Jesus is just one of them, one of their people who was just like this amazing person. But like I caught a segment from a rabbi that I really respect, Manis Friedman, who was just talking about how like he doesn't really fully understand why Christians, like there was that statement from Benjamin Netanyahu that, like even Genghis Khan would be able to like conquer Jesus Christ type thing. And everybody was just like, oh my God, did you hear what freaking Israel just said about Jesus and type thing? But if you listen to it, like Netanyahu was just saying, just like like you go around conquering and like you go around with a sword. Yeah, no Christian, no Jesus is going to be able to stand up and defeat a man like Genghis Khan, who is out for blood type thing. That's what happened that time. That's all I was like hearing, right? I was really trying not to put the box of like the conflict between Israel and Iran like everybody else was doing. But, like everybody kind of ran with that. And then there was a statement from Ted Cruz that said, anybody who is saying Christ is king is anti-Semitic. Like he made that statement on like 60 Minutes and like it was all over like papers and stuff like that. And this is where like it came out on TikTok. Just like people who'd be like, hey, I guess, people say it's anti-Semitic to like believe Christ is king in this. I looked like the Pringles guy for a second, right? And what they would do is double down. Be like, well, you know what? Christ is king, and then even let's like pull out their like cross like chains and stuff like that. Be like, well, what do you think of this type thing? Just like blatantly like stating like whether it's verbal or not, this is the side that they stand on. So this rabbi was just kind of speaking, just like when Christians today go around trying to get everybody to believe that this man, like who is a great man, right? Who suffered a lot, but that was like 2,000 years ago. And he suffered for like nothing he shouldn't have, but like he went through it. And now let the man like rest in peace. Why are we still like talking about him? It's because there's still crime. There's still all this, like type thing. And so therefore he asked like, just like his interviewer and just like the candid audience who was watching, just like, what do you think? Like that man would be feeling, like up in heaven or whatever. Like if he like was here, just like observing, like, and he just said like, I believe he is suffering, like in a lot of pain, and then like the next guy actually said just like the birth pangs. So like, whenever people say pain, my last name is Pang, P-A-N-G, I'm just like, well, I am a Pang, but like when he just said it like that, like I was like, that's kind of how I feel, not like defeated, but just like, I'm just conflicted at this point. I wasn't suffering, but I was just getting riled up. And like that in itself was kind of like suffering for me because it was just like, I don't want to be like that. I thought I was like, put that behind me, like that was me as a child, like now that I'm a man, I think like a man, I act like a man, I put those things away. So that was when, I was like going through my thing, but this is where I didn't jump back on TikTok, like, and just put myself in the fire. I took a break, took it to God, prayed, thanked him for the opportunity. Eventually, I didn't get to a point like that point, like quickly, but then I forgot, like prayer is all about gratitude, at least for me, like that's how I was taught, like the right way to pray. Pray with gratitude, not supplication, not like God, like if this, then that type thing, right? Which is fine if we do that, but like a prayer of gratitude is just being thankful for these things, good or bad, just like the silver lining. There's always a silver lining. The trick is how to find them type thing. And, like fortunately and glory to God, like I have been surrounded by men, women, elders, even juniors who have allowed me just to kind of like grow and find all this like self-knowledge, like especially today, like very instantaneously. And I think that's because, again, I'm going to go back to the original prompt, like this concept of this Genesis simulation, right? So this Genesis 2 is the next, they call it the Genesis 2 blueprint. And then Genesis 1 was I would say the algorithm. I still can't think of the initial word. But does that make sense? Let me ask you this, Stacy. Like in Genesis 2, when God like rests on the seventh day, and then it just begins with like the creation of the first man, right? Like, did you kind of get lost? Like, what the heck is going on? Like, does that make sense? Like God created like all the trees and like seeds and herbs of the earth, and then created like all the animals, like fish, like the creatures and all the creepy crawling, and then like man to have dominion. But then like in Genesis 7 or Genesis 2, it's day 7, and it says God looked at all that he created, saw that it was indeed like definitely all good, and therefore blessed like the day and like rested, right? Just like, yeah, I did all I sought to do at this point. Just try to create heavens and an earth, right? The earth is the thing in the next verse, Genesis 1 verse 2. After God, in the beginning, God creates the heavens and the earth. The earth was void and formless, or and darkness was upon the faces of the deep. Right? Like a lot of like language that I'm just like, what the heck? Like faces, water, earth is void and formless. I'm just like, this kind of sounds like Bruce Lee's like be like water thing, right? So this is when I started reading the Bible, I had all of this kind of like knowledge like built up, so that when I read this book, it gave me wisdom and knowledge as well, but it also like gave me wisdom on all the knowledge I had accumulated before, because before this, I really didn't know how it applies in our natural like world, in our every day to day. And so like, that's one of those things where I'm just grateful always. And even now, glory to God. And thank you, God, for just like your plan, because the Quran says Allah, God, the one God, is the best of planners, the greatest of planners, right? And so, I don't know, like Stacy, I know that you don't, like, I'm not trying to say this in a negative kind of tone or anything like that, but when it comes to just like anything about like Islam, Quran, or anything in between that, you are more ignorant rather than bigoted, right? Like,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, I've actually going on to all these other ones, Muslims and other religions, and listening. It just really does make me want to dig in more, and why I believe the way I believe. Of course, my parents were pastors, and I was taught a lot and I believed it, and I have had some theology training, but listening to what other people are saying, I'm like, oh, I didn't even think of it in that aspect. So let me check it out. Now, am I going to have the same conclusion or a different conclusion? I don't know, because I never thought about it. Just kind of like your spinning door. I don't know. I hadn't really thought that through. And so why is it I believe what I believe, right? But it also says here to understand, I just kind of put it in my computer and the AI popped up. It says to understand why God describes himself as a jealous God, consider these points. Desire for loyalty. God seeks exclusive devotion from his followers, emphasizing the importance of faithfulness. Protection of relationship. Jealousy reflects God's desire to protect the covenant relationship with his people. Rejection of idolatry. The term highlights God's intolerance for idolatry and false gods that can lead people astray. Passion of righteousness. God's jealousy signifies his passion of justice and righteousness in the lives of his followers. Call to holiness. It serves as a reminder for believers to live in a way that honors their commitment to him. An expression of love. This jealousy is rooted in love, as God desires what is best for his creation. So, because we were talking about why is God a jealous God, and what is the difference between envy and jealousy, and just that God is saying, I'm the first and foremost, and to have no other gods before me. So I guess that's where I'm looking at all of this. I'm reading, and it's actually really good for me to actually dig into this and see
To do the
exactly
legwork.
what I believe, why I believe. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I have a rough time. I didn't read the Bible for a really long time because I didn't understand it. And so I started
It
praying.
was a tough read for me too.
I was praying, asking God to reveal his word and reveal what he was saying in his word, and that has helped. But I realized that I've seen other people take just a sentence or a scripture and can have an hour conversation on what it means in Greek, and referencing other books of the Bible and what that is about. So really, honestly, it's been good for me to see some of this, but to remember not to get too angry and caught up in it's just bad all the way around when people attack other people, and I do get angry. So anyway, I don't know if I made much sense, but I
You
just
actually
was
did.
reading.
Yeah.
Stacy or Chap, really quickly, could I just get a quick prayer of peace, and I'm gonna jump out of the box. My nerves are shot. Yeah,
For you, I mean,
please.
God, thank you for allowing our brother, in humanity, Lou here, to come up and just be bold and courageous and vulnerable enough to be able to just request just a prayer of peace where he's in the right room. Like I'm all about peace, and for me, God, I appreciate just like you allowing me to just find ways to be able to make my own life peaceful. And therefore, since I have been able to accept that gift and really appreciate that gift, I hope that you can also share that same gift with Lou and everybody here. But if you can, with Lou, help him find the ways that will allow him to strive to be able to make his life peaceful and be able to see the silver lining in all that may be kind of keeping him in this state of just feeling, and that's what I've always appreciated about this brother. He's a very heartfelt, human being. And that's something that when I first met him, it was a beautiful moment, and I will never forget, just like the connection that we had. And I just know that he has a lot of love in him, but he is in an environment that is very chaotic right now in the climate. So I don't know if maybe your plan, God, is for him to be able to find a way to get himself out of that environment, or if it is to be able to find ways to bridge and find closure or a new avenue of all of these past kind of moments, checkpoints, maybe we'll call them, that is maybe holding him, I don't want to say back, but just like making him feel like he's carrying baggage. I know Miranda and I were on a live with another brother, Kirk, who I hope is doing well. But, you know, like, this is where...
Oh, prayer. I feel so much better.
I mean, Lou, like, for me, you know, like, that term, like, you know, we all have baggage. And then, like, you know, Miranda, back me up, or, you know, like, tell me if you remember something different. But in this live, you know, like, the women on the live were also talking about, like, this phrase, just like, we all have baggage, and he's got a lot of baggage. And I was just thinking about that word, baggage. Like, and I thought about, like, what if we change that to, like, luggage, right? Like, if we have baggage, that implies that maybe we're, like, the ones carrying it. But if I say, like, luggage, then all of a sudden maybe it's just, like something that I am bringing with us, right? And, like, this is where, like, I was sharing it in real time. And then I found out, just, like, I just walk around with a carry-on, like, type thing. So again, when I was just saying, just like in the prayer, like, Lou, and thank you, I do hope, you know, like, it just kind of brings you, like, in a state of just like that woo-saw, you know, just
I feel
woo-saw.
that. I feel that just being in all of you guys' presence. Hey, thank you so much. I'm gonna jump out. I have some things to tend to, but God bless you. I appreciate you guys so much. Really.
Just try to listen, you know, like maybe that'll hopefully do it. But yeah, come back anytime if you got a chance.
And I will continue to pray as well.
Thank you.
You got much love here, brother. So
I don't know you, Miranda, but I love you.
You know her because, you know, like, you know me. But yeah, Lou, you're good, bro. And, you know, like, just know that God's got you, that all of this is part of his great divine plan. And if you truly believe that, like I do, and I'm sure, you know, many others on the panel, like, have their own degree, but I truly believe in that. And therefore, I look at all of that kind of like anxiety as like part of God's plan for me to be able to, like, grow out of that, right? Rather than just carrying that baggage possibly into the next life, that I also believe in, that there is reincarnation and like this kind of thing. But, you know, like, so therefore, again, like, that's why I kind of wanted to bring out just like that concept of just like, yeah, we all got baggage, but we can turn that baggage into luggage. And then, you know, like, when we're going around traveling, like, on TikTok, like, we don't want to carry a bunch of luggage that we bring with us and just like, hey, I got this one full of swimming suits, this one full of my, like, that thing, like, type, you know, and versus just like I said, coming with just a little carry-on bag. It's like, I'm Charles, I'm a chaplain, I used to do comedy, and I believe in God, and I took my Shahada. I guess that's my carry-on items, just like, and then I go through TSA, and they're just like, well, you can't have that. And I'm just like, but that's my shampoo, you know, and you can't have that. Like, it's just like, okay, that's my like, marijuana. So maybe type thing, or whatever I want to humor it up with. But thank you for just allowing me to kind of get through that prayer. Denal, how are you, brother?
Hey, I'm good. Yourself?
Good. How's the burritos and the work? Still, like, exciting?
Still good.
Glory to God, brother. I'm still waiting. Can you, like, FedEx me, like, a burrito, like, and I will pay for shipping, and I will just get to taste.
I mean, I probably could, but I don't think it would taste good after going through customs.
I mean, why? Because it'll have, like, a bite out of it? It's just like, these guys totally freaking, like...
No, because that'll take, like, 14 days, and by then, most of the food will have rotted.
Okay, so maybe that is an avenue for you, Denal, to kind of, like, think about, like, as you're working. Just, like, if your product is, like, really good and you believe in it, and you see, like, customers who believe in it, maybe you could be the one who tries to take that to a new market by, like, how can maybe we can, like freeze, like, make, like, frozen burritos that, like, you know, like, that's what people here in Colorado do, where they sell, like, burritos, like, handmade burritos every morning to, like, gas stations and, like, even, like, on the streets, like, on a corner. You know, like, and if you like see somebody like doing it all the time, you know that that person only has like a limited supply of burritos. So once you catch on that and get like hooked on their burrito, you're just like, oh shoot, I gotta get there quick type thing. Does that make sense, Denal? So, you know, like,
It does.
or maybe that's a way to kind of make some extra scratch. You know, if you're like struggling, just like make some burritos like there and then put them in. Like, no, I don't want to give you bad ideas, but this is where I really want to get into kind of like just like professional, just like straight like entrepreneur, like consulting, kind of like Shark Tank. I don't know, but yeah. So. Can someone know love without reading a Bible? Yeah, if Denal sends me a burrito, I can know love by eating a burrito. What were you gonna say, Denal? Sorry, I cut you off.
I kind of got my own business ideas in the works already.
Okay, well, now you got one more, right? Would you want to share one? Pitch one. Sharks, maybe Miranda, me, and Stacy can be like the shark. I don't know if you watch Shark Tank, the show, but
Yeah, sure. I've always been big into TCGs, that's trading card games.
okay.
I find them to be a lot of fun. They tend to have a very large crowd, and there's a country where they always succeed. So I'm planning on making my own TCG. First drop is 1,000 different unique cards. I've already got the mechanics all worked out, and to cut overhead costs instead of paying artists for their art, I'm going to release the video game without card arts and then have the players pay to submit art for the cards.
So it's a game? You're going to release the game, like the rules and the
Yeah, the full playable game, it just won't have card art.
Well then, how would you play the game? It would just be blank cards with like card art to be
No, there'd be
printed?
filler prompts.
Okay.
So like if a
what would be
card
on the
was,
cards then?
well, one example is B.O.B. It's one of the robot creature cards. Its art is basically going to be a sentient Roomba. So the prompt, instead of having an image, it would just have the
Does it have
words
to be a Roomba? 'Cause that is
sentient
the one.
Roomba.
I would like to submit art for the B.O.B. card, just on what you said, like a robot. Because this is where my first like comedy like competition was this thing called the Funny Final Four, where like these like like main like these comics who were like in the program get picked as captains, and then they get to pick like 7 comedians from like the entire pool of comics like that go to this like boot camp. And I got picked as one, and we had like on our first like flyer, like she had this like artist who like turned everybody into like a comic book like superhero character. And I just saw like everybody, but then I was just like, which one's me? And I like couldn't see it. And then I reached out to like my captain Jody, and I was just like, I don't want to like sound like a bitch or anything, but just like, did I like get left out like on the flyer because I'm not performing in the show? And she's like, what are you talking about, Charles? You're on there. You're the little robot like behind me. And I was just like, what? Look at the poster again. And like, yeah, like there was like this tiny little, I don't know if you've seen like the movie Wall-E. Have you? Like in the movie Wall-E, there's a Mo, I'm Mo. He was like the robot that just had like the little scrubber. It just and that was me. And it just like had like the slanty eyes. And I was just like, what the fuck? So I want to go back and maybe submit like that robot thing as the art for.
Okay.
And then
how it's going to work is I'm coding the alpha, releasing that to basically get the player bases. Then with the beta release, there's going to be $30. Any player can submit art for cards in their collection. And then
hold on. Okay,
with
so
the
you have
community
to pay to try to like.
Yes, so that way instead of paying artists money, I'm getting artists to pay me money.
Right, and then the one that gets picked gets maybe like a royalty or something.
With the Charlie test, there's going to be a $5 fee, and that gives the players the right to vote on the arts that have been submitted.
The Charlie test, is that what you just named it like right now?
Well, Alpha, Beta, Charlie. It's the phonetic alphabet. Right?
Okay, yeah, I like that. Okay, so do I have to pay you $30 to submit that art, or will you take that as like pro bono?
I mean, if you really want to try the game, Charlie, I will send you a version that has a secret code in the game that makes it that way you don't have to pay for the stuff.
Okay, well, you got to be very like gentle with me because I've never played like those kinds of games with like cards and stuff. And the one time like I tried was like when I was dating like my ex like fiance, and like her cousin was like into all of them. She had like 5 different games, and I was like, I've never heard of one of those. She's like, they're all like, you know, like these card games. I was like, nope, I don't even play like video games type things. So I don't know, like it was kind of fun, but you know, like the group that I was around. So if you want to send me the beta test and just see if it is something that maybe is for ages like 5 and older, because that's where I would consider myself. You know, like what? Yeah, you can beta test it on me.
If the tutorial is made properly, it'll be easy to learn.
Okay, so maybe we can like create like a visual tutorial where it's like, hey, it's me, Chaplain Charlie, and I got Denal here who is going to introduce us to his new game. Maybe that could be my like first guest on the Charlie Chaplin show, or Mr. Rogers' Neighbors.
Like
Would you be interested in that?
I meant more like an in-game tutorial, but I would definitely be interested in that.
Right. I mean,
I'd do something like that.
I'm visual, right? Like, so we can, I'll have the literal tutorial, and we could just like do that. Like, I got to put that note down. Like, let's make it happen, Captain. Because like that, like I've told you guys, like the pitch for that concept for like maybe like a show or I don't know, some kind of pilot. But like I want to call it Mr. Rogers' Neighbors, not rather than Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And like the premise is just like all like my generation. And Stacy, I don't know maybe where you fit like in this context, but it's like I grew up learning from that, like, man, Mr. Fred Rogers, like, by my parents, like, putting me in front of him because they trusted him to just, like, teach, like, you know, me and my brother, like, good things rather than, you know, like the other shows that were available on, like, cable TV and stuff like that. So, you know, like, it really, like, was heartbreaking to, like, start seeing and witnessing, like, so many of, like, my generation specifically now on like TikTok, like also like specifically like condemning that man. Just like, did you guys know that Fred Rogers was only like that goody like character because like he was a military sniper with like over like 150 like confirmed kills like on his list. And I was just like, what the heck, dude? It's like there is nothing whole, is no one holy anymore. And so therefore that's kind of maybe like when I started realizing, Stacy, like how threatening or how attractive just like a human being with like just upright moral, ethical like conduct and behavior like makes people react. Does that make sense? So, Narayan, what's up, bro?
What's up?
What's
so
happening?
I hear you've moved on to quadriplegics now.
What? What do you mean? I've moved on to.
Well, I got a message from somebody. They sent me a video of something that you posted. He's like, I could be friends with you, Narayan, but I'm like, you want me to go sick him? Like, are you sicking me after Charlie?
I post a lot of videos, and I'm wondering if like the person you're talking about is our sister. Well, maybe your sister, Elizabeth.
No.
Who was it?
You know Miles?
No. Who's Miles? That's his name on TikTok?
No, his name's is Smiles something.
Oh, maybe. So what's the quadriplegic like reference? Oh,
he's quadriplegic.
He's quadriplegic?
Yeah.
and he was telling you, like in a video that I posted, which you got to be more specific on which video. Like he sent you that video and said just like, you know what, Narayan, I can get on board with you, but this guy, who the? And you were just like,
he sent me a video of some Muslim guy in water with like white robes on, saying some stuff.
Okay, now I know what video you're talking about. Canyon, like I don't know if you've never seen that guy before on TikTok.
No, but if I find him, I'm gonna go. I might have a couple of verses for him.
He doesn't go live, so you're not gonna find him on live.
Oh, you kidding me?
Yeah, no. At least I haven't.
I'm gonna have to listen.
I haven't. Everybody like in the comments, it's like you should battle or you should debate something. He doesn't do it. Maybe he does it like on YouTube, but like specifically on TikTok, it is all just like pre-edited content, but the content is just the same minutia. Here's 5 ways to prove Christianity is false and Islam is true under 40 seconds. And, like all the things that he spits out as like evidence is just damning. You know, like, and one guy that I found before I started this live, he did it like to like the chef's kiss like standard that I hold people under. So if you want to try to go get him, I'll send you that video in the DM and you think about doing it somewhat like that, because if you do it, you know, but you know, like people came up to me. I mean, like, did you see like when, I don't know if you know Fem to Computer, used to be boys with like, speaking Muslim, who's now just speaking, but you know, like this guy,
he got rid of the Muslim.
He was just like, you saw that one where it just says like, imagine worshiping a man and calling yourself a Muslim and then conducting lives like this, you know? And I was just like, I didn't know how to interpret that. So I was just like, is he coming at me? You know, like, do I need to come at him? And so this is where like, I really had to like pray and like woo-saw myself. And then finally I got the opportunity just to go like talk to him straight up through speaking. You know, like speaking was one-on-one with him. And just like when I caught the live, just like expressing the same thing that I like believe, right? Just like, you know, he's just like, you're going around just posting content, just like condemning like fellow Muslim brothers and sisters about like what we're not doing and like calling yourself like what type thing, right? Like, bro, you know, like I can't even hang out with you because you just freaking like are so disruptive and just like so like disrespectful. And he was just like, bro, I won't even hurt a fly. And it's like, that's not the point. So when I heard that, like I was just like request. And then he brought me up with like some like hesitation, you know, like because he kind of got wind. I don't know if he knew, but like
you have a reputation. You have a reputation, Charlie.
What's my reputation?
You hang around with
from your circles.
You're
like I have a different
you're
reputation.
in my circle.
Well, I mean,
you're known. Listen. I know you. Cambridge knows you. Even Elizabeth knows you. Look, if you ask Elizabeth for some help, she would help you. She wouldn't be. I mean, she might end up cooking you while she's here, but
help on what? Like that's the thing. I don't need any help from her. Like I wish that in some way, maybe she would ask me to like help her, kind of like soften her heart like a little bit, because I see like a very
you're asking
hard
for
heart.
trouble.
Look, yeah, I am. I welcome it, right? Like if you can, like summon her with your power. Just like if you can get her.
No, she's mad at me right now.
Oh, well, welcome to the club, bro. Did she
No, like, she's not that
mad
at me.
Did she pray when she just said like, I pray, Charlie, that your life like comes to a very hard like point, or like I hope you face like hardship and like just all this pain so that you can come to Jesus Christ and have a relationship with the one true God. And I was like, what the fuck, Elizabeth? That's when I was just like, yeah, like I took her out of my circle of trust. That's when I took her out of the circle of trust, when you say I'm in your circle type thing. So when you're like when I look at your circle, because I know she's also in our said circle at that time, and she just said like, no, Narayan, just like, we're not gonna hang out with Charlie, and she's got mod, like powers and stuff like that. I was just like, I cannot enter that circle anymore. So that's probably why you haven't kind of seen me like around. But I hope everything's been good, like type thing. I see Polo still doing like his like background, but I mean, like, what's your what's your boggle? Have you ever seen that? I like thought of that. Do you even know what that reference is? Like, what's your
boggle?
I mean, it is a game, but it's Demolition Man with like Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes. Where in the future, like everybody's just like these passive, like just like salutations and be well. They say like, "What's your body?" But it's just like, "What's wrong with you, man?" Like that thing. So
that was a good movie.
It was a great movie.
The rat tacos, the rat burgers.
La Rata. Just like,
How many rats does it go into one burger? That seems like it'd be like 3 or 4 rats to get the kind of meat. You know what I mean?
I mean, dude,
it's like healthy rats.
Depends on the burger. If it's one of those freaking smash burgers, probably like you could spread out like one rat into like 3 burgers, I think. But now your mind is going down the wrong kind of direction. Like Ryan, are you okay? Like, how have you been? Like, are you?
Well, I'll be honest. I let a whole bunch of people close enough to me to hurt me, and look, most of them people like the only ones that I know that always have my back are like Brady and Salty and Cambridge, but like I mean, even Elizabeth, like, Polo, D Lucky, they don't even come to my life. They kind of should have. Yeah, over. I don't even know what Elizabeth caught herself into. I think she just, I don't know. But D Lucky and Polo, man, I said some stuff and they said that I got to apologize for talking about their families.
I mean, were you talking about their families?
Well,
I mean, so that's a yes.
Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, I was talking about their family, but they were talking about their family too. The difference is that I told them like, if you don't do this, this, and this is probably going to happen, or like.
Okay, so you were giving kind of some advice, or just kind of like some wisdom. Right?
I told, to be blunt, I told D Lucky that if he continued to treat other people's daughters the way that he treats them, and that his daughter was going to be treated the way that he treats other women, other people's daughters. And I said, you won't stop what you're doing until you pick your own daughter up walking down the street.
Until it's like close to home, right? Type thing, right? Yeah. Like, okay.
Yeah, he crashed out.
I mean, just hearing that, it's just like, so what is the statement on like your, like, opinion about how he treats like these other, like,
he said
like
that
sisters?
We were talking about Proverb chapter 7 women, and he said that we should treat them like Proverb chapter 7 women. That's like a prostitute.
That's what he was.
And he
what?
Yeah, he's saying that he face F's these girls. Like if he sees one of those girls walking down the street and she's destitute or whatever, he's gonna get what he wants from her and then drop her off at the next available.
Was he just like stating this like on a live one-on-one, like forgetting that anybody could be listening type?
I was telling him about this girl that I've been trying to bring to Jesus.
That one that and like I knew to or come to know like when we were talking. That same girl. It's that still that same
banged
girl.
Out. Yeah,
we don't need to talk about that. Just the same one, like that.
just the one that
we don't do that here. I don't want you to, but you don't have a daughter. But I get it. Like Narayan, I don't want other people to get a bad bitch. So okay, Proverbs chapter 7 women, right? Like, my son, keep my words and treasure my commands within you. Keep my commands and live, and my law is the apple of your eye. Bind them on your fingers. So is this where it's just like he's starting getting, write them on the tablet of your heart. Say to wisdom, you are my sister, like my sister in Christ, and call understanding your nearest kin, that they may keep you from the immoral woman, from the seductress who flatters with her words. For at the window of my house I looked through my lattice, and saw among the simple, I perceived among the youths, a young man devoid of understanding, passing along the street near her corner. And he took the path to her house in the twilight, in the evening, in the black and dark night. And there a woman met him, with the attire of a harlot and a crafty heart. She was loud and rebellious. Her feet would not stay at home. At times she was outside, at times in the open square, lurking at every corner. So she caught him and kissed him. With an impudent face she said to him, I have peace offerings with me. Today I have paid my vows. So I came out to meet you, diligently to seek your face, and I have found you. I have spread my bed with tapestry, colored coverings of Egyptian linen. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come. No, I'm just kidding. Come, let us take our fill of love until morning. Let us delight ourselves with love. For my husband is not at home. He has gone on a long journey. He has taken a bag of money with him and will come home on the appointed day. With her enticing speech, she caused him to yield. With her flattering lips, she seduced him. Immediately he went after her, as an ox goes to the slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks, till an arrow struck his liver, as a bird hastens to the snare. He did not know it would cost his life. Now therefore, listen to me, my children. Pay attention to the words of my mouth. Do not let your heart turn aside to her ways. Do not stray into her paths. For she has cast down many wounded, and all who were slain by her were strong men. Her house is the way to hell, descending to the chambers of death. Wow. It's a good thing you brought that up, brother, because I... Okay, so Polo has like 10 Commandment, as a man that just says like he treats women like Proverbs 7, or like he...
We're talking about D Lucky.
Oh, D Lucky. Okay, that D Lucky is just somebody where I don't know.
He told every girl that he was gonna face F him, and he just says some weird shit, dude.
Yeah. Now, does he believe in Jesus?
Women don't
does
really
he say
want to be around him.
I believe in Jesus and bring your mouth? I've never heard him call himself a Christian.
He was asking people. The last time I came up there, he was asking them if they like girl punani or boy punani. And I said, how does this have to do with Jesus? This is not bringing anybody to Jesus. And then I kind of cut him off.
We'll get to Jesus. I just need to know if all of you are into punani. Are you into girl punani or boy punani? It's just
yeah.
Are you
what the hell?
It's just to me, I'm just are you in the closet, bro? It's just just come out, man. I'm probably sure I would get chastised if I said that to D Lucky. Now, you told me though, you told Polo that if he treats women like Proverbs 7, it will end up reflecting on the way that his daughters will grow up to be, in a sense, in your own words, right? And you said that
I said that to D Lucky. Polo was different. Polo was telling me that he was judging his son's success on how much money he's got, a job that he's making $60 an hour. And I kind of felt bad. I was like, listen, dude, I'll give every moment from when I wake up to when I go to bed to Jesus. What is your son's relationship with Jesus?
I didn't even know he was a father, dude. So he's not...
No relationship with Jesus at all. He just makes money, and then when he comes to visit him, he says, oh, Dad, I'm going to go spend the night at the hotel instead of your house. And his dad tells him to wear a rubber. I'm like, this is what Christians do? This is what
Forget
we do?
Christians. That is his fatherly advice to that. He should take that as a slap to the face, but instead, he's just
stay at the house, This is how they encouraged it. This is how your dad is. He goes out and does stuff with hoes. This is what you do.
Wishes,
father like son, right?
He's just living vicariously through his son. Just son, make sure you wear
he's
rubber
doing the same
so you
shit.
don't have another one of you like I did. He's giving it.
Yeah, he's doing the same shit.
So then
He
What
says the
I
same
what
shit.
I hear is sins of the father.
I hear that, like, everywhere a lot, like on
How you
both ways.
doing,
Stacy,
what's her name?
Stacy,
Stacy.
Miranda, D.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you
Stacy.
too.
Is it a sin to wear a rubber?
Yeah. God says it's better to put your seed into the lap of a whore than to spill it on the side of the road. Of course. Better to have it
I think you're.
It would be better for him.
I think you're a little like Bruce Lee talking about the man concentrating on the finger pointing to the moon and missing the heavenly glory. I mean,
that's exactly what it says. It says it's better to put it like it'd be better for you to go out and get a hooker and to do a prostitute and still put your seed inside of her, that there is still, you're still going to have a baby, than for you to waste it, to spill it and waste it.
Okay. I mean, like, forget misogynistic. If you are like an Old Testament person and you have this as your binary two options, right? I have to like wrap it up or what? Where I don't. Does it say that in the New Testament that it's better for us to like go get a harlot and prostitute rather than like wrap it up? Type. I mean, like,
he says you should get married.
Oh yeah. Like,
in
if
like
you have
worst
those,
case
like,
scenario,
lustful thoughts,
like if you're not,
then get married
you're
to
not
somebody
married.
who like fulfills those lustful thoughts. But like, Paul, right? Like saying just like, I wish that you could be more like him, right? Like just single and freaking like, I don't know, abstinent, type thing, or I don't know if he was getting laid and just didn't write about it.
A eunuch?
What? No, not a
Who
eunuch.
was getting laid, you little? What the hell was that,
under
little?
the misconception that God gave us condoms to prevent AIDS, but
I mean, that like Jews and like Egyptians were wearing like lambskin contraception, right? Like that condoms existed. So
would
maybe
you
that's,
say? Would you say that it's more
I don't use them at
likely
all.
that
I never used them personally, so if it is a sin or not, like I'm good. But the main thing is like to the woman, right? Especially, like there's women who like didn't care like when they were with me, but the moment I ended up just like following the Bible, I guess, they were just like, are you kidding me? That I'm a
Have you told them about this exploit with this woman?
Who?
Your
These people?
friends. Have you told? Yeah.
I mean, this is the first time I'm bringing it up, so I'm in good company.
These people. No, I know about it. You told me. I know what happened, but I'm just wondering, do they know? Because I don't want to tell them anything that you may have. I don't know. You told me in confidence, but it was.
What I just told
No,
them?
about the woman.
Oh, I mean,
you said you kind of skipped past it. Like, not that I used any with women. I was gonna make a jest at it, but I don't want to.
I said I've never. Like that's the thing. I tried, and this is where just like I don't know. Like I don't know what happens, but sometimes I just come out and I'm like, where'd it go? And it just like like it just like fell off or something. I don't know if I went like soft or something, but like they've never really worked for me. I'm like George Costanza, on that Seinfeld episode where he's just like, I can never get these things open. And then by the time he does, it's like, it's gone.
Oh, but, I thought you were going to go to the one that he said, shrinkage.
I mean, that's the thing. I could have gone that way. But, that's the thing. Maybe
the pool was cold.
This is the thing where, like, one of the
Hey guys,
comics.
I'm going to go ahead and go. I will see you later.
Have a good night, Sister Stacy.
It was nice being here. All right. Love you too. Bye.
Be well.
Love you, Stacy.
No, I mean,
love you too.
Narayan, there was a show that I did in like another state or city in Colorado, Fort Collins, up north, and I was on the venue with this kid Stephen AJ. You might have heard of him now. He actually is getting well known, but he's like this good looking, just black comedian who just he asked me I asked him all the comics. I was like, I'm running to the store to get some smokes. You guys want anything? And he was like, yeah, Charles. Can you get me a Gatorade and a Magnum condom? And I was just like, no, Steven. He's like, why not, man? I was just like, bro, I'm going to get that Magnum. I'm going to walk up to that fucking convenient checkout, and he's going to look at it and be like, really, bro? I'm going to be a joke. You go get your own Magnum. I'll get you the drink. And he was just like, oh, how did you know? That's, but I was just like, were you seriously plotting that against me, or did you just take my joke type thing? But that's why, again, I found out real quick, like hanging around like a circle of just like comics or just strictly comics, it's a slippery slope, man. So this is where like, you say just like, you don't know like what I've shared with just like, like Denal and Miranda and even Stacy that, like I've talked to you and I it's not in confidence, bro. Like there are things that like I
got a question for you.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. I was just thinking, if I was to be asked by somebody to buy them a condom, I would poke so many holes in it. But then I just thought about something. Would that be considered first degree murder? If somebody were to go have relations with a person that has AIDS, that they weren't using it for preventing them from having a baby, they were actually preventing them from getting like a disease. Would
I
that be
think that
first
would be
degree?
manslaughter because we wouldn't know that they were having intercourse with the person who had AIDS.
I mean, STDs are fluid like transmissions, right? Like, so yeah, that's a great kind of point you just brought up against yourself, right? Like, the Bible says, like that thing, but what if you do? And then like, yeah, you give that to another person and that's like giving like death upon another person, right? Is that why it says like you should go like purchase a woman of the night and get that out so that you get maybe like a disease and therefore you're just like, oh, it burns when I pee. And like these
It
things
does not
color.
say purchase.
Whatever. I mean, the way that you stated it kind of like made me think like it was a specific type of woman.
I'm saying it would be better to go get. I'm saying it would be better to go get a prostitute. He said
than to just use a condom, like
what?
Like Denal asked.
There's
just
no
like,
using condoms.
But Denal asked like originally like, is using a condom a sin? And you said according to the Bible, it is like the sin to like waste our seed or to like, right? Essentially, like we're just that could have been a child or a life, but it also could have
swallowing a baby,
right?
Swallowing a baby is an
like
abortion.
If a man has like a rag that he uses, just to get it out of his head, like reads that verse in the Bible, do they look at that rag just like, I am going to hell?
Well, I mean,
are you trying to get rid of the evidence over there, Charlie? I hear you moving around.
Oh, no, bro. I just let it go and then I
You use the condom. Since it catches everything. You don't have to worry about wasting it. It's free protein, right?
Oh, that's
That's
genius,
disgusting.
man. Instead of going to like the freaking clinic to like, like IVF or something, or even like donations, we're just like, can I get a magazine? She's like, you only have like,
He was
like
talking about eating it.
No, he's just like, like, I don't know. If that's the direction you took it, that's you, Narayan. I see it as just like,
That's what he
put it like
said.
that, I could take that condom and go to the freaking sperm like clinic and donate that and get like $50 or something like that.
This
Damn.
guy said he was going to eat it as a snack.
I didn't say that. I said it's free protein. Not the same thing.
Oh. I did
That's
not
an
hear the
insinuation
free
that you're going to eat it.
I did not. Okay, maybe I missed that one. But I know that, it doesn't matter. Okay, guys, get your heads out of the gutter for a second. In China, I don't know if you guys know this, Miranda, I don't know if you know this either, but in China, like, they have, like, a machine, like, like in grocery stores, the blood pressure test machines that anybody can use, like, they have that, only the machine is for sperm donations. And so men can just walk up to this machine, which is pretty much like a fleshlight, like mechanical fleshlight that you just like put your member into, and then just like once you're done, you like that's it. And they're just collecting all this stuff. Now, like my theory is maybe this is where they're gonna create like a population like increase. They're not wasting any of this like opportunity because they need numbers type thing. Again, this is all just like like theory. I don't think this is like conspiracy or anything like that. So, but does that make sense? Like, if you're in Jesus, if your heart is pure, Orion, all things are pure. you know, and I'm not speaking just to you, but you know, if our hearts are pure, all things are pure. But you
I'm
know,
taking my babies with me, buddy. I'm taking all my babies with me.
what do you mean? I mean, like you are abstinent. You're completely just like master of your domain. Like
He says master. Yes, I'm a master of my domain.
okay, I mean, how do you do it, bro? This is where I don't know. Maybe that's where I see you as just kind of like.
Oh, no. Charlie, I don't do it. That's the point.
What, you don't flog the dolphin? You don't get the
He
baby
said,
back?
"How do you do it?" And I said, "I don't do it. That's how you do it. I don't."
Yeah, right. But
Flog
even
the
this,
dolphin? You say flog the dolphin?
you've never seen There's Something About Mary? Like you've never. I know you're in Puerto Rico, man. Like,
Oh
but
yeah,
you don't get these
I like that
mainstream,
movie.
right? Where like, you know, like Greg gets like advice from the Woogie guy. He's just like, you're going on a date and like you haven't freaking like jerked off yet. Like no wonder you're freaking all stressed out and anxious, man. Like every man knows this, and I was
You're
watching
going
that
in with
movie.
a loaded weapon.
Yeah, right. It's just like, oh my god, I've been walking around with a loaded gun type thing. And I'm not gonna lie, man. You know, like I took that advice like in my college years. I was just like, big date. She's like, yep, or big bone. Just like get it out, man. Just be clear of mind. Just like be free. Like, you know, like, be formless, like water. Empty my mind. Right? Like, so when you tell me like,
I don't know.
yeah, you don't know.
You should
because
do a
you don't
hand
do it.
check. You should do a hand check with Dull. I think Dull's getting a little excited over there, talking
With
about
who?
protein.
Just get off the protein and focus on me here.
He said that you could save the condom and have a little extra protein.
Right, give it to her. Just be like,
No,
drink
I didn't
this.
say you
Why do
could
you
have a
automatically
little
assume
extra protein.
he's
I
referring
said
to
it's free protein.
right free protein? So then your connotation, just hearing free protein, Narayan, is that he is going to take that protein rather than what I was thinking, just like earlier. Like, yeah, give it to the girl, being like, hey. You know, if you're into that, if you're one of those guys that loves like, you know,
Don't
finishing
eat
on
the
over
muffins,
face.
Charlie. Do not eat the muffins.
Oh please, man! I am called the Muffin Man around my town.
The Muffin Man. The Muffin Man.
Oh yeah, man, dude. You don't go downtown? You don't, dude. They're right. Like, bro, do you even like women?
Dude, listen, I live in Puerto Rico with the sexiest women I've ever seen in my life, dude. I seen like 3 women that look better than Miss Puerto Rico.
And is the one that you're with like an example of that?
She's in jail.
Okay. Well, I mean, either way. Like, where does she rank on your like?
Oh wow.
What's your type? Tell me your type. You just
Look, she's out of my league. She's out of my league.
Who?
She is so good looking.
In jail.
Yep.
You think she's out of your league? Come on, bro.
Your league
Like,
must be really low.
Or are you just saying it like that because like she's like not in the same league that you are like in?
She's so good looking. She's so good looking. I was walking around, like with an erection for like 3 days.
Yeah, that's because
And it
you're
was
You
painful.
never masturbate.
Yeah, you're
No,
walking
it was
around,
no,
you're like,
hell no. I'm not
like,
doing that.
You're like a semi-automatic like what? Because you haven't freaking unloaded the gun. Okay, so yeah, what do? Tuck it under the belt or something, or she just like sees it and she's like, you know, I see that, right? Like we can take care of that. And you're just like, no, I'm a man of God and I'm saving myself for marriage. Is that you? Is that
No, I told her, I was like, listen, if you give me the opportunity, I will get you pregnant.
And she said, okay.
Huh? I think her actions said more than her words.
What were the actions? Just like,
Well, we didn't sleep together.
oh, did she say like you need to wrap it up? Like that's where she made it clear that you have to have protection, and you're just like, nope, I'm a raw dog kind of guy.
No, from the conversations that happened after I think she was expecting something else. I'm pretty sure I asked her about some stuff.
Oh. Like her intentions were like.
Said, oh.
I mean, I've got that
Now
way
I
too.
got his attention.
No, I
Listen,
mean,
you know, I knew something was wrong when I asked her, like, what's your favorite position? I was gonna think like she's gonna be like
supervisor.
romantic, like looking into her eyes, just like hugging it out to the end,
Hold on.
like ripping,
That was-
grasping, biting, nipping, napping. I don't
Okay,
know.
these are the answers that are just running through your mind when you just ask, like, this girl.
That's what I'm hoping she's gonna say, like something super romantic. She says, "Face down, ass up." I said, "No, oh shit." That's not what I was expecting.
Person who wound up in jail. That's not a holy fucking virtuous person, dude.
No, he's not.
Did you listen when we were reading Proverbs chapter 7?
I mean, maybe he did. Either way, like, we're not talking about a virtuous woman right here. We're just talking about just like why he didn't like, sleep with this girl, right? So now you're telling me, like, you asked her just like, what's your favorite position? And you're thinking just like, you're like wishing, just like she's going to say, oh, I like it rough. Like I like the hitting, the biting.
No, I'm thinking she's gonna say like missionary, like
I like freaking,
eyes.
like not even missionary, just like, just
like breathing the same air, panting and shit. Something romantic, like you ever seen A Walk to Remember? And they
The
bang it
football
out
movie?
in that like a band.
the football movie?
No, the girl, the girl that forgets, like she's in the nursing home and he's like
Oh,
reading her
yeah.
a book about yeah. They bang it out, and the first time they bang it out in this like abandoned building.
In like the beginning
Like
of that
they're,
movie?
like-
I don't really recall like how that movie, like,
They're in love with each other.
right,
They're, like,
right. But like
completely in
she's
love with each other.
dying, right? And he's just like all this stuff. And then I don't remember when they actually like,
No, she's not dying. She's in a nursing home at the end of the movie, isn't she?
I don't fucking know. I checked out of that movie because I'm just like, I don't know, man.
You
I'm
haven't
just-
watched A Walk to Remember, dude?
I like started to watch. I don't remember. I saw a Walk to Remember. Don't remember it at all.
Just like she.
No, I mean, but like it's
Okay, let me sum it up for you, buddy.
it's like the movie
The
Drive
story-
or Driver or Drive. No, it's Drive with Ryan
sum it up.
Gosling. It's
Never seen it.
oh dude, it was like a great movie with Ryan Gosling. You know who Ryan Gosling is, right? Fucking
Nope.
Ken. He played Ken in the Barbie movie. He plays
I haven't seen that either. They had a Barbie movie?
yeah, with freaking the
It's
hot.
fantastic.
Oh, I mean,
What
like
the hell is it about?
Barbie's world. It's just like a live action, just like Barbie inspired.
Why would you grown men watch that movie?
Because women take men to that movie and love it, type thing. It's that's like, again, like I started watching a little bit of it, but I can't believe you don't know Ryan Gosling. He's in La La Land. You're a romantic guy. La La Land. Like he's in The Notebook. You've seen The Notebook, right?
Yeah, I've seen that. Who's he in there?
The young, like, guy, the main character. He plays the younger version of the male in the couple. I've never seen The Notebook, so I can't tell you what the character's name is. He's married to Eva Mendes, like a smoking freaking Latina. I don't know if she's from Puerto Rico or something like that, but
She's Latina?
Eva Mendes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the movie. The one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
I mean,
I'm getting A Walk to Remember and The Notebook mixed up.
Okay, either way, this movie Drive is with that actor, and he plays a Hollywood stuntman who, like, in his moonlight like time, like contracts himself out as a driver for like people's schemes and stuff like that. In a nutshell, right? He only drives, right? He doesn't carry any weapons. He drives, right? And he has like specific rules. He's just like, I will stay there the entire time that like is promised, but not a minute, not a second later, or will I leave a minute or second earlier? Like, these are his terms. And everybody's just like, yeah, man, you got a good reputation. And like, he just plans out like the drive aspect of like these like scams. Like, if you're gonna rob a bank like Ocean's 11, he's the driver guy. In Ocean's 11, there were those like two twins, but there's always that that person in the freaking gang. I'm just like, so, that's who this guy is. And he meets this girl who lives in his apartment building, like he just isolates himself, but it's just this girl who just like has a young kid who like definitely is a mixed kid. And, like he just like sees him all the time, doesn't ever say hi or anything like that, but just sees him. And then one day, like he sees like the father, or no, like something where maybe it's a bruise or something where like, no, I don't want to spoil it for you, but like the girl's husband ends up like getting killed on like one of the jobs that he hired him for, but she doesn't know, like, or maybe she does, but then like, like he gets to like just interact with this girl and he just doesn't touch her, like he doesn't make a move ever. And then finally, like when they're alone after he just like risked his life like 3 times, just like protecting her, just like from all these people that she doesn't even know, like why they're coming after him. But he does, because her husband was a scumbag and he doesn't want her to know, because he doesn't want the kid to know that about her dad. It's very deep, right? And a big indie movie. But there was that one scene where it's in the elevator and I'm just like, dude, you better make a move now. And then this is when she just like makes the move, right? Like type thing where, yeah, I don't know if Walk to Remember is that romantic. That's a movie I remember. Like the freaking
bang it out on
no, but they don't bang it out.
building.
They just kiss. They just kiss in the freaking in the elevator. That's the one time. They don't even make it to the next day to be able to pursue the relationship. Actually, he like just, I don't want to spoil it for you, but like that's the thing. Like it's a span of just like a couple of days, and on day 3, which happens to be like the last day of that movie, is when she makes the move, and then like he never sees her again. But maybe he will, type thing. So those are kind of the movies. But again, like Narayan, like you're like my age, about like I'm 44, so you're like closer to me than
shit,
Denal.
you're old.
Yeah. So is that
how old is he?
Who? Denal?
Dude, I'm 39.
Oh, he's a baby.
You said 29 or 39?
I'm an adult. Legally, I'm an adult at 29. I've been an adult for almost freaking 11 years now.
Almost?
No, it's been 11 years. But I mean, mature.
How long have you, listen, when's the last time that your mother had to take care of you? Like if you were sick or...
When I was 4.
Yeah,
Wow.
he came from, he went through a lot of like group homes and stuff like that. So.
Oh, shit, man. Damn. That sucks.
I mean, it's life. Like, it's not
I'll
that
be
it
honest,
sucks.
they say-
Like, Denal's a great person.
They say,
like all that
they
stuff
say
that he
8 out of 9 children that go through that get like, abused in some way. More than likely, like, not the good kind.
The group homes was way worse than anything the group homes had coming.
Huh?
The abuse I went through before the group homes was way worse than anything the group homes had.
in like his and that's the thing where like when I hear stuff like that, like I had like a blessed life, and I just like, and I realize it more and more just like when I hear just so many people who have less of a kind of like background relationship like I did, and more like the crazy freaking 8 out of 9 type statistic type thing. But again, like by the grace of God and like Denal, like just like finding like his relationship with like Christ and what that it means and stuff like that, he is able to like find a moment in his life where he realized he cannot be the way that he was, and it took a certain individual that he truly like respected and didn't want to hurt, unlike the other 8 out of 9 type thing maybe. And Denal, if I'm kind of too much information, you just let me know. But long story short, when it happened with that individual that like he had love and care for, it was that turned on like that light, which is good, in him to say like, I don't want to be that way anymore. And ever since then, in those 11 years, like of adult, which is just adolescence, right? Like you're adulting at this point. But like Denal's in a phase where he is learning to be able to just forgive like everyone in the past and just try to get on with his future. And like he's like living it now. Like he's working.
Listen, Denal, are all the people that hurt you, are they still alive?
I mean, I don't really keep track of it, but most of them are.
Depends
See,
on
I'm
what
a
you
different
define
kind
as
of
like hurt us. Like he's got a landlord that hasn't like
No.
addressed his like, but you're talking like physical, like
That you're a different type of person, but here's the thing. Life is a worse punishment than death could ever be, because death, you're sending them to God. When they're alive to suffer by their own choices. That's the curse of free will.
death is kind of like an easy out for people like who like wronged us that we want like some like justice served, right? It's just like, yeah, when those people see like our like rebirth, our like transfiguration, like, and they are still the same person, it's just like, it's, like.
I'm a little bit different of a Christian. See, I just came from alive with some Black Hebrew Israelites, and I was praying them into the hands of Satan, right out of 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 5. It says to deliver such a one unto Satan for the destruction of the flesh.
Because they're Black Hebrew Israelites? Like,
no, not because they're Black Hebrew Israelites. I just said that I just left alive of some Black Hebrew Israelites, and the result of the conversation led to me.
You don't need to pray for their eternity, because while they're alive, they're the judge, jury, and executioner of their own fate.
It's just like,
yep.
If you guys are the Black Hebrew Israelites, I know that I do not fit in this circle. Therefore, I can check those off the box. And maybe that term Muslim that Charlie was talking about from day one is seeming more appetizing at this point. Like, I'm gonna like convert everybody into a Muslim, like sooner than later.
I'll be honest. It'd be more. Listen, it would make more sense. Well, not that it would make more sense. I would probably, if I had to choose between Islam and the Hebrew Israelites, I'd have to go with the Hebrew Israelites.
Like, okay, so now you're making a comparison between Islam, which to me, brother, is a religion, right? Like, type thing. Now, Black Hebrew Israelite is a group of people, like, type thing. So I hope that you would go with the group of people as opposed to the religion. But now if I switch it up to Black Hebrew Israelites versus a Trinitarian Christian or a Islamic Muslim or a Muslim, you got 4 options. Pick one.
Think of it. I'd rather be racist than to be a Muslim.
Aren't the Black Hebrew Israelites their own church?
What? And Raph, thank you for welcome to the panel.
Oh, yeah.
Are you
I'm the church
of yourself, right? You're the Church of Narayan, and
no, I'm the Church of Jesus Christ, the body of the Christ.
Really? I mean, bro, I don't know if like you need me to kind of give it to you straight, but like I also say the same thing about myself. Like I am the Spirit of Christ that's in me, and that is who I am, type thing. But like when I compare my kind of like representation in my walk, especially here on TikTok, right? Like like I try to really like demonstrate and really like hone that mindset, but. Again, I'm not condemning or throwing any shade at you, Narayan, but I would say that we are maybe 2 sides of the same coin of Jesus. Now, the question is, which one, like, do people want to flip on? Like heads or tails, type thing. Again, just
heads
think about
tails.
Right. Like, if it was a choice between, like, my life or, like, your life, Ref, Denal, I mean, I know probably where they, but, like, either way. Ref, welcome to the panel. If you can, you said something about, like, the point that we were talking about black Hebrew Israelites being Are you there, Ref?
If Jesus was a coin, he would have a coin like Two-Face before it got like blemished on one side.
A couple million of them.
No, two faces.
A double-sided coin.
They just believe in a very specific story.
Right. Hebrew. Okay, so now is that considered a like group like he used Islam? Like what about Islam? When he says Islam, does that definition just like a group of people that follow a specific kind of ideology? I mean, like in that sense, I guess like yeah, that would like connect. Does that make sense, Ref?
Well, they believe the same.
I mean, like
they believe the same
they all
thing.
seem
They're both Unitarians. They both believe that
Well, I
Jesus is not God. He's just a prophet, just a man.
I think that all the religions tend to orbit around love as like the central pillar of what everyone's striving for. Yeah, definitely, 100%. I've talked to every single.
Can you
religion.
show me in the Bible, in the Quran, where God says that He loves you?
He's the most loving, man.
No,
like
I can't.
in the Quran.
The whole Bible,
I mean,
if the whole
it's more
Quran
like
is
he
supposed to
is
be about
love.
love, and Allah never says that He loves you, He only has conditional love. How can you say that book's about love?
No, he didn't say. He says.
Well, he is love, supposedly. That's so he's not loving you. He just actually is the love.
Can you show me where Allah says that He's love?
Where Allah
Again,
says that He's love.
Like Ref, like again, you gotta like be patient with this guy because he's got a very like honed kind of like mindset.
Yeah,
but like
I'm
Ref,
gonna go to the book.
If I was tracking correctly, and Narayan, just like listen while you're going to that book, Ref were stating just like, you know, the Hebrew black Israelites are like following a like book that is basically all focusing around like love in some way, shape, or form, right? Which then, again, if I'm tracking correctly, you said essentially like this is what every religion is doing, right? They all have this focus around love, right? And then Narayan brought up just like, show me where in the Quran it says Allah like loves or like, you know, is love type thing. And that's when I told you, Narayan, one of the attributes and names of Allah is the most loving, right? But yeah, it is a conditional like loving, but it isn't like a freaking hard condition to get over, right? If your intention is truly in repentance, like in an act that may be like not love worthy or like loving in itself. Does that make sense? But you then, Narayan, say that in the Old Testament, like it doesn't say anything about God being love as well, or that the black Israel.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Does Elizabeth love you?
I mean, whether she does or doesn't,
Queen Elizabeth,
I love her. No, I mean, in her mind,
do you feel
like
the love?
She loves everyone.
Do you feel the love? Do you feel the love?
We're talking about a TikToker, Elizabeth, like a specific person.
Okay.
But yeah, in her mind, Ref, like that's what she thinks she is. Especially, I don't know, like Queen or whatever.
I'm just asking, like, does she love you? Or she loves you, but do you feel the love?
That's the thing. I've always felt love from her from the beginning. I met her and got to talk to her on Your Live, where I was getting like the interview like a freaking like coach after like a freaking game, just like the press is like. But that's when I also met Speaking in Cambridge, right? And all this stuff. And it was Cambridge who was the one that guided me through that whole freaking interrogation when I don't know if you remember, but like I'm just like, who are these people? And like, you know, Cambridge was the one where he did this like thing where he like spoke in a voice where he's like, Charlie, like, I don't know if you can remember this voice, but just like, you know, like, just know that like this. And I was like, what the fuck? Hold on. Like, are you like from Logos' panel? Are you like that? That's what I was asking. And he just like,
Logos.
That's the thing too.
Logos
Like,
is mad at me.
well, you know,
I
a
did
lot of
something
people.
bad to Logos.
What'd you do? Did you dox him?
I
Like,
broke him. Listen, no, I did worse. Listen, I did something so terrible that he left TikTok for 3 months and he went into an institution for 30 days. He had to give his kids to like a family member. It was bad.
I mean, is that necessarily bad, or was that actually a good thing for him to do, as opposed to just doing what he was doing?
I think it was.
On TikTok.
I think it was
30
bad
days.
because of the result.
Oh,
Because
when he came
he
back.
told me. No, he told me that he came back.
No, I mean, I saw him on TikTok again. He's on TikTok live, like, you know. So obviously,
He won't
back.
He won't talk to me. But he told me that his
It
wife
seems like that's
had
a
unalived herself.
common thing now, right? Like, Orion. So it's just like maybe there's a common denominator.
Oh yes, there's definitely a common denominator. The
Okay,
truth.
so what did you
But
do?
he told-
Logos came back and told you, just like, you broke me,
No,
bro. I lost
before
my
he
kids.
left.
Before he left.
No, he didn't lose his kids. He didn't lose his kids. He had to give them to somebody while he was in the hospital, mental hospital. So he told me that his wife unalived herself, and he was asking me some stuff, and it was a personal conversation.
Yeah, like a bro, like a brother to brother type thing. Forget freaking religion and stuff. Look at me as like a freaking human. Okay,
So he tells me, and I'm asking him. I was like, wait a minute, because I know that he used to be an atheist, and he became a Christian, and he became a Muslim. I said, well, where does her death fit into that timeline?
Like, he was an atheist. That's the thing. She passed away. Like before that, like, you know, like before he found, or I think this is something that happened like just recently, right? Like I know that he told me this story that, like, yeah, he's the one who has full custody of his kid because his baby mama is no longer alive.
But listen, I asked him, where does her death fit into him in his little timeline?
In this
when he
like
was
timeline
an
of faith,
atheist,
right? Yeah. An orphan,
when he
just like
was
I was
a
born an orphan that
Christian.
like found out that I'm related to like this crazy cartographer, like who's this French guy, and then he's a Jew who found out he's got like connections to like. I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Every time I sit with him, I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm gonna call like shenanigans type thing, but you know, like, I love him. He's the one that I took my shahada with, you know. So
he tells me that he tells me that she died, and I asked him, when did she die? Did she die when you were an atheist, when you were a Christian, when you were a Muslim? And he doesn't tell me. So I'm left to speculate. I asked him, I was like, wait a minute, she didn't die after you took your shahada, did she?
No,
And
I'm telling
this
you,
is
she
where-
didn't. She did it.
Well, I know. He listened. From asking those questions, just asking him if she died from him taking his shahada, he left TikTok, went into an institution. And then when he came back,
what if
he
he
told me-
realized just like maybe she died when he was an atheist because he was doing something that now, after taking his shahada, knows that isn't the way you should treat women. But again, the way that I see
think of
like
it-
all the brothers who call themselves Muslims on like his like room lives and stuff before that 30-day break, you know, were just men who were all like talk and not action. When a sister who says like, I'm a Muslim and I wanted this, and they just like will do whatever. And if it's a Christian like Elizabeth who comes up, she gets the like 4th degree type thing. So it's just like like again,
But
like
this
if
is-
he said, if he told you just like, yes, it was after my shahada, would you then been like, well, I think that's a sign that maybe like you were following the wrong practice? That's probably where you would want to take it at, right?
That's not what it is. That's not what it is.
Okay.
This is what we've deduced. He was a Christian when she I don't know how you say it. When he was going through all this, when he was going through all of the, or she was going through all of this, I think he was a Christian, and I think that
He was
before
whatever
she did
he was.
anything-
She wanted him to be because you know, like I don't know.
But I think he started to refute her based on the Islamic paradigm, like he started to see. He says it like he started to see like some holes, and he says it's like leapfrogging. And I asked him if she unalived after he took his shahada. He wouldn't respond. When he came back, he said, "Oh no, she definitely unalived when I was a Christian." But look,
Right, because
if
they were
she
dating,
was
right?
like if he was a Christian, he could not be a Christian because in Christianity she would not be repentable for doing that. She was taking a life. And in Islam, listen, in Islam, right? In Islam, it would be Allah that did it.
Right. In a monotheistic,
Whatever Allah.
faith, centered thing, yeah, God has plans. God knows all, and all this stuff, and therefore, that to me, I interpret that to mean anything that happens, it's not anybody's fault. We are chosen to be the participant in the checkpoints. But I had a lot of like things that I felt so guilty for friends who try to come see me, and I didn't pick up the phone, and then they just got wasted and drove back home because they didn't have a place to stay because I didn't answer. And then I find out that they got hit in a DUI accident, and and I'm just like, what? That's how so when you ask Logos, D, yo man, was it before or after your shahada? And then it's just
what do you mean D?
I mean, I call him D. He says his name is J, just J, but I know his real name, but I'll call him D at this point. But
it starts with a D.
No, his name is.
That's what I thought.
A J, or that's the thing when he told me he was an orphan and he his parents that's the thing, his story as he was just telling it in real time, just the more and more I got to know him, when I just when I got new information and more of the new information and just kind of sat down, I just look at him as just somebody who needs to take a break from doing TikTok and working at the same time and doing whatever because he's slipped up.
So
even worse.
Hold on. I know that you want to empathize for him. Everybody does. Even Cambridge wants to. But have you ever heard of Hannibal Lecter?
And some fava beans?
So if you think about what Hannibal Lecter was rejected. He has a superiority complex, right? And this is what I deal with is these mindsets. It's the sociopathic masochist. He wants you to feel sorry for him. He's a pitiful thing.
Right, that's why I do feel sorry for him because there's a lot of pity or pitiful things and behaviors and actions. Not only him, but everybody who he allows up on that panel that is all part of that welcome to the Kafir blah 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 treatment center. I'm just when everybody started just memorizing and doing that on their own was just I got to check out of this clinic because I think I'm gonna stay in this treatment center a little too long. Where I even asked Logos, just are you here to do dawah? Teach people about Islam or this
he
treatment
can't do
center?
Dawah. He's a kafar.
That's the thing. That's where he would tell me just it's all hoping to do dawah, but here his specific purpose with this whole kafir whatever blah 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 treatment center. That's when he told me just that is what I'm here to do, to be able to rehabilitate all these traumatized little Christian Catholic Jesus 3-in-1 things that he was kind of
that's
led
not
into.
what. That's not what he is a kafar. It's not for it's not for him to talk to other kafars. He is the kafar.
Right, and this is where the iron. I don't even know what that word means. But again, I'm telling you, from my perspective, in the time that I got this information, because it seems like you're obsessive about that, the timeline, which I am too. I need A to Z, not just tell me A and then Z and then just throw in just like, and then my, baby mama is dead. And you're just like, where in between is that B through Y, right? Like is what you're
Very
asking.
important.
Right?
The
Like
timeline is very important. And
I
what's
hate to
more
interrupt, but I came about the prompt, and I don't know
Oh,
what
yeah,
you guys are talking about. So it depends. Should I just like dip out or?
No. Listen, I gotta get up at 11, so I'm gonna dip out. I love you guys, but if I stay here, it's gonna be it's not gonna be a nice conversation.
it's gonna go from love a feeling to love a score in tennis, where it's just like 30 love. I love you, Narayan. Get some rest.
That's a good one.
I'll see you when I see you, brother. Stay in the light. Now, Ref, thank you for just kind of getting us back on focus. Like the prompt is just, can we know love without reading a Bible? And so, like, if anything, like what we were doing just between me and him specifically is just, he's somebody who will always bring up Bible scriptures and only like you talk about the Bible on TikTok. So this was actually a perfect proof that, yeah, like he can just like know love without reading a Bible. But again, back to you, Ref, Denal, Miranda, just like, what about the prompt, Ref, like inspired you to just kind of like come up and like join us and stuff like that? And I'm grateful that you did.
Yeah. Will I write about love? I'm an author. I'm writing a book about love. It's called Love, the Art of Happiness. And I believe that love is something that you just know from living, but it's something that you can know better or worse by just like loving more. And I think that love is like an action, but it's also like a feeling that people associate with the action.
And it's a score in tennis. I don't know if you've finished your book, but if you want to throw that in.
It could be. I don't know. I don't play tennis.
It's just something. It's just something that doesn't even like apply to. That's the thing. Like I don't play tennis, but I watch tennis, especially like women's matches. But like
there's got to be a lot of love in that.
I mean, love in tennis is a score of 0. So when somebody says the score is love, that means it's 0-0, right? So that's the kind of irony. There's like no love or type thing. But as you were saying in this book, and like. Congratulations and like Godspeed to you to get this book like finished. Or is it finished? You're still working on it, right? You said you're writing a book right now on love.
I would say it's about 80% written at this point. It's not organized well, so it's being reorganized.
Hey.
But in my book, basically the premise is that there's like love is kind of like an attunement that you can have with like people, places, things, anything that you can be loving towards.
Okay.
And it starts at a level of respect, which is just like allowing something to, take your focus and not interfere with that thing and just like gain more knowledge about the thing and like honor the way that it is, that kind of thing. And it builds its way up to service through like steps of admiration, which is where you assign value, connection, which is where you have like an equal exchange with someone, generosity, which is where you make a substantial contribution towards the person, and then finally service, which is where you kind of like put everything into motion,
paying it forward in a sense, like
reliably
paying it forward.
You're reliably loving towards the person,
right? Yeah. Right, like the love that we've gotten, like in the moments up to that like present moment, then we are able to fully, or maybe like you said, like not like love, like that was the interesting part where like the more that we like love, we can either learn more about it or not know, like something along those lines. Do you remember that, like Ref, which really
the science of love?
The science of love? I mean, love is gravity, Einstein says, because they both like are the forces that attract human beings to another or to something, right? Like, so I don't know if you've ever.
I think love is the human expression of constructivity.
Love
and
is
like
just
constructive
your
interference.
Systems, your internal value systems being aligned with the external environment and circumstances you find yourself in. When there's an alignment,
well,
you feel the chemical.
That's a smaller part of it, though.
Everybody needs you to have an
the chemical called love. The thing is, love isn't additive, it's subtractive, because when we're born, we value life, we value experience, we value everything in our environment. We're taught that certain things hurt when we value them. When those certain things hurt, we feel grief, we feel anger, we feel pain, we feel suffering, we feel craving, we feel desire. When our environment is not aligned with our internal value systems, we feel these other emotions that aren't love. When it is aligned, we feel love. And as we grow up, we learn to love less and less and less because loving hurts.
When we especially like lose it, right? Like, what were you going to say, Rev?
I disagree. I think that maybe you direct your love in fewer directions. It becomes more powerful.
Too, but this is neuroscientifically proven, my dude.
Right, but like that's the thing. Like, do we need neuroscientific like evidence to like know love? That's the thing where people tell me, just like Charlie, love is just like a chemical like being released in the brain, going through synapses. It's nothing. It's not even a feeling. It's a chemical like process. And I'm just like, man, do you need a hug? Like right now, because it's like whether it's a chemical process or not, you know it's love when you get this chemical process, as opposed to when you feel hurt, which is a different, like, it's not whatever. Maybe it is the same and something like that. So when Denal, you say just like, yeah, it does hurt to like love more and more and more, because like love.
If you love someone and they die, it hurts. We call this hurt grief.
Right, and that's the thing. Like,
it doesn't make you love less, though. It's like, it's the sort of thing where when you try to attribute love to chemicals in the brain, it becomes very reductive. And when you use reductive tools, you get reductive results. So what you're seeing is a reduction.
Yes, it is a reduction, but that doesn't remove the truth of it.
I mean,
it doesn't make it true either, because you're ignoring certain aspects by reducing.
Well, okay, hold on, Ref. Like, this is the thing where, like, you were talking about, like, how, like, the kind of, like, ground floor or foundation of, like, your book's kind of, like, premise is respect, right? Like,
yeah,
is this thing. So, like, respect, you know, RESPECT, find out what it means to me, RESPECT. And that's the I don't know the line. Take out PCP. Suck it to me. But again, you know, like you and Denal, I'm like assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, are meeting for the very first time through me, right? Like, am I off on this?
Yeah, no, that's
okay, right? I know Denal.
No, that's true.
Very deep, you know, like, and I know Miranda very deep. I just met you, Ref, but already, just from meeting you, I know that you are like somebody who like has like love in his heart, just by addressing the comment and being able to stick around and listen to just kind of that banter that I was having with that guy. And then you just kind of coming to a point where you're at the event horizon of what I call scientifically like the black hole, right? Before you either get sucked in or whatever, like you're just like, yo, are we like talking about the prompt here or something else type thing, which I respected. And that's when that guest was just like, you know what? I'm going to gracefully just like bow out, because, you know, like he was like really like directing a lot of time with me. Denal was, you know, like muted up. But then when he took a interpretation is what I would say. Like, you use the word ref, like, I disagree, you know, and I know that like you don't mean any kind of like negative or disrespectful like intention using that word. You're just stating just like you have a different perspective or like like experience type thing, right? And so this is where if I can give you just a little bit of like referee advice, just like
just to kind of put a bow on what I'm trying to say here, I don't like reducing it to chemicals in the brain, because to me, I know deeply that love is more than the sum of its parts. And we might be able to point at some of the parts of what love is and be like, this is what love is. And then like, period, put an end to it at that. But if you reduce it enough, you end up getting a like narrower picture of what love really is. So that's, I mean, I don't like to.
Is it a narrower picture or a very like small like bullseye, that once you hit that bullseye or get into like that bullseye Goldilocks zone, you know that this has got to be love, because we all know what love isn't, right? Like love isn't whatever people will say. It's not an emotion. It's this, right? This, or this. And so maybe that's where the reductive aspect to what you're saying is like what I'm interpreting. But I agree. Like, Ref, I want to like hear about like this book. I want to mainly ask you just like, is this like a kind of like a biography kind of like point of view? Or is this like a like self-help motivational kind of book? Or is this like a diary?
It's a bit like that. It's got aspects of that to it.
Okay. And is it based on like your personal experience with like love, losing love, being hurt by losing love?
Yeah, and lots of studying. I've studied love for like many years.
Okay, that's an interesting. How do you study love? Like, can you elaborate on that?
So if you look for it in like all of the religious texts, you find it literally everywhere. It literally ends up showing up in all significant works of philosophy too, as like something that is to be strived for. And all cultures reference it as a central like point. So I think that love ends up becoming at that point a foundation for morality and ethics. And like what I think everyone's trying to do all the time is come up with some sort of foundation that we can build systems that predict kind of what you can expect in different directions. And you need something really sturdy and something really universal in order to build a foundation. So love becomes a very sturdy foundational
constant
thing.
right? Like in the terms of science, right? Like it has to be a
there's
constant.
core things to being alive, and love is one of those core things. And it's not just chemicals in the brain. It seems to be something that is more than just that, but that is a part of it. Like it's part of the expression of it, but it's not the full expression.
The chemicals in the brain are a powerful, powerful thing. Love can move mountains. That doesn't change the fact that it's oxytocin and dopamine.
Yeah, but you're narrowing the definition to just oxytocin and dopamine without acknowledging that it's more than that.
But I again, Ref, like when you say it like that, like
great thing. It's a huge thing. Helping people find happiness through love, amazing fucking thing. Clearly you love humans. Clearly you love yourself. Clearly you love your work. Because you value these things. Otherwise you wouldn't be doing them.
Right. And just kind of like loose off. But Ref, like again, like your like your rhetoric, your semantics, you know, like I hear you and I know where you're coming from here. And you know, like Denal, you know, again, just like you guys are just meeting each other. So like if there's something that like, you know, like makes us compelled to just kind of say something, just kind of take a note, you know, like put a pin in it and then just like show the respect of allowing like each of the you know, the other people to like finish the train of thought. And then, you know, like when there's like, does that make sense, Ref? Like,
yeah, sorry for interrupting.
No, hey.
Yeah, no,
you know, we're human. We're all human. And just like sometimes, like for me, I realize just like for me, love is that, you know, like you know, I'm a chaplain. So for me, when I hear people just kind of going back and forth and over talking one another, you know, I try just to be like, yo, guys, can we have some code of conduct, especially if we're going to call ourselves Christians, right? Which is like focused on the foundation of a like human character that is the embodiment of like love and light, right? Which enlightens others to be good and to do good, like in the world and for other people and for ourselves, right? That's who Jesus is. But then once we get a sense of like our foundation is A, B, or anything in between all the way to Z, that is when like our actions come into like play, right? And if you're just somebody who has just built this foundation and going out and standing on top of it, then you should be able to receive some degree of like grace or, you know, like humility or like just being humbled type thing, not by like being talked down to or being cooked, but by seeing a different like experience of something that doesn't make us react in a way that isn't love, right? Like love isn't over talking people and just like interrupting and stuff like that. But it's not love. I could say that could be those people just loving what they need to say, and that's why I need to say it, right? But if I try to reduce it to like just, it's like first sponsoring thought is the term that I've learned to use, Ref. Like I found a book called Conversations with God. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but there was like one one part in the book that just talks about how like love is like the one of two human emotions. There's only two human emotions that have driven and drive every human thought, every human action, every human behavior. And it's either a sponsoring thought of fear or love, right? And this is where like definitions really come into play. I had another, I believe it's Daryl Anka Bashar. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but it was his voice that I was listening to at the first time. I didn't know who this person looked like or anything, but when I heard his voice, I just immediately felt like love and the way that he was just talking about divine oneness. Like we exist, and if we exist, we will always exist and always have existed. So relax is what he says. Like everybody's worried about just like where are we gonna go type thing. And so that really slowed me down. And then he said, like our thoughts or our actions are motivated by our definitions, and our definitions are motivated by our choices. Our choices are motivated by our definitions, and our definitions are motivated by what we perceive to be the choice that is closest to pleasure and furthest from pain. Now he says perceive to be one of these. And that's why definitions come into play. Because if we find ourselves or see somebody who is making choices or like constantly behaving in a character that is just repetitive, and they've been told like, bad boy, like time out, like you're kicked out, don't come back, they still don't learn. Does that make sense? And so like when I see these human beings who are like my age, they should be adults. They are the adults, and they are acting like children. Maybe some adolescents, but like that's the thing on TikTok. When I see like an adult who is an adult by age, not by like consciousness, for me, the day that a child realizes all adults are imperfect is when they are adolescents. And a lot of us figure that out a lot earlier than our tweens or something like that. But the day that we can forgive everybody is when we're an adult. And that is where love for me is based on forgiveness as like the foundation that comes from being able to truly like define to our own like individual like experience what respect looks like, feels like, and doesn't feel like. And that comes from like the way that we walk our talk type thing. Does that make sense, Raph?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt. I do have a bad habit of doing it.
We all do. I'm the worst at it. So if you want to have a contest, sorry to interrupt you. I apologize.
The love and the love and fear thing being like drives. I think you said they were motivation. I agree that those are two primary drives. I think there's two more. I think you also have habit and trust as drives.
Okay.
Sometimes you do things without even thinking about it or having one way or another just because you've been doing it. And sometimes you do things because you think something will happen. You trust that it'll happen. Doesn't happen. Or it does happen.
I mean, you were talking about habits, right? So like, I don't know if you've ever seen this, like order of operation. Our thoughts become our words. Words become actions. Actions become habits, right? So when we are constantly having the same thought from either fear or love that is being like coming words that are becoming the actions, and everybody who like is in our orbit like observes those actions or directly interacts with those actions, kind of referencing what you were talking about earlier about like just like this respect where you just kind of like observe like somebody in a nature documentary where they just watch like these cute little like animals, and then it's just like they get hunted down, you know, like I'm sure they want to like jump in and just like save it because there's love for this thing, but they realize like well, is that kind of what you were kind of like on the lines of talking about, like if you can remember, Ref, just like
when it comes to habit and that kind of thing?
No. Like when you were talking about like your book kind of like thing where I asked you to elaborate a little bit on like that, foundation of respect.
Yeah, the nature documentary people, when they don't interfere with nature, you're talking. And that's like a form of respect because they're respecting the process of the ecology rather than just like, feeling like a certain way towards a certain animal, and so they're going to interfere with the entire ecology of the situation.
I mean, just I'm sure whether it is, it's going to be a small ripple, but you know, like I'm sorry, interrupt. What were you going to say? Like respect is.
No, that is a form of respect for sure. That's something that when I interrupt people, I'm definitely not being respectful. It's like it's a response of repulsion to something that someone says usually, and just like it's very distracting, and then I end up talking, you know?
I mean, it could be repulsion or it could be a passion that is like turned up, right? It's just like I'm just very passionate.
Right, it triggers a passion for sure.
So it's all in our words, right? And that's the thing where like we have a power to be able to control the narrative in which we play and like tell our story and our like presence. Does that make sense, Ref? So again, this is all happening in real time for me. So if anything, just if you could give me just like a, you know, front page is like, this book is dedicated to Chaplain Charlie and Denal and Miranda, who helped inspire along with many other people. But, you know, I'm just here to help you come to that last 20% that maybe you're kind of waiting for to be able to kind of look back.
Well, that would be great if I get inspired from this. That would be awesome. Hey. It's happened many times on different lives. I've been inspired.
I would be kind of offended if you weren't at all, like, you know, like type thing. So, you know, either way, you know, like I hope that if anything, you know, like you do find 80% of the things that I've said so far and will say going forward, just like inspiring in some way or something that plants a seed into, again, kind of helping you finish your book and all that stuff. So that's kind of my habit and character, you know, like, so if anything like that. So you were kind of referencing back on the other two that you were saying kind of like I didn't mention when I was talking, but then you said, you know, in your own words, just like you kind of felt like something this way, but there are 4. So I'm just kind of showing you wax on, wax off, and then hopefully you'll learn how to, like, I don't know if you're a Karate Kid fan, but again, just take that as a seed. But again, going back to that point, if you can remember, what were the 2 that you added? Habit. Habit was 1, and then what was
Oh, yeah. Habit and trust.
Trust. Okay, good. What is trust then?
Trust is like an expanding or contracting like concept of what you expect to happen and what you think is a reliable like thing. So like habit is something that you reliably do on a regular basis, and so you can do it unconsciously. You don't even really need to feel much to do it because it's just your habit. Autopilot.
Yeah, all your actions on that autopilot, right? Like your words are on autopilot.
Right.
And your thought is the what? Like the engine, or is it like the driver at this point? They're
At
all
that point, the thoughts can go in their own direction as your body's doing whatever it's doing, you know.
but who's behind the thought?
It's a habit, right?
I mean, like, so we should be behind the wheel of like the thought, right? Like our thoughts cannot be on autopilot type thing. Where, again, when they do, this is what venting and ranting essentially is. Where
Yeah.
maybe even interruption. You know, like our thoughts are just kind of like on this like self-drive thing where it just sees like a ball coming and it's just like, ugh! You know, and it's just like does it avoid? And you're just like in the seat, just like, what the heck was that? Like that was a ball. You don't need to sort of thing. Does that make sense, Ref? So again, you take that as you will. So trust.
Interrupting for sure.
Well, just
no, I mean like, because it's literally me just thinking or talking as I think, right? Thinking out loud.
Thinking
That's
out loud.
what it is.
Right?
So
Beautiful.
it's literally just an autopilot speech from thought sort of thing. But then there's trust. Trust is something, it's like, okay, I'm driven to go in this direction, you know, down this path because I trust the path more, right? Or something like that. It like steers you in a direction like because of different pressures around rather than just like fear as a sole director away from something, or love, which is a sole director towards something. It's trust. It's something that it kind of expands and contracts depending on the like context.
Okay.
So if you're with somebody and you trust them, you're not going to trust them the time before that time or the time after, because every time the level of trust that the dividends from that trust like changes the level of trust going forward.
It could be, you know, like brownie points one day and then like no brownies like for weeks type thing, right? Just like, but like that's the thing. Like, should we like trust based on these specific points, or like you were saying, like our overall sense of trust going forward will be based on like that fluctuation of like those ups and downs of giving people trust and then, you know, like being betrayed or losing that trust, but then allowing it back in our life, or like proving like repentance type thing. And then like it just goes in those ebbs and flows. But again, like what if like an addict or just somebody who, you know, like I always pick the wrong girl or the wrong guy, right? Like when I hear like that is an acknowledgement like of just like them like looking at their character, right? Before it comes their destiny. I don't want to marry like these like people who just end up being sleazebags or who like being two-faced. Does that make sense? So like I agree with you. Like trust comes from that. But again, if like an addict who like knows like if they like relapse or use again, they are either going to like die, they are either going to hurt their family more, and they love their family, and it's, you know, like that kind of break. And then like they love to get high type thing. And so this is where like our choices are motivated by our definitions of what we perceive to be closest to pleasure and furthest from pain, right? Like, and in that context, like if we're constantly making a choice that is hurting us and everyone around us that we love dearly, what we are doing is that we are defining that choice to be the closest thing to love, and then going the other way, which would be painful to not be able to get high and try to like face this thing. And once we like redefine like that like baseline, that is when we become like free of like the shackles of just like our adolescent phase, right? So when we are able to forgive everybody and especially ourselves, that's wisdom. But when we come to a phase like Jesus, forgive your enemies and anyone who trespass you, just as we hope they have forgiven us of our trespasses, right? It's like that mirror. The universe is this mirror where, you know, like if you're looking at a mirror reflection of yourself, like in brushing your teeth, like Ref, and you just see like the reflection is just like like angry. Like it just looks angry. Like you're just like, dang, like and you don't want to look angry. What are you going to do? Like, you're not going to like talk to yourself. Just like, dude, man, freaking look happier. That type thing. You're just going to look the way that you want to look. And that's the same principle. You know, like we have to change first before we expect like whatever reflection, whether it's another person or ourselves. And that's the thing about when I see on TikTok people interrupting, or, you know, they just are very kind of like narrow focus, like super focused in a sense on a specific kind of like thought or action. And that becomes a habit. Either way, before I get lost on what I'm trying to say, you know, like this is kind of like my work as well. I'm not trying to write a book or anything like that, but I'm trying to find a way to be able to just kind of, in this sense, just like give a kind of like 10-step process. Like Denal is creating a game, which I love games and stuff like that. And so, you know, like I said, I'm a creator and stuff like that. And I think that like human relationships and like the human experience is about finding people that inspires us to be creative. And like what you were talking about, like, you know, just like having this respectful kind of like experience, so that when we are out of that and like in a new environment that doesn't feel this way, like at all, and then we gotta then like the next environment is gonna be like, I need a gauge, right, or a mediation, or kind of like a average type thing. So I go back to the one where I felt like that love, and if I feel the same, and I go back to the same other environment and feel the same, then I get like a specific kind of data set is what I do. Kind of like that's how I live my life in the context of what you were speaking in your own like language, Ref, if that makes sense. So thank you for.
That's constructive feedback. Basically, if you feel like it's doing good for you, then that's constructive interference. You get more energy out of the situation. If you're in a bad situation, that's destructive interference. Cancels out your energy.
Right. Okay.
So that's something in my book. That's like a dynamic that I've noticed.
The cancellations of just like energies, right? Like the energy and then the anti-energy, the dark energy and then light energy, right? The light and the dark, the good and the bad, right? But beautiful.
Just things that are out of phase with one another. They don't match up.
Out of phase, maybe completely like too far one way on like one side. Does that make sense? Like
you're north and they're south. Yeah.
I'm north and south, and they're completely east-west type thing. Where it's just like we're on completely different trajectories. Does that make sense? So this is where my father like gave me like a father-son advice, where, you know, he told me like human beings, especially men, like fall in love at first sight, like all the time, easily. But we have to be able to find somebody that we love at first sight who is also walking in the same direction, right? That we're heading. And if we don't know where we're really heading, you know, we're like how Heath Ledger, as like the Joker said, I'm like a dog just chasing a car, and once I catch one, I don't know what I'm gonna do, you know, just like type thing. And so, you know, like it can be a scary place for people who don't have a resource, maybe like what your book, like I think has the potential to be. Give them some kind of like grounding to be able to process what we are experiencing through another person's own experience. Does that make sense? Like that's what I consider like a self-help book. What's that?
Yeah, I mean, that example is actually in the book. What you said that your dad told you is actually in my book. I already have that, like picking somebody who's going to be going in the same direction as you is like a full-on concept.
Could I interject a few points before I forget them?
Oh yeah, sure.
So the in phase, out of phase thing with the energies, yeah, that's literally just being aligned with your value system or not aligned with your value system. When we're not aligned, we feel terrible. But also with the whole interruption thing, it's definitely not respectful, but I was interrupting you too, Riff, so I mean, I don't really care if you interrupt me. But it's also a sign of love, and I can prove this with interventions. An intervention is an interruption of a habit, a behavior pattern that is seen as toxic. We do this because we love that person and we value that person and we value the information and we value them enough to waste our time and spending it on them, trying to correct their information, trying to correct their patterns, trying to correct their behaviors, because we value them and we don't want to see them go down a dark road that we can see and they can't.
True. Yeah, that's legit. Intervention's a great word as well. It's kind of like
depending on what end of that word you stand on. I love that. Intervention. It's where I learned that, when I point a finger at someone or something, I'm pointing 3 fingers back at myself, and that's why I'm in rehab. Probation. Right. That's what I learned in that process. And that was once I learned that, I was just like, wow, that really steered the course of my trajectory in that direction where I agree with you, Janal. It is a love where, these probation people that I would do telling me this information, they took this job because I don't know, they want to get people out of the system, but they are perceived as the ones trying to keep people in the system. So one of the things that after I finished that, I just gave her a big hug and just thanked her for just all the help she has given me to enlighten my darkness and I'm just kind of wording it right now in hindsight, but thank you, Danal, for just expressing that. And instead of just hey, I was doing it to you, but that's a good thing. That's just giving grace, right? Just but also Danal, just same thing, just I'm going to try to also not be so interrupted myself. So, that's all that said. But again, ref, so now, in all these things in your book, that's the thing about my dad. My dad is the one who taught me a lot of these core foundational levels of having a firm foundation of what love is: unconditional love, conditional love, and just a score in tennis type thing, where it's just a material thing. And so then when I dove into religion and the Bible specifically, not religions at all, but reading the Bible, and I saw love in it, in a sense, where there were so many parts where I'm just laughing, and that's from love, but I'm laughing about how this what I was reading was loving. So again, going back to what you were talking about just everywhere, pretty much in any book, any literature, any idea from a philosopher is sponsored by love, right? Going back, do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that
beginning point. But then there is that 0.1. It's a contraceptive where it's 99.99, but that 0.01 is what could really change our entire life. That 0.1 of the contraceptive warning could end up making us have to change our entire habit and character to become a different destiny, if that makes sense. And as a chaplain, when I have kids who are coming to me because their parents just want me to kind of sit down and talk to them about how they should listen to their parents, I'm okay. And then all I get to know is about the kids kind of personal experience, and I come back and tell the parents just they need to do this and acknowledge this or change this, and they'll come at me just be hold on, we thought we were coming to you so that you can get them to change what we want them to change. And I'm that's not how this dynamic of parent and child works anymore, especially in the Bible, right? Type thing. So Does that make sense? Like, Ref, I don't know if you have like a chapter on just like
they're using to roll back to intervention. They're trying to use you as an intervention for the child, a way to bridge that intervention. But it needs to be a just intervention. Otherwise, it actually doesn't. It's not respectable as an intervention. So your job in that moment is to give the kids some justification for actually wanting to make changes, and they come to you in your talk and they're talking about the thing that's their parents are doing that's probably eroding trust or something.
Or that has
And then
eroded.
you have to be an intervening factor for them too, the adults.
Hey, being a like mediator, like a righteous, like, you know, like I judge only as I hear, as the Bible says, you know, like I consider myself a fair, like righteous, like judge in these kind of like mediations and stuff like that. But, you know, I will come to a point where it's just like God, I see the accountability from both parties, right? Where that's just like the love, where as a chaplain, I am like a bottom rung counselor, I guess, in like, or therapist in that ring, where like therapists and like counselors and psychiatrists, they are the ones that have kind of like sacrificed maybe just like that, like love, like unconditionally for the condition of being able to make a living or, you know, retain or, you know, like keep a certain profile going. But that's where like the like integrity of like counseling and therapy is corrupted, right? Because then parents can pay a therapist and say, I need you to like convince my child I'm right in a broad sense, right? And then that parents just be like, oh yeah, you know, like all this stuff. And that's when like I saw just like the parents on TikTok, just like at school, like meetings, just like, I don't understand why, like, you know, like classes just begin with like 20 minutes of just like seeing how everybody's feeling that day. Just like when I was in school, it was math, English, duh. Can they just go back to that? And I'm just like, yeah, we don't want to go back to that because it produced what we're seeing like in this woman. You know?
Yeah, some of the worst parents of all time.
Just not worst, but detached. And I don't even think she was a parent. She was just somebody who, like, I don't know. You really got to seek out, like, if people are virtue signaling or if they're really passionate and, like, coming from a true, like, place of, like love. Or they just love what they're virtue signaling for selfish reasons, if that makes sense. That's something where maybe you could throw that in the last 20%. Debate, welcome back. Are you there, brother? Sorry, guys.
I am. I'm so sorry about earlier.
What are you apologizing for, man? I apologize.
It seems to me that seems to me that bad parenting kind of reached a critical mass within the last like 50 years or something, and then now there's like an actual intervention happening because of it, and that's what I think that
the intervention being. Can you elaborate?
At this point,
because I would agree with you on that. Like the intervention is being like schools hiring like counselors that like students can go to that like trust that they are like confidential, right? Like that's the policy of these school counselors. Like everything that is like said in like these one-on-ones with a specific student or students is confidential, just like a doctor. So when parents come to like school counselors and ask them just like, what did you tell my kid? Or what did my kid tell you? They can tell them just like, it's like counselor confidentiality. And you'll have to take that up with the school board, which they'll do. And the school board will just say like, hey, you know, whatever they'll say. But then when you say bad parenting, this is where like I would kind of see like the signs of just like maybe somebody who is just not parenting like as much as they could be is kind of maybe the wording I would use like now. So thank you, Ref, and everybody here for allowing me to kind of get to this point of being able to reword it this way for myself. So glory to God for that. So.
But But yeah, what I mean by bad parenting isn't necessarily that they don't love their kids or anything like that. It's not like they're trying to be abusive. It's just that, like, you know, we had a generation of the Great Wars and stuff where, like, they came back, they were really emotionally neglectful. And then you had, like, maladapted people who didn't have emotional intelligence come out of that because they just didn't learn it early enough. They were stunted in that way. And then they had kids and their relationships fell apart. There's a ton of single parents. And then the kids, you know, this is a time when there was less community too. So the kids from that point ended up, you know, going wild. They did all kinds of stuff. They had a ton of kids and they didn't know what to do at all. And then it was a bigger problem than they could handle.
Just like a domino effect, just like, like spreading out, right? So this is where, like,
now, like, it's stabilized.
Is it?
But it's so bad that, like, we got to do something.
I mean, it's stabilized, right? So, like, isn't this just like a time where it's just like, okay, guys, we can breathe? I don't think we're at that, like, stability. I think that we're, like, at that, like peak of just, like, you know, like when you were talking about just like generations, like they like last time I checked, there were like 7 living generations, like currently, right? Those from World War II, like 1940s, are the greatest generation. That's the name of their generation. Their children are the silent generation. Their children are the baby boomers. Their children are Gen X, Y, and Z. And then now we're at Gen Alpha, right? Like type thing. That's where we're at right now.
Right.
And so now when you say just like they're like having just a bunch of kids, I would say that this is like part of that like baby boomer era that came from that silent generation where like they just had to be quiet because they knew their parents went through some like tough shit, you know, like, and so they like that thing. But yeah, when they're just told just like, hey, yeah, you know, like just find love. And, you know, like, and that was like one of the most romantic periods of like what I like learned to be like American culture, you know, when like kids, like boys in like high school, like it would always be like the athlete or the jock would give their like Letterman jacket to like their girl. And that would be like the sign of just like, we're together, right? When I was in school, it'd be like, will you go out with me? It's like, yes. It's like, we're boyfriend, girlfriend, but we would never go out anywhere. You know, like, does that make sense? So again,
survivability factor. You got to think, like back 50 generations ago, you had to have 50 freaking kids because only one would make it to adulthood.
Right. It was a numbers game at that point, right? Like,
you would learn to value that child and treat that child right because you had those 49 other kids that you failed with and they died.
I mean, you would hope that was like the source, like feeling like for the parent who like went through that. But you know, like, what about like the child who is number 50 and is just like taking on like all of the like trust and love that the parents like are at from the 49 kids they just lost. And it's just like, this one, you know, we're going to be like very over loving type thing, right? Like where it's like the helicopter parents or like the freaking just like overbearing, like strict kind of like, you know, sheltering type thing. It's a spectrum, but love is love. And every human being, like a snowflake, has their own signature, or I guess like molecular structure of what that love will look like in a microscopic lens. But then when you step out in the macroscopic view with like our eyes, like it's just a snowflake falling type thing. And again, I'm kind of speaking in real time, just like, and feel free to interrupt me when I'm like just kind of, you know, ranting. I used to do stand-up comedy, so
I've got an analogy for what you just said in my book. Actually, the everyone's love expression is different. The way that I put it in the book is that everyone, they have love, right? They have a certain capacity of love, and everyone's different. But it's like a cup of water, right? And so you can get drained by other people, and then you have less to give, and you're always thirsty as well. So when you get drained, you get desperate. You want the contents to be full. You want to be able to drink from your own cup whenever possible. But things happen. People get cracks in their cups. Some people have really long, really narrow cups. They can't give a lot of love at once. They're not capable of it. They don't have the capacity for it. Some people, they're like a teapot, right? And if someone's trying to put love in, they have to physically take off the lid. Otherwise, it'll spill everywhere, and they just won't receive that effort in the form of the energy, like coming into their stream or whatever.
I like that one. I like the teapot one.
But yeah.
So this is where, like, Bruce Lee, you know, just like
Beautiful analogy.
I mean, like,
Love it.
I loved, like, I've never heard like that, like, use of just like the teapot. Like Bruce Lee says, you know, like, empty your mind like water. You know, like, be formless, shapeless. You know, you put water into a cup, it becomes that cup. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. You're saying just like, but with the teapot, you have a lid that, like, you have to be able to, like, see and, like, open before you get any water into it. But if you tip it, like, one way, that the spout, I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle. Here is my spout. Maybe that's where that came from. Where you have to find out where's the handle that tips the spout that pours their inner water out, rather than, I don't know. I'm just kind of freeballing with that. But
I mean, that could be an analogy of just like being able to deliver a like really reliable stream of love. You know, as a teapot, you can direct it. You know where it's going.
Well, I mean, like,
you can condition it.
Right. I mean, like, and we can also, like, be the teapot ourselves, right? Like, we're feeling just like everybody's just trying to freaking like like open up a lid that just like is going to let out a bunch of like steam type thing, maybe, you know, or, you know, we're boiling like that. And then, you know, like, but, you know, there's that saying, like, we can lead a horse to water, but can't make them drink. Where in rehab or intervention, like, you know, like, I would, in that phase of my life, I would hear that idiom more than I had before, right? Because people were maybe telling me just like, you know, like, we can take you to rehab, but, you know, like, we can't make you, like, stay sober, in a sense. I'm, like wording it now differently than I thought. Just, like, back then, I was just, like, so are you guys calling me a horse? And you guys are, like, the human beings? You know, like, I just took it very offensively, like, pointing that finger. Like, and I needed to address the three fingers. So this is where, with water...
Like, you're lesser.
I mean, you know, like you were talking about, like, my cup was already, like, running on empty, you know, and that's where my cup fills in, like, a lot of ways. And there's a philosophy called our love tank. You know, I'm sure you've heard of, like, love languages, but then there's also this term that my dating coach, my coworker, told me that, like, we also have, like, our own love tank that gets filled and drained based on what we, like, in our, like, personal kind of, like, lexicon that comes, like, to, like, reference in the love language that we speak, right? Like, the lexicon that uses all the words that we speak in love is, like, the gauge, right? If we are somebody who, like fills that tank up when people, like, tell us, I love you, man, like, you're so great, and I just love this, and we're just like, thank you, and, like, we just feel filled, and, like, our cup runneth over type thing. But then other people are just like the drainers who just, like, poke holes to let our water start leaking in that same context. Or, like I was talking about with the teapot, trying to tip us out for whatever reason, or open up our lid to let out squeeze you. Whatever it is. But I realized, like, after reading, like, the Bible and getting through the Old and New Testament, like, in order, that was the thing that I was very proud of myself for, like, sticking to it, because I've never read a book start to finish, let alone without having to do, like, in a homework assignment. So this is, like, big for me, you know. So during that the quarantine during COVID, that's what I did, like, during lockdown, you know, just, like, dedicated myself and just, like, documented it. ABZ, you're back. But you know, like when I found like Christ talking about like the water that he gives freely, you know, will never thirst again. So you use that term when you were talking about ref, like the love tank, right? Like when we have that cup, that water is like draining and stuff like that. We get thirsty, but then you also said like another word. I forgot exactly what it was. So again, this is where for me, and I guess like maybe for you as well, Ref, and everybody else listening, you know, like it's all about recognizing just our love language, the words that we share, like in our day to day. And that's where TikTok is very like valuable tool, because if you run a live, like it records and documents all of that. And so you can go back and watch exactly what you said, what everybody else said, and keep receipts. But I also do a double layer of that by always like recording it myself and like uploading it onto like another like cloud platforms, YouTube, right? So I always have just like all of these sources that I can go to and just like learn from myself whenever I have to like know, like, was it me? Was it them? And you know, like, how did it
You
get
got
to
references.
just I have evidence, right? That I can like be able to hold myself accountable and say I should have done this differently, right? So a lot of times when I like review my film like type thing, and I'm just like, dude, I made a bad play there, right? And I'm just like, you know, I should have done this. Then I keep playing, and then I'm just like, yep, it led to this, you know, so maybe if I do this, it'll do that. So I'm always just taking notes, self-peeling, like reflecting every day, bit by bit. And that's like my obsessive nature, where I was always in my head. But then like doing these lives has really allowed me, I'm realizing this now, to just get to speak out loud, if that makes sense, Raf, like you said, like earlier. So, you know, just kind of calling.
Well, some people call that spiritual refinement. Like you're refining, you're cutting away the things that you don't think you identify with in like your expression.
Right. Trimming the fat is what we call it in comedy.
Speaking.
Or just like sharpening
What you
or
give
forging.
out, the energy that you put out there. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, have you ever heard of GIGO? GIGO. I'm going to take that as a no. It's an acronym for,
really bad with names, but
I mean, like, it's like, that's the thing. It's just like one of those FA, you know, fucker, FO. There's so many like acronyms. But for me, God, GOD, is an acronym that I use for like my goals, objective, destination, or dream, or deadline. You know, like that's how I make God work for me in my day-to-day life. Like, and, you know, like when I was told like doing comedy, like the comedy club that, you know, like I was going through is all about GIGO, good in, good out, right? If we can like find good comics who put good into like the ears of the audience, then we will have good people like going out of that like that's where their club name is Comedy Works, right? Like Comedy Works, be able to put good in and good out. But then in business, GIGO is an acronym that is garbage in, garbage out, right? And that's like specifically in business. So this is that's the thing. When I heard that from like my like business, like, you know, like roommate in college, like, you know, like I was just like, interesting, like the different perspective from these different professions, like of the same, like objective, like truth, right? So this is where who's right?
Right.
They're both right, right? You know, so yeah, I don't like take, you know, like mull on that. See ya, you know, like, so these are not anything that I'm like claiming, nor like will ever claim, like is all from me, right? And so like that's where writing a book, like, you know, like all these things, like it was very kind of like not for me when I realized just like, I don't know, like I was reading self-help books that like were for idiots and dummies, right? Just these step-by-step type things where like I value those kind of books. Just like give us the art of like happy. What was the like running title of your book?
Love the Art of Happiness.
Loving the Art of Happiness for dummies. I'll buy that one.
Say for dummies.
I mean,
if you're smart, don't even pick up the book. Put it back. It's not for you.
I mean, you just add that word, just like like the loving.
No, I don't want to take the trademark of the For Dummies books.
I mean, like those are a lot of like how to. So if you just put how to love the art of happiness for idiots and dummies, I think that would be something that you and I need to kind of sit down and hash out a contract. No, I'm just kidding. But
how to love the art of happiness.
I mean, like, that's the thing. When you just put how to love the art of happiness, without like that extra tag at the end, it would imply, just for somebody like me, just reading like the cover, like, okay, are they gonna like be writing about something that they came up with like originally, or make that claim or whatever? That's why I say, maybe they say never judge a book by its cover, but then there's a comedian, Jimmy Carr. Yeah, but you can like see how much is you can see the price. There's a comedian who said, you don't judge a book by its cover, but you can definitely tell like the price type thing. When he said that, I was like, ooh. So again, good in, kind of like good out, like it didn't make me just put out garbage by like, I don't know, like I don't know what I would consider garbage, but like the garbage is like the comedians that I see who are just all about the laugh, and there is no kind of like true like essence. They're just that's their style, but then there's like the style of comedy, which is called self-deprecating comedy, where it comes from like a place of truth that maybe like you add some layers, like Dave Chappelle, like said was his formula or algorithm, right? And that's what life is about. Finding like our algorithm by doing things and finding things in people that we love and all that stuff, right? And that's where, I don't know if you guys have been told by like elders, it's like, if you're looking for love, just stop and it'll find you, right? Have you guys ever heard that? I'm just like, I mean, how's it going to find me? Type thing. But it's one of those things where it's like Confucius say, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a noise? It's not a question like seeking an immediate answer. It is a parable intended to plant a seed to grow into a different tree in this like freaking forest of, type nothingness, if that makes any sense. So,
well, hopefully, just by reading the title, Love the Art of Happiness, you have a hint that if you're looking for happiness, you should like know that you're also looking for love. That's how you're going to be happy. Love is the thing that brings most people's life's meaning.
Yeah.
So
looking for love in all the wrong places. Looking for love in too many spaces.
You know that old saying? Though, you can tell a tree by the fruit it bears, right? But you can't tell the taste of the orange until you've given it the squeeze. Which is to say that you don't really know something until it's been tested.
Right. It's just like, that isn't ripe at all. Just like, it's got a worm in it. Right. It could be a crab apple, right? Look at these little like.
It's gross.
Right. It's like, oh my God. But then, like we like the sour.
This is a lemon. This isn't even an orange.
It's like, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, right? Like, there's this, an artist, Atmosphere. He's a hip hopper. His album was "When Life Gives You Lemons, Paint That Shit Gold." So I like that one. You don't know like what was it? You don't know the taste until you give the orange the squeeze.
You don't know the taste of the fruit until you've given it the squeeze or the orange or whatever.
Right? I like that one. But then yeah, I don't know. It needs more water. It needs some sugar, type thing. That's when like once you taste it, are we able to kind of recognize just like type thing? And maybe that's why like those like savants or like the sommeliers of just like flavor, like the flavor experts, where they have a palate
right.
that's just like so like sensitive, where they're like able to sense every note in like a wine, in a bottle of wine, like cinnamon and like oak.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, it just tastes like shit to me, dude. I'm just like give me a Coke, man. Just like, so again.
Right. This is someone who's got a textbook from their experimentation with flavor, right?
It's like,
so, like, they read the food Bible.
Or just the idiot's guide to like the food Bible of like fruits and wine and stuff like that, right? Like the Bible is full of like water,
right?
But like Jesus turned water into wine, and wine could be interpreted just like whining like a kid, just like, why are you?
Yeah. I'm thirsty.
You're just like give me
want a juice.
Or why aren't you guys like drinking the juice that I squeezed? I worked so hard to be able to squeeze this for you guys, and you guys are just spitting it back in my face, just like. I'm just, again, that's hilarious. Like, I'm just thinking of that, like, real time. So, again, I got to make a note of this. That's going to be a collab. But, yeah, I mean, like, so then, like, Ref, like, let me ask you this. Like, are you, like, writing in the narrative to try to, like, speak to the readers? Or, like, and again, I'm asking this because, like, I would, like, keep a diary. Like, I journaled a lot, especially when I was doing comedy. I'd, like, carry a little notebook for, like, joke ideas that I came up with, and then I had like my diary at the end that I would journal, and then like I was just like all over the place. But you know, like when I finally like had a close friend, you know, like tell me like when she was like taught by her like writing teacher in college, just like if you write like in a way that is expected to be read, you know, like when we write a diary, we are writing in a like perspective that like we don't want people like necessarily to find this, like we keep our diary like secret and like personal, right? And so she told me just like if I've ever thought about just like writing like in my like journaling, like at the end of the day after writing all these jokes, just like writing as if it was expected to be picked up and just like flipped through and read and stuff like that. And I was just like, okay, that I've never thought of it that way. So like how would I actually like put apply like that? So I like thanked her, and like that's where like I always appreciated her like relationship with me. But then again, I like lost that trust because I took it. I don't want to say take advantage, but I like relied on like our trust that we built over like years of knowing each other, and she trusted me and like got me out of this situation, got me out of lockdown, like when I like fucked up on my probation, and like trusted that I would pay her back. But then I didn't know that she put my bail on a credit card, you know, like which added interest. And so I thought it was going to be this much. And then all of a sudden my tab is like dramatically like increased, like almost like 100%, you know, like, and so I was just like, oh, you know, like I'll pay you back. But, you know, like, you know, I was just like, you know, I can't pay it all at once. You know, like if I could just maybe do like some payment plan or something like that. And she's like, Charlie, I got you, but it's on my credit card. Right. Like, so she just told me it's on my credit card, and just know that like my credit card is like almost maxed out now because she shops a lot and stuff like that. She's got a rich like daddy who like pays for this. And so like she got her mom to come with her. I was like, you brought your mom with you? She's like, yeah. I was like, well, thank you. So like that was the thing where I was like, wow, like I got a lot of love. But then I was so isolated and by myself, just like trying to meet these like goals, objectives, and deadlines that I made for myself at that time, not even knowing God in this way that I do now. And so, you know, like, thank you again for like allowing me to kind of self-realize this in this moment. Glory to God. But does that make sense? Like when she got that first like sense of just like the distrust, or let's just like the trust going down, was when like, you know, I told her like, yeah, here's your first payment. You know, it's not as much, you know, type thing where like she gave me a deadline. I didn't meet the deadline, knew I wasn't going to meet the deadline, didn't take like proactive like measures. I just was waiting for like to be reactive. So this is another term that I learned, you know, like try to be proactive rather than reactive, right? So like
Right.
Take that.
You take action before it's necessary.
No, just
like
absolutely stop. Necessary. Before we think, or when we think, stop before we speak. Like what we're thinking, and just really mull over. Just like, is my mind in the gutter, or like, does this need to be said because I'm so passionate and I love what is like saying? So like, on that like level. But does that make sense, Ref? So.
Yeah. Oh shoot, you still there?
Yeah, I was just flipping through a prompt. Like, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the prompts that I've been kind of cycling through it as we've like done the live. But let me ask you this. I know Denal, Miranda, BZ, I don't know if you've seen this, but take a look at this image and just like give me your like interpretation on what could possibly be going on in this like dialogue between these two little T-Rexes. Does that make sense? Like,
right. It's possible that the green T-Rex is gesturing but can't fully express how much he loves the other T-Rex. The T-Rex is like, oh man, you only love me. Between the space between your arms, those are tiny little T-Rex arms. What exactly are you trying to say? But it's like that other T-Rex's full capacity of what he can show with his arms.
This is a T-Rex too. If it was like a freaking, I don't know, Stegosaurus or I don't know, like a pterodactyl or something, it's just like, you love me this much? Just like, I love you this much, right? That's where like the joke, just like, why Christian women love Jesus so much? Because he's hung like this.
Right.
Type thing. So this is where, like, beautiful. Like that's kind of the thing. But again, like, anybody, like, what about another one? Like if I told you to like come up with like 3 like different like premises that like led to this or what's going on in here. Like what if it's just like, like you said, like this T-Rex is saying, I love you like this much. He's like spreading his arms, but because he's a T-Rex type thing. And this one's just like, oh, really? Like that much? It's like, that's not very much type thing, right? And he's just like, oh, type thing. But then we have to also like point out they're both T-Rexes. So they should know that this is like the extent. So like, that's the max type thing, right? They're used to another perspective type thing. So again, like, I will give you one where what if like this T-Rex is going through like a bad day and this one is just coming up like, hey, like blah, 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 blah. Like, I love you. Like, I love you like this much, like come in. And like this T-Rex is just like, that's not love. That's not very much like the love that I need type thing. And that's why the T-Rexes got wiped out. It's like, I'm just sick of eating everything and we're always the bad guy, dude. Like maybe we could be like protectors, like eat like the bad guy, like, so this is where like Wreck-It Ralph, just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you're a bad guy. Have you ever seen Wreck-It Ralph? Like the whole like
oh, I've seen that
intervention of all the bad guy characters in every video game. Just
right.
Like the ghosts and Pat, like, so this is where like animations and especially like Pixar and like DreamWorks movies in that medium. Like we were talking about earlier, how like they make like a lot of like gross profit from those movies. And I said like, yeah, like you don't have to pay for like set building and like location permits and like actors to actually like act, like a voice actor, like I would love to do that kind of role, but like it's an art. And so when you say the art of anything, right? Like what is art to you, Ref, in the context of the title of your book? Like,
it's like a skill that needs to be developed, like almost like a system that you create to express yourself.
Is it a system that you intend to be like for everybody, like everybody, or just like 99.9% of like those who like read it will actually, in the long run, successfully make this transition, as opposed to like the one person who's just like, you know what? I read your book. I took its advice. I did it to the T, and my life fucked up. You owe me money because now you're a successful writer and stuff like that. That's what happens when you get to the top. I'm not trying to burst your bubble, but like I'm just trying to maybe make you think.
It's pretty broadly applicable. I don't like ask anybody to do anything specific. More just like work your way towards service towards others, and you'll be happy. And like it brings fulfillment, that kind of thing. And it's not just other people. Like you become more attuned as a human being. You attune yourself to nature. You attune yourself to like objects that you own, that kind of thing. Like you learn how to like take care of your things. You learn how to take care of yourself. There's like a chapter on loving yourself, loving nature, loving others, loving things, loving life, essentially.
Like step by step by step
strategies to do so, like little frameworks that you can follow.
Okay.
And should be broadly applicable to just about everybody.
Right, like the tree falling in the forest with nobody around. Like anybody can interpret it or take that like any way they want to. But it's intent, it's solid type thing. So again,
well, it somewhat codifies some of the language of love, like conditional love versus unconditional love, what like those two things, what separates them, holding space, that kind of respect, as a thing. It goes into different like specifics on like what people do to express love.
Or
so like, for instance, this whole panel is like holding space for conversation, and it's a form of love. It's a form that love takes, because you love whatever philosophy or anything, Christianity, whatever that you like talking about. You want to share a space where it can be enjoyed or whatever.
Demonstrated.
I'm not sure what your motivation is.
Demonstrated, enjoyed, or maybe, off-putting. But yeah, like my intention doing TikTok lives as a chaplain is exactly that. Just holding a space that I am like the Lord of hosts, as the Bible would say. Here I am the Lord of hosts, and like I have the power to do whatever. And then I bring on moderators, and I let people just know like the tiers of just like, like in the Bible, there's God. And then in Genesis 2, Lord God. And then in Genesis 3, it's just Lord. So it's like these like things. But, I'm using like these TikTok terms in the context of just like I am working on a proof, and Turing testing that, yeah, like I can consistently like hold this space, like when I'm in control, to be able to have people who come and like will begin with just like, like the last live I went on, or just all the lives are this way, but then they sit and kind of just like vibrate or resonate in this space or this like frequency for a little bit, and will tell me just like, yo man, like I really enjoyed this, or demonstrate like respect, patience, like compassion, authenticity, and stuff like that I hope that we all, like you all, will be able to take that like going forward in your day-to-day, in your last lives. Just like, yo man, just like, Chaplain Charlie's live, like I learned this or I felt this, and then, you go to another live and it's just like maybe the opposite or the anti or the other side of the coin, like the tails or heads or whatever, right? We were talking about that double-sided coin with
I know
Orion,
what you're talking about.
right? So, like
lion's dens, viper pits, all kinds on TikTok.
Milk and honey, rivers of milk and honey type thing, right? Whatever floats your boat at this time. Essentially, it's whatever fills your tank, right? Like, so maybe,
right.
So then how would we rationalize like the people who just come on TikTok, like ticked and rage baiting people to get ticked or crash out type thing. Because they'll say just like, you know, like after work, I just love winding down and jumping on TikTok and just like riling people up. And I'm just like, yeah, that's the problem, bro. And you're calling yourself like like a Christian or a Muslim coming at me, telling me I need to change when I come on here to like combat like that, like emotion, right? So this is where I realized just like you are the anti-Charles, the anti-me, right? The anti-Chaplin type thing where, again, working title, Miranda put that type thing. But, you know, like once you kind of like get to know like who you can trust and who trusts you, then I found myself like being able to navigate through life like the next decade after I retire from comedy in a beautiful, just like free way. But like, you know, it was just giving up, like trying to have control or like thinking that I can predict something, like you said, you know, and that's the hardest part where we have to be able to like trust our experience, trust our heart, and trust like our gut. But there comes a time where if those things all like are aligned with like what we define as like trust, then our walk, our actions, our habits, our character will all just like a mosaic. You just kind of step out and you just like look at everything. It's just like a picture. Again, I'm kind of like freestyling that. So again, I put this prompt, just like artists, which you are a writer, you're an artist. But, you know, like art, a person whose creative work shows, you know, like I can't read the whole thing. I don't know if you guys can, but, you know, like, so when I was asking you just like the art of, you know, like enjoying like happiness. Like,
yeah, I can't read it either, but it
just creative work,
something in imagination,
right? Our like own senses or our own like
right. I'm an artist too. Like I don't just write.
Right, like
I'm also a blacksmith. I also like.
Why aren't you a whitesmith?
Do all kinds of art, really.
Right, like creative. Like
I do woodworking.
Creating anything
I'm a very creative
is an
person.
art.
It's my favorite thing to do.
Right. I mean, creating is what humans are built for, like we were talking about earlier, right? And finding others that foster and inspire that creative, like light and nature and like, you know, like drive within each of us as human beings, our heart. And so there was like a hip hopper who is a Muslim that I would never have guessed was a Muslim, you know, when like, you know, like, but he has a song called like, Begin Here, you know, and it's just like this beautiful piano ballad where he just like sings just like his life story, you know, and he says just like anything that is given to a man can be taken. The only thing that like we really have is what we've earned type thing. Right. And so when he said that he learned how to see people, not with his eyes, but with his heart, you know, like he is like an albino who has like a lazy eye and stuff like that. You look at him and he's just like got the lazy eye. And so like, you know, like he couldn't see people well. And so that made him rely and trust like what his heart was telling him, you know? And so like, bro, when I heard his voice, I was just like, is this guy black or white? And my boy Jimmy was just like, why does it matter? Huh? And I was like, Jimmy, just don't give me the freaking like racist degree. Like, just, is he, which one? He's like, he's actually a black albino. Right. And I was just like, what? And he's just like, yeah, he's albino, but he was like raised by black people, you know, like a black family. And I was just like, whoa, that's an interesting story. So like, now that I know what like this person like looks like type thing, like the words really connected even deeper. And then like when I saw him live in concert, like it was just those layers that just like built like that trust bank, you know, like the trust fund that like, man, I know like this guy is like my my elder, my mentor type thing, and whatever he is putting out as his art, as an artist, right? He has a song that's just like we are artists. Everyone else are just acts, right? Like they're just acting, like in a way, but we are creating and we are expressing like our like self, like, you know, our love and like our pain or whatever it is. But it is that artistic nature, and we are all artists, but to what degree? Everybody can write, you know, but does like texting somebody make everybody a writer? Technically, maybe, but it's not like the art of writing like a book like you're doing, Ref. So you're taking it to the level of like building it into a skill, right? Like talent and skill, like Will Smith said, are two very different things. We all have like our own talents, but skill is knowing the talents that we have and dedicating it to hours and hours of deliberate practice to mastery, right? And that comes from a metric that is 10,000 hours. That is the gauge. 10,000 hours of that deliberate practice like officially makes one a master in any given field. That's why colleges have like a 4-year program. They're breaking down that hour system, right, into its certain degrees. But you don't have to go to college, right? You can dedicate those 10,000 hours like indirectly or directly without that kind of teacher. So when Bruce Lee says all knowledge is self-knowledge, right? Self-taught. That's wisdom. Self-taught is like true wisdom, but self-knowledge will lead to like wisdom in that sense. So HX, welcome to the panel. I'm going to have to kind of wrap this up. It's almost 3 a.m. for me, guys, but before I like don't have a chance to say it, like BZ, Ref, Denal, Miranda, just thank you, like all of you for just being here with me. And thank you, God, for picking these 4 to, you know, sit with me up until this point where we lost our 5th. Sorry, HX. I was getting to you, but yeah, any of you guys want to close it in? You know, like next up, who's on the list? So open mic time right now. BZ, you up for it? Denal, is there anything speaking? Ref, would you like my contact information so we can hash out the details of doing that dummy version? No, I'm just kidding. But Denal, just keep in mind in like that project, you know, because I'm actually like really excited about doing that with you.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned something about wanting to do voice acting. I'm going to need
Throw you a follow
for certain features of the game.
I've got a poll.
Yeah, please, like, do I could do my voice. I don't know if you want me to do like other characters. I just can't.
That would literally be perfect.
Okay, good. Yeah. I would love that. Welcome that. Raf, what were you going to say before you were beginning to kind of do the interrupting? Just kind of letting you know. So, you know, like, but what did you want to, what were you saying, Raf? If you remember? It's sorry I didn't mean to like kind of throw you under the bus or anything with that, but just kind of keeping you accountable and just, you know, out of just the love, my love for you, just as my brother from another mother, like, you know, but.
Here's a poem really quick to just end things off for myself.
Okay.
So, the fruits placed farthest out of reach are the sweetest, but the fruits placed out from reach are the ones that the eyes weep for. The men made from dust who shine before they rust, lust to rise and never fall. But the ages raise us all. The higher we climb, the farther we're sure to fall. Time makes all men feeble, as surely as it gives them strength. The gifts you have can be shared, but you're not the one to thank. You get what you need, but never what you want. Satisfaction. And you won't be satisfied.
Is that was that one of yours, or is that
Yeah, that's one of mine. It's semi-paraphrased. I messed up a couple places, but I just rolled with it.
Okay, but like that's an original like you. That's not like, I don't know any poets. Like that was deep.
I've written over 100 poems too.
So you're also a poet.
Thank you.
right? Like you're not just a man, a jack of many trades.
As well.
You know, like that's the thing. You know, like glory to God
Yeah,
for blessing you with just so many artistic.
I was an actor at one point.
Stage or
theater?
What? Okay, theater. Like stage acting and stuff like that. Like,
yeah.
Did you ever try to take it to like a screen, like sense? Like, did you ever audition for?
I edit. I use cameras. I don't actually act in front of a camera, but I use cameras.
I mean, everybody with a cell phone uses cameras these days, right?
Yeah, I know. I got a TikTok channel where I post videos.
That's not this one?
I don't think that I would want to be a screen actor, to be honest. Stage acting is where it's at.
Is it? I mean,
the culture's better.
That's the thing about like in comedy, like I compare stage acting to like more improv type thing where it's just like anything can happen, right? Like it's real live. Like in screen acting, there's like retakes and just like all these different things. So that's where I have like a fear that maybe I would like to be able to, like I love like thinking of like pitch ideas for just like movie premises. But one day I would really maybe like to sit down and take one of my own ideas. I have like two that I'm really kind of like dwelling in and kind of like, just I haven't really put anything officially pen on paper or anything like that. But, like make a script like type thing, like create a script. And maybe like you, Denal, Miranda, like can be like companions or like, collaborator or contributors, whatever C word you guys resonate with more to be able to make that project come true. And that will probably come in to fruition. Just like you said, like the sweetest fruits are the ones that are the furthest away, right? Is what you said. And that, right. Which reminded me back to kind of like
the ones that make you cry are the only ones that the mind can touch
and squeeze, right?
Yeah, you can wrap your mind around, but you can't wrap your hand around. Can't pluck the fruit.
So is that maybe where that concept of just like, like you don't know the taste until you give the fruit the squeeze, where you're talking about like how we will never get what we want and like we'll like type thing. And then you said that's satisfaction.
You'll always get what you need, but never what you want.
Which is satisfaction. And we'll never be satisfied, right? Like, type thing, right? Or, I mean, like, I just love like the whole like poetry. It makes me think like very deeply. And again, I want to like just put a pin in it that because I could go on another like 3 hours, and that's when I start getting like my water. So like with that poem, my cup runneth over. But this is where I got to kind of be able to kind of put a lid on it and stuff like that. So this is something I'm working on for myself. So Miranda, are you still there? I'm going to take that as maybe not. So, yeah, I mean, Ref, I gave you a follow, like, right from the start. So, yeah, follow me back. And then, like...
I gave you a follow.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, I see your lives probably in the future. Maybe I'll pop on.
Hey, I hope so, brother. You're welcome back anytime. And just like, all of you, CGI... Hold on, I got to say a little bit. Like, CGI, you have to pop up, like... Right when I'm closing down. Have you been? Are you still jumping on like E-Man's rooms and stuff like that?
You know what? I'll hop down in the comments.
I'm actually just kind of like I'm actually getting ready to shut down the live because I've been going 5 hours now.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a minute, so.
That's good. I saw you on like Logos' panel, I think. So it's just like, just.
Yeah.
Bad company corrupts like good morals, CGI. And I've sat down and talked to you, and I know like your heart's in a good place. But
E-Man's calling me. I'll be back.
Of course he is. Of course he's calling you, right? I have that power. His ears are just like burning. But on that note, just like Ref, thank you. Yeah. Denal and I, we would love to kind of like be able to get a copy of that book. Give us a discount. Denal, hit me up. Like I really want to be able to kind of do that, if we can. So hold me accountable to that if you can, if that's not too much to ask. And think about like that burrito idea that I gave you earlier, if you remember.
No, I will. I will.
Beautiful. And then Miranda, you know how to get a hold of me. So yeah, all of you guys just be well, remain in the light. It's been an honor and pleasure just being here with you all. And in case I don't see you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Be well, everybody.
You'll never be free until you realize this. It was never about what they think. It was always about whether you listen to yourself. We spend so much of life chasing approval, fitting. Into shapes that were never ours. Walking paths paved by other people's expectations. But have you noticed? The more you chase what pleases them, the further you drift from what fulfills you. The universe gave you a compass, not in your pocket, but in your chest. Your intuition is the echo of the cosmos whispering through you. And yet, how often do we trust our fear more than we trust that quiet knowing? Do not fear walking alone. Do not fear growing alone, because to stand in your own light is to remember the truth. Those who are meant for your journey will find you as you will find them. You'll never be free until...
Christians say God is the source of morality, but we have written moral codes that predate the Dead Sea Scrolls by almost 2,000 years. They deal with justice, harm, and responsibility. So morality clearly didn't start with the Bible. Christians say God is the source of morality, but we have written moral codes that predate the Dead Sea Scrolls by almost 2,000 years. They deal with justice.
You're welcome to. Diga, I'm sending you an invite. Again, man, I'm not gonna,
You have come to Mount Zion, to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to the countless thousands of angels in a joyful gathering. You have come to the assembly of God's firstborn children, whose names are written in heaven. You have come to God himself, who is the judge over all things. You have come to the spirits of the righteous ones in heaven, who have now been made perfect. You have come to Jesus, the one who mediates the new covenant between God and the people, and to the sprinkled blood, which speaks of forgiveness instead of crying out for vengeance like the blood of Abel. Be careful that you do not refuse to listen to the one who is speaking, for if the people of Israel did not escape when they refused to listen to Moses, the earthly messenger, we will certainly not escape if we reject the one who speaks to us from heaven. When God spoke from Mount Sinai, his voice shook the earth, but now he makes another promise. Once again, I will not only shake the earth, but the heavens also. This means that all of creation will be shaken and removed so that only unshakable things will remain. Since we are receiving a kingdom that is unshakable, let us be thankful and please God by worshiping him with holy fear and awe, for our God is a devouring fire. What the heck? You have come to Mount Zion, to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to the countless of thousands of angels in a joyful gathering. You have come to the assembly of God's firstborn children, whose names are written in heaven. You have come to God himself, who is the judge over all things. You have come to the spirits of the righteous ones in heaven, who have now been made perfect. You have come to Jesus, the one who mediates the new covenant between God and the people, and to the sprinkled blood, which speaks of forgiveness instead of crying out for vengeance like the blood of Abel. Be careful that you do not refuse to listen to the one who is speaking, for if the people of Israel did not escape when they refused to listen to Moses, the earthly messenger, we will certainly not escape if we reject the one who speaks to us from heaven. When God spoke from Mount Sinai, his voice shook the earth, but now he makes another promise. Once again, I will not only shake the earth, but the heavens also. This means that all of creation will be shaken and removed so that only unshakable things will remain. Since we are receiving a kingdom that is unshakable, let us be thankful and please God by worshiping him with holy fear and awe, for our God is a devouring fire. What the heck? You have come.
Holy shit! From the articles and from the whoever invented this tool, from the databases it receives it from.
Oh, is that not what Grok would do?
Whoever invented.
Now, look, I'd love to stay here and keep dunking on your weak asses, but someone else wants to come say hello before he's almost certainly fired. Director of the FBI, Mr. Kash Patel.
What up? Get their job?
Bro, that's the only word you know. Yeah, that shit crazy, man. It's the only word you know how to do.
No, I'm just saying, like, I imagine that.
And not roast me, bro. That's the only word you know how to say.
You guys probably wouldn't believe me if I told you my mom's black, but she is. She's just a pile of ash.
Today's the last.
You know what brings your manifestations in full circle? When you show gratitude in this moment instantly for whatever you currently can, already look at what you have and say, I'm going to be just as grateful for whatever there is to come, just like I'm grateful for everything that I have right.
We're gonna grade him.
What the like?
Running through the crib.
Did it again. So I hate, you know what they do with their smartest people? Cancel, cancel, cancel. Dopamine block, dopamine block, dopamine block. They get the ideas from you. They get the design. They get the prototype that works the first time you turn it on. And then they cancel it and they take it a level deeper. Because the fact is, it's a waste of your time. If you're a problem solver, if you solve impossible problems, it's a waste of your time to optimize a problem you've already solved for application. So what they do, you solve the impossible problem, and then they cancel it in the white world. They move it a level deeper. A level deeper, they optimize it for the secret application, and they give you a new problem. And then they cancel it. And then they give you a new problem, and then they cancel it. And a new problem, and they cancel it. And they psychologically abuse you into seeking the dopamine of the satisfaction of reward. And they use you as an idea factory. That's what they do to their smartest people. Because if they reward you with success, you rest on your laurels. I'm so fucking smart, I never have to try again. But if they cancel, you're constantly trying. You know what they do with their smartest people? Cancel, cancel, cancel. Dopamine block, dopamine block, dopamine block. They get the ideas from you. They get the design. They get the prototype that works the first time you turn it on. And then they cancel it and they take it a level deeper. Because the fact is, it's a waste of your time. If you're a problem solver, if you solve impossible problems, it's a waste of your time to optimize a problem you've already solved for application. So what they do, you solve the impossible problem, and then they cancel it in the white world. They move it a level deeper. A level deeper, they optimize it for the secret application, and they give you a new problem. And then they cancel it. And then they give you a new problem, and then they cancel it. And a new problem, and they cancel it. And they psychologically abuse you into seeking the dopamine of the satisfaction of reward. And they use you as an idea factory. That's what they do to their smartest people. Because if they reward you with success, you rest on your laurels. I'm so fucking smart, I never have to try again. But if they cancel, you're constantly trying. You know what they do with their smartest people? Cancel, cancel, cancel. Dopamine block, dopamine block, dopamine block. They get the ideas from you. They get the design. They get the prototype that works the first time you turn it on. And then they cancel it and they take it a level deeper. Because the fact is, it's a waste of your time. If you're a problem solver, if you solve impossible problems, it's a waste of your time to optimize a problem you've already solved for application. So what they do, you solve the impossible problem, and then they cancel it in the white world. They move it a level deeper. A level deeper, they optimize it for the secret application, and they give you a new problem. And then they cancel it. And then they give you a new problem, and then they cancel it. And a new problem, and they cancel it. And they psychologically abuse you into seeking the dopamine of the satisfaction of reward. And they use you as an idea factory. That's what they do to their smartest people. Because if they reward you with success, you rest on your laurels. I'm so fucking smart, I never have to try again. But if they cancel, you're constantly trying. You know what they do with their smartest people? Cancel. Dopamine block. They get the ideas from you. They get the design. They get the prototype that works the first time you turn it on. And then they cancel it and they take it a level deeper. Because the fact is, it's a waste of your time. If you're a problem solver, if you solve impossible problems, it's a waste of your time to optimize a problem you've already solved for application. So what they do, you solve the impossible problem, and then they cancel it in the white world. They move it a level deeper. A level deeper, they optimize it for the secret application, and they give you a new problem. And then they cancel it. And then they give you a new problem, and then they cancel it. And a new problem, and they cancel it. And they psychologically abuse you into seeking the dopamine of the satisfaction of reward. And they use you as an idea factory. That's what they do to their smartest people. Because if they reward you with success, you rest on your laurels. I'm so fucking smart, I never have to try again. But if they cancel, you're constantly trying. You know what they do with their smartest people? Cancel. Dopamine block. They get the ideas from you. They get the design. They get the prototype that works the first time you turn it on. And then they cancel it and they take it a level deeper. Because the fact is, it's a waste of your time. If you're a problem solver, if you solve impossible problems, it's a waste of your time to optimize a problem you've already solved for application. So what they do, you solve the impossible problem, and then they cancel it in the white world. They move it a level deeper. A level deeper, they optimize it for the secret application, and they give you a new problem. And then they cancel it. And then they give you a new problem, and then they cancel it. And a new problem, and they cancel it. And they psychologically abuse you into seeking the dopamine of the satisfaction of reward. And they use you as
Close Gerka.
3 a.m.
Something. To the women, if you hear. Only take like maybe 2 or 3 from the art. To the women. You'll never be free until you realize this. It was never about what they think. It was always about whether you listen to yourself. We spend so much of life chasing approval, fitting into shapes that were never ours, walking paths paved by other people's expectations. But have you noticed? The more you chase what pleases them, the further you drift from what fulfills you. The universe gave you a compass, not in your pocket, but in your chest. Your intuition is the echo of the cosmos whispering through you. And yet, how often do we trust our fear more than we trust that quiet knowing? Do not fear walking alone. Do not fear growing alone. Because to stand in your own light is to remember remember the truth. Those who are meant for your journey will find you as you will find them. You'll never be free until you realize this. It was never about what they think. It was always about whether you listen to yourself. We spend so much of life chasing approval, fitting into shapes that were never ours, walking paths paved by other people's expectations. But have you noticed? The more you chase what pleases them, the further you drift from what fulfills you. The universe gave you a compass, not in your pocket, but in your chest. Your intuition is the echo of the cosmos whispering through you. And yet, how often do we trust our fear more than we trust that quiet knowing? Do not fear walking alone. Do not fear growing alone.
Anti-Semitic to, she was loud and rebellious. Her feet, it was all over like papers and stuff. People say it's a follow, from anti-Semitic to believe, people say it's anti-Semitic to people say a follow, she was loud and rebellious. Her feet would not stay at home. At times she was outside, at times in the open square, lurking. She was loud and rebellious. Her feet would not stay at home. At times she was outside, at times.
You'll never be free until you realize this. It was never about what they think. It was always about whether you